A very warm good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of the 4th Global Ministerial Conference on Road Safety. Once again, an absolute pleasure to be with all of you here this morning. My name is Tumelo Mototwane. I will be your moderator for this next session. But before we get into the business of the day, I'm hoping that we're all feeling good. Well rested, are we? Yes? Are we rested? All great, yeah. I hope you had a great time last night, those who had an opportunity to attend the gala reception, and I hope yesterday was quite fruitful just in terms of the engagements and insights and information sharing that you got an opportunity to have with some of your friends and peers within the workspace that you all are in, which is ensuring that there are safer transportation and usage of our roads around the world in our various countries. So once again, an absolute pleasure to be with all of you here today this morning. I'm looking forward to today's topic, which I will be getting into with my panelists this morning. It has to do with the private sector engagement, and they will be coming up on stage in just a moment to get that conversation going. But of course, as per norm, with our panel discussions, we'll also have a keynote address just to share some of the data and insights and context as to why this conversation is important for us to engage in. So without any further ado, I'd like to first and foremost just welcome our panelists, who will of course take their seats. Just for me to reiterate that once I call your name, please come onto the stage and occupy the second seat from my left, your right. I will occupy the first, and then you can occupy the second seat, and we'll go so forth until we, of course, finish up our seats. And just to reiterate to our panelists, please, let's keep our conversation and our answers as short as possible so that we can have at least 2 rounds of questions and have it more conversational as opposed to long formatted answers. So with that being said, I'd like to introduce my panelists for this morning's discussion on the private sector engagement. May I please ask to come to the stage Juan Carlos Munoz, the Minister of Transport from Chile. Please make your way to the stage. As Juan is making his way, Hideaki Takaishi, the Executive Chief Engineer from Honda Motor, please come onto the stage. Thank you for joining me. You may take from the second seat. Good to meet you. Good to meet you. Thanks for coming. Thank you so much. May I also please welcome on the stage Sarah Rose, the Vice President from Worldwide Workplace Health and Safety from Amazon. Thanks for joining me, Sarah. Good to have you. Morning. May you have a seat. I'd like to also welcome Kristen Smith, the Head of Global Road Safety Policy from Uber. Thank you for joining us, Kristen. Good morning. Thank you. Also joining us, Bachir Bado, the CEO of Compagnie Assurances Transport. Please come on to the stage, sir. Pleasure meeting you. Good morning. Thank you for coming. All right. Also, please help me welcome Fabrice Cambolive, the CEO of Renault Group. Please, Fabrice, come onto the stage. Pleasure meeting you. Thanks for coming, Fabrice. May I also welcome onto the stage for this conversation Eduardo Mayoral, Director for Safety, ALSA Transport from Spain. Good to see you, Eduardo. Thank you so much for coming. Last but not least on my panel, Matthias de Lamina from Vivo Energy. He's the CEO of Vivo Energy. Thank you for joining me, Matthias. Thank you for coming. Have a seat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I did mention that I'll be having this crucial discussion with my panelists. I think as promised as well, before we get started, I'd like to also welcome on to give us our keynote address, set the tone and the pace for this conversation this morning. Please help me welcome onto the stage Young Tai Kim, the Secretary General from the International Transport Forum. Please give him a warm round of applause. Thank you so much.
So, Your Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Salam alaikum. I'd like to begin by reflecting on some of the key things that were said yesterday during the ministerial discussions and the session I attended. And we are now at a critical point, halfway through the 2nd decade of action on road safety, and the urgency to act remains clear. And road crashes continue to claim nearly 1.2 million lives every year, and that is 3,300 every single day. An action driven by the UN has helped stop this number from rising. That's no small achievement, given the world's rapidly growing population and increasing motorization. But stabilization is not enough. We have to redouble our efforts to bring this number down and meet our agreed target of having road deaths by the end of the decade. Data from ITF's IRTAT helps us track global progress toward this goal. While some countries, both high and low income, have made great progress, the overall pace of improvement remains too slow. The good news is that these successes offer a wealth of best practices that can be shared and adapted to help others catch up. For me, the key theme of interventions yesterday is road safety is integral to all of our sustainable mobility and development goals. Safety cuts across policy silos and help us link economic development, environmental sustainability, health, and social equity. For example, preserving and expanding the share of public transport and active mobility is essential to achieving climate goals, but this cannot happen without improving the safety of walking and cycling environment. Not only does road safety now have its own targets under the UN Sustainable Development Goals, it is also critical to meeting many others. The question for day 2 of our conference is really about how and the who. And how do we turn yesterday's vision of much safer roads into reality? And who needs to be engaged and in what ways? On the how, we have seen striking success in setting operational targets that can translate political goals into practical action. And I'm thinking, for example, of the star rating system for road design and maintenance, and the commitment to ensuring that all new roads meet at least a 3-star rating by 2030. We can and must replicate this approach of managing for success across other areas. The strong presence of business here in Marrakesh is something very new in this 4th Global Ministerial Conference. And 5 years ago, the Stockholm Ministerial mandated much closer collaboration between government and industry. Since then, a lot of preparatory work has been done. ITF and WHO have been working with a large number of corporations on a framework for action and reporting, and one of the key topics of discussion of parallel session later this morning. ITF also works very closely with industry through our Corporate Partners Board. I'm very happy to see 3 of our members sitting on this very panel: Amazon, Honda, and Uber. Indeed, the report on safe micromobility that we launched at the 3rd Global Ministerial Conference was undertaken with the support of our corporate partners. So, it is a special pleasure to be kicking off today's program with an opening plenary on private sector engagement. The private initiative is the engine of transport and mobility innovation, and technology is an obvious driver, with AI now accelerating the development of mobility as a service and automated driving, but the management, location, and investment decision of industry are equally critical. We must also not forget that road crashes are the largest single cause of work-related injuries in developed countries, accounting for 38% of workplace deaths in the USA. Crashes also disrupt operations and carry a significant cost through delays, material cost, and in relation to insurance. Businesses have a strong interest in managing the exposure of workers to crashes and improving road safety in the communities they serve. More than that, they also hold the potential for achieving this. Around the table, we have vehicle manufacturers designing to the highest safety standards, operators, and purchasers of a wide range of transport and logistics services, and an insurer managing transport-related risks. They will each illustrate how they are helping raise the bar for safety across the industry. One striking example of leverage companies can have is the approach of multinational oil distribution companies operating in difficult environments, like the Australian outback or rural Africa. And their business depends on moving dangerous goods safely and efficiently. That means using vehicles designed and maintained to the highest standards, even where local regulations fall short. Drivers are monitored for strict compliance with drive time regulations, night drive bans, and consumption of alcohol or drugs. And penalties for breaking the rules are unbending. Schedules are designed not to pressurize drive time limits. More broadly, we are seeing businesses integrate road safety into their employee health and safety management system, using ISO and other measurement standards to demonstrate compliance with best practice, and often seeking partners that adhere to the same standards in their contracts with suppliers and distributors. What I look forward to learning more about in this plenary is what models of collaboration can be most effective in delivering on this potential. And industry associations have a vital role in developing and spreading good practice. The US network of employers of traffic safety is a prime example, and they will be speaking in the parallel session at the end of this morning. And government industry academia collaboration is also central to technological innovation. Sweden, more than anywhere else, has recognized the importance of joint development, sharing cost and effort. And it took US academics to coin the term Swedish triple helix model for this kind of collaboration. But it is common worldwide from defense to digitalization. This is the basis, for example, of Sweden's Closer Innovation Center, which is developing the use of geofencing for safe operation and intelligent switching of hybrid vehicle powertrains between diesel and electric, depending on whether they are being used inside or outside of urbanized areas. And voluntary industry-government cooperation can also be effective in raising standards and spreading best practice, as we hope the ITF-WHO framework for corporate action and reporting will prove to be. But I have spoken enough, and now I look forward to hearing from distinguished private sector panelists, and who will give us their first-hand account of how we can build stronger partnerships, scale up successful models, and ensure that business leadership translate into real-world safety gains. So thank you very much. Shukran.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Yang Tai Kim, for giving us context and opening up our session. A crucial one, I have to say. We've heard yesterday around the importance of public and private partnerships. We get to hear firsthand from some of our leaders in vehicle and motor businesses in terms of what examples they can share with us around collaborating with governments and civil society in ensuring that road safety is a priority for us as human beings. So just to, of course, reiterate on what Mr. Yang Tai Kim has also said, I think what we're also aiming to hear here from our panelists is just how private sector can equally transform road safety commitments into actionable, impactful outcomes. We've heard the commitments from various countries yesterday. What is their contribution in terms of moving from just commitments to now implementable action? So thank you once again to my panelists for joining me. An absolute pleasure having you on the stage. But let me start with you, Minister Munoz. I think it's quite important to hear Chile's perspective in terms of engaging with private companies to improve road safety. What are some of these successful public-private partnerships that you can highlight from your experience?
Thank you very much. Well, I understand that road safety is a very complex problem, in which it's very difficult to have a silver bullet. To achieve road safety, you need better technologies, you need better infrastructure, you need to make it part of the culture, and you also need enforcement. So in our case, what we've done, other than making our part from the government to have good rules and also to enforce them, is that we have encouraged a group we call an alliance about road safety on transport firms to improve road safety indicators. And this alliance of around 50 companies, what we've done is that on one hand we have encouraged them to have good indicators. Very often the road safety is not part of the indicators of the company. So in your final balance you may have how much money did you make, but not maybe how many people got injured while they were traveling to work or coming back from work. And I think that should also be, of course, a very important indicator. If you're moving cargo, again, how was the indicator, how was your performance regarding how safe your cargo was transported? So the first thing I think is, and now the technology is allow us to have a GPS that can tell us exactly what was the speed of your drivers. You can have driver-specific indicators that many companies are starting to develop, and based on those indicators, you can provide awards for those drivers that do best, and not only punish those that may have been speeding up. The indicators also can allow you to identify opportunities for improvement in places or situations in which your drivers, for instance, are not obeying the transit law, or that may incurring some specific risks. That's one of the areas in we've been working, and I think that's also, it is very promising, since by having data and by having indicators, companies which are concerned about road safety can really improve their performance. I think it's very important that we also, that the companies, as I said, provide good incentives and awards for those drivers that do best, and also that they can go beyond their specific area of interest, and they can contribute to society to make road safety a cultural issue. We have some of these companies, for instance, providing some support to schools to teach and to train kids about road safety, which I think is really important, because not only because they are the drivers of the future, but also because they are inserted in every family to provide signals to their parents regarding when they're driving, checking their phone, or where they're speeding up, or they had not put their seatbelt. I think very important that we make the link between companies also and schools to provide that message. Finally, I think it's very important that companies do the right thing. And this is sometimes that's not what we see. In the case of Chile, we have a lot of delivery companies that provide the last mile, sometimes through motorbikes that are extremely unsafe. But it's kind of, they're not their business, because it's not what they are providing. They're providing the transport, but we don't really care who's going to be providing the trip. And you have very informal motorbikes that extremely polluting, extremely noise producing, and very unsafe, providing this last mile. So it's very important also that companies that provide this last mile delivery take full responsibility of the role they play. And I think in many cities in the developing world, we see this kind of phenomenon in which the last mile is provided probably in the worst possible conditions, even though we have international companies that are in charge of taking the responsibility of delivering the package.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Minister. And I think what I'm hearing from you is that the issue around road safety to be resolved is everyone's, to participate in. It's not a one-man show. It's multi-stakeholders that have a role to play. But let me come to you, Mr. Hideaki. I mean, and speak more about Honda. as a company, how are you leveraging on technology to reduce road fatalities?
Okay. It's a pleasure to meet you. It is a great honor for me to participate in today's discussion on the theme of private sector engagement, contributing to safe transportation and mobility. My name is Takaishi from Honda. I'm responsible for coordinating safety strategies at Honda's global headquarters office. At Honda, we had adopted the global slogan, safety for everyone. We are working towards a society where everyone can enjoy mobility freely with peace of mind. We have set a goal of zero traffic collision fatalities involving Honda motorcycle and automobiles by the year 2050. As the world's #1 motorcycle manufacturer, we believe it is our social responsibility to take the lead in improving motorcycle safety. Today, I'd like to share how we, as a private sector company, contribute to society through specific safety strategy and initiatives. Innovation? Let me talk about how private sector innovations, especially autonomous driving technology and intelligent transporting systems, ITS, can enhance road safety. First, let's look at the progress of autonomous driving. Currently, level 3 autonomous driving has been put into practical use on highways. And some pilot programs are already working on level 4 technology. This advancement is expected to significantly reduce accident risks by preventing human error. However, production costs for autonomous vehicles remain high, and the financial burden on users is substantial. In addition, it would take a long time for these vehicles to become widely adopted. Making a complete shift in the short term is unrealistic. Considering the current situation of traffic accidents, approximately 70% of all traffic fatalities worldwide is vulnerable road users, such as motorcycle riders. Moreover, in about half of fatal accidents, the cause of the accident is attributed to the action of the vulnerable road user. Therefore, it means the automotive safety technologies alone cannot entirely prevent accidents. This is where intelligent transportation system, ITS, come into focus. By utilizing AI, ITS works to ease traffic congestion and reduce the risk of collisions. In particular, in integrated communication and data utilization technologies continue to advance. Another major advantage is that widespread use of smartphone allows more road users to start using the service earlier. As a vehicle manufacturer, Honda is aiming to create a cooperative and safe society where all road users can coexist safely by utilizing communication and data technologies. Furthermore, if private companies can strengthen collaboration with government and other relevant organizations, we believe that the development of mobility that balances both safety and cost efficiency will accelerate even further. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Sarah, as I come to you and, obviously placing the vast logistics network that you have at Amazon, how do you ensure driver and road safety in your global operations at Amazon?
Well, thank you very much for the question, and thank you so much for hosting this amazing event. It truly is a privilege to be here. Amazon was founded just over 30 years ago, and we were founded as a small online retailer. Fast forward 30 years later, and we are a large, global, very recognizable corporation. And with that comes a lot of responsibility. And as part of our growth, we have grown a very vast transportation network, as you mentioned. In 2018, we founded a program called the Delivery Service Partner Program. And our delivery service partners are groups of small businesses, independently owned, that today now total over 4,400 small businesses, inclusive of 390,000 drivers across 20 countries. So quite a footprint. And our delivery service partners, plus our independent contractors that provide services both over our long-haul transportation network and our what we consider our last mile or more localized transportation network, together deliver packages on our behalf to our customers globally. And there are three key things to remember about our approach. First and foremost, at Amazon, safety is our top priority. Packages come second to our people. The second, of all the 4,400 delivery service partners and our independent contractors, safety is also their top priority and essential as well, and we don't accept anything less than that for folks who deliver packages on our behalf. And third, innovation and technology are keys to enabling delivery of packages and also safe delivery of those packages. So as not only an e-commerce company, but as a tech company, we're able to leverage and support our delivery service providers through technology, through innovation, training, tools, and other resources. Now, some of this innovation and technology, I'll give you two examples that we are able to use and leverage and provide are as follows. One are in-vehicle safety cameras that are used with our delivery service partners. These cameras then send signals to alert a driver when they're safely stopped if there is perhaps a violation of some sort of stop sign or even detecting whether or not they are wearing their seatbelt. Not only are they notified, but the owners of delivery service partner businesses are also notified as well. So that's one example of in-vehicle technology. The second is routing. So we all hear the term AI quite a bit. We definitely use AI, and we also use large language models and modeling to help ensure the most efficient delivery of our packages out on the roads. So some of this includes weather notifications and avoidance of that, different types of pedestrian crossings, railroad crossings, and even the avoidance of either left turns or right turns, depending on what country you're in. In other words, trying to avoid cross-traffic routing. So that's two examples of innovation that we're using and leveraging. Of course, a term that people have been using all week is collaboration. Collaboration is obviously very important for all of us. There's no one single entity that's going to drive safer roads. It will take governments, it'll take communities, and of course it'll take the public sector, the private sector, some of which we're representing up here on the stage, in order to drive safer roads. We are very humbly proud of the recognition we received earlier this week from the FIA as early adopters of the Road Safety Index, receiving their highest star rating. So we as a large global company feel it's very important that we set the example and lead the way for others. And I'm looking forward to hearing from others on the panel today and continuing this conversation this week. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Kristen, as I come to you, I would like to discuss more around mobility, how it has evolved, but also Uber's role in it.
Well, thank you so much for having us, and thank you to everyone who really prioritized private sector engagement in this ministerial conference. I think it's very clear that to reach our goals of 50% reduction by 2030, it's going to take all of our different industries, so really appreciate being at the table. So how is Uber thinking about the evolution of mobility? Well, I mean, we are a mobility platform. That's what we do. I think we probably move more people in more ways in more countries than any other company, and so we're constantly thinking about kind of what does that look like? What does that look like in terms of safety? And I think because of the breadth of our different offerings and operations, it can be easy to sort of get siloed in our thinking. I work on the bikes and scooters, or I work on rideshare, I'm in safety, I'm in sustainability. But I think we've really started to think much more intersectionally about mobility and safety. The goal is not road safety, the goal is safe mobility. The goal is that everyone can have safe transportation to access economic opportunities, and that includes the more than 7 million people who are earning by delivering or driving on our platform. And this safe access and provides gender equity. It also includes sustainability. So the work that we're all doing on road safety really touches everything. It's much, much bigger than safety just itself. And then I would say Uber is also very multimodal. We know that the most efficient way to move someone in a city is not by private automobile. We just cannot, the cities can't handle that, our planet can't handle that. So we're constantly thinking about what is the right type of vehicle for a person for their specific trip. And that may be a bike or scooter, that may be being able to book their ticket for transit in the Uber app, but take an Uber for that first or last mile to get there. It may be an affordable moto taxi trip where somebody had to walk an hour and a half before, and now they're able to spend more time with their families because they have a much shorter commute. So we're always really thinking about that, evolving that. We have autonomous vehicles on our platform now, so there's continual evolution. And I would say all of that is made possible by the smartphone. I think, Honda just mentioned kind of the technology of the smartphone. That has really transformed transportation, I think, more than anything else. It certainly has made a company like Uber possible, but we're using it in really, I think, interesting ways for safety as well. Like, we are now doing things like helmet detection for motorcycle riders, where they have to take a live photo of themselves and show that they're wearing a helmet before they can start driving. Like Sarah mentioned, routing. We're really thinking about, we have our own routing and mapping, so we're starting to reduce the number of left turns or right turns for safety. We're thinking about motorcycle-specific routing. And in general, we're kind of thinking about how do we use the phone for delivering the right message to the right person at the right moment, reminding a rider to put their seatbelt on, reminding a rider to look for bicyclists before they get out of the car. So just, the innovation that's coming with the cell phone and what can continue to come, I think, in the near future is really exciting. So I think we're in an exciting moment for technology and safety intersection. And again, appreciate you bringing tech companies to the table to talk about this.
Thank you so much, Kristen. But if I may also come to you and speak about insurance. What innovative insurance models or even risk assessments are currently being used to encourage businesses as well as individuals to really prioritize road safety?
Thank you. First of all, I am very honored to be invited to take part of this very prestigious panel. I asked myself this morning and yesterday if I will speak in English or in French. I am much more comfortable in French, but I see all these people is speaking English. No one is wearing here devices to get the translation, so I will try to do it in English. And please be tolerant with my English. So I am a CEO of an insurance company, but I am also the executive vice president of the Moroccan Insurance Federation. It's the Association of Insurance Companies in Morocco. So today I am, if I can say, the voice of insurance sector of Morocco. You know the insurance sector of Morocco, it's the second largest insurance sector in Africa. In Africa, it's can be considered as a huge sector, and the car insurance is very important in our activity and in our profitability. But you know, it's very difficult to make insurance, car insurance profitable because the claims are very high. In Morocco, the government really made big effort these last years, like if we take these 10 last years, big effort on making our roads more safety. The policy, and when I say policy, I say police on the road. They are much more stronger in the control, so people are afraid to make like a mistake when they drive, because they are exposed to pay money if they make a mistake. And the insurance sector are very involved on the road safety. I am personally a part of the board of NARSA. NARSA, it's the National Agency of Road Safety, who organized this beautiful event, this beautiful conference. I am on the board since the last 15 years. The insurance sector give money to NARSA. It's our participation on all the action that make or organized by NARSA. For give you an example, for each insurance policy, the insurer pay 1.5 euro for each insurance policy who goes directly to NARSA to bring money to NARSA, to give them the possibility to organize and to manage some actions, because NARSA have much more money than the money who comes from the insurance sector. But also insurance company give to NARSA 0.3% of their turnover in car insurance. So it's important, because the insurance sector is quite big in Morocco. Technology is coming not as the same speed in the US or in Europe, but it's coming. To give you an example, the insurance company that I manage give the possibility to, like, the professional of transport, like for buses. We have many buses who are equipped, we can say equipped, by devices, and devices who give some information to like we have Alza with us here. I know they make their own effort to put this kind of devices on their buses. But we have many clients, like one of the biggest player in Morocco in transportation by car. All the cars are equipped by devices who are paid by the insurance company. These devices give a lot of information. The first one, it's the speed, the average speed of the driver. If the driver goes higher or than it's permit on the road, there will be an information who will come to say that he's driving not very safely. The information of which road he took to go from the point A to the point B, to be sure that he is going on the right way. We have information about la consommation d'essence, the consumption of oil, of gas. Comment on dit la consommation? Of fuel, the fuel consumption. So many information, and we have also the possibility to have with this device to make a signal if the driver like stopped to sleeping, or he is like not looking at the road. There is like a beep, a signal to make him like wake up and be careful with the car. So the technology is coming, but we still have many effort to do on the road. And one of the problems in Morocco, all this last years, we see a decrease of the number of deaths on the road. It's a good information. With the number of cars is going high and high and high, because the penetration rate or the equipment of the Moroccan population is going high. But this last 2 years, we see the number of death on the road is going up exclusively by scooters. And I heard Uber talking. We have in Morocco, it's not Uber Eats, but like Uber Eats, it's Glovo. There is many new company, independent company, and who use scooters to deliver pizza, to deliver food, but they deliver also, like, if you want to send a paper to someone, and many of them are not wearing helmet. And you can see in Marrakesh, it's the example of the city where we have in Morocco a lot of scooters. I don't know if you noticed that, so if you be careful, because they are driving not as they have to drive to be careful, and it's a very big issue, because all the effort done by the government of Morocco and by NARSA to make road more safety, all this effort is now tiré vers le bas, is going down by this problematic of scooters. So we are looking. We signed 2 days ago with NARSA and the government of Morocco, so the Moroccan Insurance Association. We signed an agreement to buy 20,000 helmets to give to scooters only in Marrakesh.
Okay.
But you know, 20,000, it's like a drop on the ocean, because in Morocco there is 1.8 million scooters, and we can buy 1.8 million helmets to give to all scooters in Morocco, helmets.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Bashir, for giving us that context from the insurance perspective. Fabrice, I'd like to come to you and find out from you what are the safety-first innovations that you can share with us from Renault that are being incorporated in your vehicle design to align with global safety road standards.
Yes. First of all, thank you, and very proud to be here with you and to share all the values we saw to put safety at the top level of our mindset: innovation, technology, collaboration. All the words, I listen to that, and I will try to give you some concrete examples how we deal with that to effectively improve each time and to reduce the impact of crash, accident, car crash in the real life. I think the first point is to have a global overview and to be capable to distinguish all the phases of a crash. When a crash happens, first of all, you can prevent before, and there is a lot of things to be done on this field: regulation, education, prevention, road safety, and so on. When the crash is not so far, you can still correct the car. That's what all the advanced driver assistance systems are doing: speed limiting, emergency braking, electronic stability control, and so on. When the crash happens, you can protect the people. Seat belt, we spoke about that yesterday, very important. Airbag, of course. But the last step, which is also very important, is how to rescue people. And even in this field, which is not in the core of our business, we can innovate. And I will give you 2 very concrete and simple examples. It's the job, and which are coming from a collaboration we have since years with firemen, firefighters. When we spoke with them, and when we decided to let them go into our company to give us some advice, we saw that when there is a crash, we have to react very quick within an hour. And in this hour, a lot of things happen. The first one is how to get the information of the car as soon as possible to be able to extract the people, not to fight not to be electrocuted, not to have airbag explosion, and so on. And then we decided, quite simply, to put a QR code on the car, very visible, just to let the firefighters have the full description of the car as soon as possible. This is very simple. This is not very costly, but you can win with that a few minutes, which are very important. The second point we did with the ramp-up of electric vehicle is to work on fire. And we decided to put on each battery, I would say, a kind of adhesive stick on the battery, which is melting when the fire is high, and which is enabling the firefighters to put water directly in the battery, in the core of the battery, and to extinguish the fire within a few minutes and not within a few hours. This kind of innovation we have permanently to think on the 4 phases, of course, and in the last one. And I think when you are capable to do this kind of innovation, what is very important is to share it. That's why we decided, for instance, for this fireman access to unpatent this, just in order to share that with our competitors, but friends or allies in this case, just in order to be more collaborative and to let the technology evolve to get a better road safety at the end.
Thank you, Fabrice. I think that's a great example of collaboration with firemen. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Eduardo, I want to come to you and talk to you as a major transport operator. How do you balance operational efficiency and activity with the need for strict safety compliance in large-scale public transport systems? And perhaps you can share examples of how you do that.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your invitation to this panel. I'm a safety manager in ALSA. ALSA is a public transport company. We operate in Spain, Morocco, Portugal, Switzerland, France, etc. And from the beginning, I would like to share with you our experience in road safety. We started a safety program in 2010, therefore 15 years ago. And since then, we have invested a lot. We have made a lot of efforts in terms of management of safety. And the first idea that I would like to share with you is that investing in safety has return, not only a social return in terms of reduction of injuries, fatalities, the improvement that we have seen in the customer satisfaction, the employee satisfaction, the reputation of the company, but also, and this is very important, taking into account that we are in a panel of private sector, it has an economical return. Therefore, it's worthy to invest in the management of safety, because, well, as private companies, we have to take into account that, obviously, one of our targets is the profitability, okay? In these last 15 years, we have learned many things that, of course, I'm keen to share with all of you. First of all is one thing that I think that everyone knows. The vast majority of the accidents are preventable, therefore can be avoided. So we shouldn't think that what accident happened, nothing, well, is a result of the life. No, no, no. The vast majority is preventable. And secondly, I would like to share that one of our conclusions is that human factor is key. Of course, the technology, and several of my colleagues in this panel have talked about the technology is amazing, the technology, but the technology has to be used to monitor, in our case, our drivers. As an example of one of the technology that we are using with success at ALSA, I highlight the use of smart cameras. Through that technology, which is installed in the bus, it consists in a couple of cameras. One of them focus on the driver, and the other one in the front view of the driver. And thanks to that technology, we can detect the behavior, the way that the drivers are driving. Finally, we can share with the drivers the footage, the videos that we gathered through this technology, and is an absolutely outstanding way to improve, to teach to the drivers, and in that way they are aware that obviously sometimes is needed to change and to improve some of the way that they drive. I would like finally to be able to install these kind of technologies in all countries. Unfortunately, this is not possible, and this is an idea that I share with you. Due to the different legal frameworks that we have in several countries, unfortunately, it's not possible, but I hope that little by little we can install and agree among many countries that safety is a priority, and therefore we should delay this kind of legal barriers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eduardo. Thank you for your contribution. Matthias, I would like to bring you into the conversation and seek out your perspective in terms of what incentives or even regulatory frameworks do you think most effective in encouraging private sector investment in road safety?
Thank you very much. Well, everybody knows Uber or Amazon. I'm not sure everyone in the room is familiar with Vivo Energy. So Vivo Energy, we are the leader in downstream oil and gas in Africa. We are known for Shell or ENG brand. So when we speak about Africa, Africa is a vibrant continent. And I cannot be more happy to have this conference here in Marrakesh. It's a big symbol of the importance of road safety in this continent. What does that mean, playing in Africa? It means playing in an environment where you have positive vibes, growing need of mobility, growing population, new roads, new cities, but it comes with a lot of complexities. Complexities because of regulations, complexities because of the level of professionalism across a lot of your suppliers, complexities due to the geographical aspect. If you go to a mine, it can be very far away, you have to drive by night, different infrastructure. If you are in some city, which are very different compared to US or to Europe, with a lot of difficulty to travel. And complexity usually creates innovation. And this is the beauty of working in Africa. Being in Africa, we cannot wait. As a private sector, we cannot wait infrastructure to be ready. We cannot wait regulation to be there. So it pushes us to be at the forefront of innovation, of taking initiatives. And when I listen to my colleagues, I'm extremely interested to see that whatever is our sector, we face more or less the same constraint, and we try to find the right path. For us in Africa, and especially in our sector, we speak about oil and gas, just to give you a sense of the size of what we do. Every day in Morocco, we do twice the tour of the planet with our truck. And by year in Africa, we do 100 million kilometers with our truck full of fuel. So definitely top of mind. So what we do, we have an approach which is similar to environment, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. So everything is not yet there. So let's start with what we can control. We can control our own activity, and we can control what is done by our supplier. Our main focus in our operation is to try to find the right supplier with the right level of professionalism. And this is a big challenge in Africa, to be honest. So what we try to do is to take some of them. We don't look for perfection. Perfection doesn't exist in the world, but we try to bring them up to the level we expect. And we bring them tools, assets, culture, to bring them to the top levels that we want. And doing that, we feel that we are securing our activity, and then we have a larger impact on the society. When you create good supplier, then the driver leaves the company, they go to another company, and so on, and it creates an environment where you bring positive effect across the place where you operate. If I am a little bit more specific, if you speak about road safety, three layers. Everything starts with the people. People, first of all, safety. So what we do is we go much beyond to the expectation. We do our own health check on all the drivers that are operating with our suppliers. Second, we also do extra training with specific training we have designed across the continent, depending on our need. So we have designed a so-called defensive driving program to push our driver to have a better understanding of the environment abroad the truck. Then, second layer is the tool, the asset, the truck. Then we work with suppliers to get the best truck. We put on board computer. We put AI to anticipate anything that is around phoning, tiring attitude, whatever. And the objective is to be as reactive as possible to anticipate the accident. So we have a full team behind the scene that is looking at the journey management and all this AI to be able to not to react, but to anticipate any kind of accident. As you said, many issues around data privacy and regulations that we are working with. And on top of that, we have and I think this is where it is important, asset, people is not enough. Culture is the most difficult part of it. And I think this is where private sector can bring also its value, is to create an environment where safety is more important than anything else. And so this is what we try to do at Vivo Energy, is to, when we look at our results, we start with safety, KPI. It is our license to operate. This is our conviction. And then it goes to finance. And it is true, I cannot say more, invest in road safety is not a cost, it is an investment. If you look at how much it costs you if you have an accident in terms of finance, reputation, moral impact, I think it's a worth investment to do.
Thank you so much, Matthias. Thank you. Well, panelists, in the last 15 minutes that I have with all of you, I do appeal that you be brief in our last round of questions as we conclude and give closing remarks. Minister, I'd like to start with you, please, and as you do give your closing remarks, kindly consider this question as well. Please share with us, in your closing remarks, what lessons you think other countries can learn from Chile's approach in integrating private sector innovation within your transport safety policies.
Well, as I've mentioned, I think road safety is really a collaborative problem. We need to work together towards getting a safer road. And one thing that we haven't mentioned here is that we need to foster those transportation modes that seem to be the safest of all. Those that can show statistically that year by year are showing better indicators in terms of fatalities. And in the case of Chile, what we see is, for instance, that probably because of the policies, probably because of the better technologies, road infrastructure investment, we see fewer fatalities in almost every transport mode, except motorbikes. If we see bikes, for instance, the more people biking, the fewer the people that die. It's very impressive. It's not the rate that drops, it's the total number of fatalities, because bikers becomes more visible. And I think it's very important that we realize that it's with motorbikes where we have a very severe problem in the developing world, especially, where the way people behave, very often without helmets, as we've discussed in this conference, but very often also with very aggressive maneuvers, and we're very high speed and very little protection. So I think we need to address motorbikes more in a more important way, so that we start reducing the number of fatalities coming from motorbikes. And I think, as I mentioned before, in the delivery industry, I think platforms need to take more responsibility about how the packages are finally delivered to each of the users, of the customers. Because there we have a very, very significant problem in terms of safety, but also pollution and noise.
Thank you so much, Minister. Mr. Takaishi, as I'll also give you an opportunity to give your closing remarks, please also consider this question as you provide us with your closing statement. I mean, we can't have this conversation without also touching on transport reporting, or rather transparent transport reporting. How can private sector companies, do you think, effectively track and report on their road safety performance? Perhaps something for all of us to take away home.
Reporting?
Yes, please.
I believe reporting on safety footprint will help private sector to visualize and accelerate their efforts on road safety. Furthermore, by linking corporate sustainability and financial disclosure with traffic safety, the guideline for appropriate activities for ensuring traffic safety will be clarified, thereby enhancing the importance of safety activities within organizations. In order to promote this initiative, it is essential to establish a system of identifying the number of traffic accident fatalities in each country. It can be said that the most important step in setting measures for mitigating traffic accident is to accurately analyze what has happened at the scene of the accident. This is because the result of this analysis enable us to determine appropriate safety measures by quantitatively estimating its effectiveness on reducing fatalities. In order to promote such initiatives, it is required to standardize procedure of traffic accident analysis between countries, such as how to categorize the detailed information on traffic accidents. And it is expected to establish a system that enables each organization to set and monitor its own target. Through the cooperation of all the organizations gathered here, I believe that we will be able to build an enhanced road safety framework and significantly contribute to improving road safety throughout society. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I want to come to you, Sarah, and touch on the gig economy. As I give you an opportunity to give your closing remarks, please also give us some takeaways on how we can assure road safety in this gig economy, where there are multiple driver partners, multiple stakeholders that share in the value chain, this in fostering a culture of road safety behavior.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. We all obviously share the road with multiple users globally. I think one thing we all have in common is that it occurs in every country, everywhere. And in the spirit of collaboration and transparency, we shared some examples earlier of some of the technology that we use in our final mile space or with our delivery service partners. And I'll give an example of our independent contractors and some of the technology that is enabled for them in our longer haul space. So over the highways, interstates, the main roads in various countries. And one application that we use is called the Relay application. And one thing this application does is it requires the driver to verify who they are. So we know exactly who is delivering packages on our behalf from point A to point B. Also, this application provides the driver with signals, much like other applications that we have, that inform them of perhaps weather that's down the road or areas that maybe are prone or susceptible to higher types of incidents. So again, helping to make their transport safer as well as those around them. And I'm going to shift a little bit briefly to, even though we talk a lot about some of this very sophisticated technology, sometimes effective solutions are quite simple. And two examples of that, recently in this past year, on over 60,000 of our trailers, we have had installed some small pulsating lamps or lights on the rear end of the trailer, as well as increase the amount of reflective tape. So two very, very simple solutions that have helped to prevent rear-end collisions, which is also an occurrence in various, globally as well. So again, regardless of where our teams are operating, our small businesses, our independent contractors that deliver packages on our behalf, there's a lot of commonality that's represented here today. And again, thank you for hosting this forum that allows us to have this dialogue and open conversation. And ultimately, working together is what's going to drive for safer roads. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. Kristen, as I come to you and allow you an opportunity to give your closing remarks, I think please consider this next question as you give your closing statement. I suppose some examples you can share with us of private companies' investments that they can consider towards mobility and for safer roads. As we continue to have this conversation, I suppose it's also the financial goals that businesses can consider, which equally would align with road safety.
Yeah, thank you so much. So as I said at the beginning, it really does take this broad coalition. So it's great to hear kind of about public, private, and NGO kind of partnerships. Certainly Uber's area that we can really lean into is on the technology and in the investments in safety. We're seeing that overwhelmingly work. 99.9% of trips end without any kind of safety incident whatsoever. And what we see actually, and when we talk to drivers and riders, those risks are oftentimes things we alone with technology cannot be solving for, right? We can do helmet detection, but if there is no safe infrastructure for people to be biking or riding a motorcycle in, that's not something that we alone can solve. So that's where we want to be working with public sector and highlighting where are these kind of unsafe areas and how do we work together? How does Uber use our scale to improve that safety much more broadly? And then when it comes to investment, I think there's a lot of different forms of investment. We can certainly, we work with NGOs. I just launched a white paper with the Global Alliance this morning about helmet safety. That's an investment in NGOs. But there's other investments, including, data and information that can be helpful in making changes. So for instance, in San Francisco, there was a movement to try to make the big Golden Gate Park car-free. So what we did is we provided some data to the city to show that actually in those trial times when there were no cars in the parks, it didn't actually materially change any kind of speeds or times on the streets around it. So that helped open up access for people biking and walking there. So I think these are the kind of ways that we can invest in lots of different ways as private sector leaders.
Thank you, Kristen. Thank you. Bashir, I would like to come to you. Earlier on when you were talking, I heard more about some stringent measures that the insurance industry is taking to enforce, good driver behavior on our roads. But I'd like to just flip the coin a bit, and as I allow you to give your closing remarks, please consider this question. How do you equally suggest that the insurance industry can incentivize good behavior on our road? This is for safer driving behavior, obviously, but to equally reduce road fatalities.
I don't know if you permit, but I want to answer for this question maybe in French, if it's possible. So if you want to wear your devices, if you don't understand French. Écoutez.
Listen, Each country has its own specificities, its own differences, and one of the specificities of Morocco is that the existing fleet is actually quite old, so we can't really add technology to them, and it wouldn't make much difference. The difference comes from behavior. We have a real issue with behavior on the roads, and you can see it just by walking next to this beautiful venue. You will see people not necessarily stopping at the red lights. You will see people jaywalking. You will see motorcyclists behaving badly. So as insurance, we can play a role because we are in contact with this clientele. Non-insurance is not a topic because everyone is pretty much insured. But so we do have frequent contact with people who use the road, and every time they come get a proof of insurance, we should partake in this education. And we've seen it over the last few years. People are afraid of the police. As soon as the radars are installed, you can. There's an impressive drop in dangerous accidents and serious accidents, and a drop in deaths and injuries. When you take the tolled highway between Marrakesh and Casablanca, if you are speeding, you will be caught. So there have been efforts to provide technology and enforce the highway code, and for example, for red lights. And as insurance, we can contribute in two ways. First is provide financing. We do need financing to provide serious action. The government by itself cannot provide all the required efforts. So the private sector must provide financing. Secondly, we must participate actively to prevention and awareness raising. And the last example, the insurer where I work organizes caravans with opticians and ophthalmologists, and we invite taxi drivers to take free eye exams. And many taxi drivers actually should be wearing glasses, but don't wear glasses, don't go to the ophthalmologist, and cannot actually properly see, especially at night. So we offer them glasses. But these are efforts in regions. Such initiatives should be multiplied to ensure that our roads are safe.
Thank you, Bashir. Fabrice, as I give you this opportunity to give your closing remarks, perhaps consider this question in your answer for all of us in the room to take away. How would you advise any private companies that may be encountering challenges with their relationship or collaborative efforts with governments or even civil society to resolve those issues in moving the road safety agenda forward? In your experience, how would you encourage or advise on that healthy relationship?
I think now healthy relationship is coming also with sharing data collection and so on, and I think with AI we can really progress on that and be much more collaborative between all the actors of the industry and of course all the governments. Sometimes we get some difficulties to get the right data, and we need that really to understand, analyze, and then correct our technology just in order to decrease the number of fatalities. This is the first point. The second point for me, which is very important, is not to hesitate on some really hard topics, and safety is part of that, to put in common our efforts, to put in common our IP, and to be capable to share some specific points just in order to boost our technology. For instance, in France, we have a so-called laboratory, which is done with our main French competitor, which is Stellantis. But our engineers are working together because it's the top level one in terms of priority. I think this is a behavior we have to adopt it, and I think that all this artificial intelligence should lead us to be even more collaborative in the future.
Thank you, Fabrice. Thank you so much for that answer. Eduardo, as I come to you and give you an opportunity to give your closing remarks, perhaps consider this conversation, this question rather. We talk about impact a lot in this topic of road safety, but how do we measure impact? Are there ways with which you can advise us in the room on how to measure our road safety initiatives?
Very good question, because it's absolutely important to be able to measure properly the safety performance of the company, because if you don't have data, if you don't have information, you cannot know for sure what should be done. Of course, we at ALSA, we measure, we register all kind of road accidents. Of course, number and type of injuries, all kind of injuries, etc., as the final result of our operations. But what is absolutely necessary is not only measuring all of these final KPIs, but also the KPIs that allow us to manage properly the safety. I'm talking about measuring through the technology that we have on board the behaviors of the drivers. Thanks to the technology, we can measure the number of speeding events, the number of times that driver doesn't comply with the safety distance with other vehicles, the number of times that we detect that the driver is not very focused on the driving because he's distracted, or because the fatigue, or is using mobile, for instance. Thanks to all of this information, we can do something that is absolutely key, is to manage the safety before the accident happened, because we know for sure that the accidents don't occur by chance. The accidents occur because something wrong, in the vast majority of the cases, were wrong, made in a wrong way.
Thank you so much, Eduardo. Matthias, as I allow you this opportunity to also give your closing remarks, I think yesterday for me personally, the strong message was around people. It was around when we think of the lives that have been lost due to preventable crashes, when we think of families being shattered, young children or even young vulnerable people's lives being cut short because of preventable crashes and accidents. From a private sector perspective, what is your message to other fellow private sector peers around people coming first before profit?
Thank you very much. Yes, goal 0 is the ultimate goal. 1 is already too much, as you say. First, I would say it's doable. It's doable to make an impact. It's doable to achieve results. When I look at our industry, today the percentage of accident is always too much, but much, much, much lower to the global percentage. So it means that when you put effort, when you put money, and when you really create a culture of safety first, you can have an impact. And I think it's very important to have positivity in this topic of road safety. Very often we look at road safety as something which is a little bit, you say in French, déprimant. It's very sad. But in everything we do, human people, also we need to celebrate success. We need to showcase what we can do, what results we achieve. This is a way, I believe, even private sector, we can look at this topic in a positive way so as to put a culture of improvement. Perfection is the ultimate goal, but we have to be in a culture of permanent improvement.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Matthias. Panelists, Thank you, you've been great. An absolute pleasure talking to you all. Please give them a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude on this conversation, and before I let you go, I'd just like to make a plea to please remain seated. We will begin with our next session in the next 5 minutes. My colleague Melinda Crane will be touching on the mayor's panel. It's one that you do not want to miss, so we applaud you and plead with you to please remain seated as that session will begin in the next 5 minutes. But for myself, thank you. I'll see you in the next session. Thank you, panelists. You may take your seats. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please remain with us. We will begin right away with our plenary. Please do not leave. Please stay with us. We will begin in 1 moment. Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, vous pouvez prendre vos places. On commence tout de suite. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your places. We will begin in just a moment. Bonjour, salam alaikum. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Also from my side, a very, very warm welcome to day 2 of the 4th Global Ministerial on Road Safety. May I kindly ask everyone to please take your places so that we can begin with our next plenary session. Mesdames, Messieurs, s'il vous plaît, vous pouvez prendre vos places. I'll just wait for our media colleagues to finish, please. May I ask the media representatives to please come to an end? Merci beaucoup. So, good morning, everyone. I hope you had a pleasant and productive evening, and also a very productive first session today. In case you weren't with us yesterday, I'm Melinda Crane, a journalist and moderator who works often in the area of transport, and it is a great, great pleasure to accompany you today at this high-level plenary. Our title is The Role of Mayors in Road Safety, Shaping Safer, Sustainable Urban Mobility. I'll just wait till everyone's found a seat. If you would kindly take your seats, then we can commence. And our aim in this plenary is to take a deep dive on the topic of leadership at a level where it makes a truly profound difference. Because mayors are ideally positioned to drive change in the urban environment where the majority of road fatalities occur. As we discussed yesterday, committing to life requires mainstreaming road safety from the very inception of urban planning and transport policy making. And local authorities possess unique leverage to do exactly that. With a close-up perspective on local challenges and strong ties to local constituencies, mayors have the capacity to identify and implement appropriate solutions for local conditions and also to foster citizen engagement. Our panel will explore how we can work together to bolster mayors' ability to create safer urban environments that also deliver co-benefits in enhancing access and quality of life for all citizens. Joining us are local authorities from key municipalities as well as visionary experts on safe and sustainable mobility. I will introduce them shortly, but do want to first say a very warm word of greeting to all of our panelists. And we will begin now with a first impulse talk from the co-director for policy and partnerships at the Geneva-based Global Cities Hub, which connects municipalities and regional governments to the UN ecosystem. It is a great pleasure to welcome to the stage An-tu Jung.
Ministers, mayors, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is really an honor to take part in this conference and to open this panel devoted to cities and mayors. The organization that I lead, the Global Cities Hub, focuses precisely on cities and mayors and their way of tackling global challenges with local solution. Whether it's a question of health, environment, migration, disaster response, sustainable development, or road safety, cities are often at the heart of the issues, but also of their solutions. In a world that urbanizes at a fast pace, we need to focus on what is happening in cities. Because as you know, they're now home to a large share of the world's population, and that will only continue to increase. Cities must cease to be perceived as mere administrative territories where decisions are only implemented. Mayors have become players on the international stage concerned with global challenges and the means and resources to meet them. In international conferences, states generally talk to each other. They negotiate among themselves, and agreements are reached between these same states. However, if they are to have an impact on the ground, these agreements cannot be the sole concern of national ministries. These debates and decisions need to trickle down to the local level where people live, where climate change, social inequalities, and pollution are felt on a daily basis. The channels of communication between the international, national, and local level therefore needs to be established and strengthened to ensure that policies are coherent, implemented, and have a real impact. I'm very conscious that including cities in international fora is not an easy task, and that it is already difficult for the 193 UN member states to agree on a common project. However, involving cities would enable multilateralism to get closer to the people, to listen more attentively to their aspiration, to learn about innovative approaches, and perhaps, let's dream, even break political deadlocks. I'm convinced that if the United Nations is to remain relevant and continue to offer solutions to major global challenges, it must open its doors to cities and allow them to take part in the debate in the same way as NGOs and other stakeholders have been doing for decades. The fact that this Ministerial Conference on Road Safety is devoting one of its plenary sessions to mayors is an achievement. It provides an opportunity for dialogue between local, national, international levels, and to hear from complementary points of view on a common challenge. I'd like to therefore congratulate the organizers of this conference and encourage WHO and its member states to continue to involve cities in its debates. Including mayors in policy making strengthens multilateralism and makes it even more legitimate. That's why my organization, the Global Cities Hub, is working to better connect local and regional governments with international organizations and its member states. Today, it is about listening to mayors and recognizing that they know their cities, the challenges they face, and the stakeholders they need to work with to bring about change. Cities have the capacity to work with a multi-stakeholder and multi-sectoral approach to their territory. They create links between different players, different sectors, different issues. In spite of their often limited resources, they test and innovate with pilot projects and have the capacity to adapt solutions to the specific context. They also frequently call on citizen participation to co-design urban projects, thereby anchoring these projects into people's reality. All of this is, of course, more challenging for a state, given the larger national scale on which it must operate. At this Road Safety Conference, it is essential to focus on cities, as they are major traffic hubs, play a key role in urban planning, and significantly influence our behaviors and mobility. This is evident in cities that have implemented very strong traffic control measures, such as London with its congestion charge, Bogota with its car-free Sundays, Addis Ababa with its development of public transport, and other cities such as Paris will be listening to, with multiple bold measures. As you know, road safety is part of a much broader agenda, one that focuses on sustainable cities and the quality of life of their inhabitants. And I'm very glad I've heard at this conference the narrative very much evolve around this broader agenda. Sustainable and healthy cities are those undergoing an ecological transition, providing efficient public transport and alternatives to cars. They limit urban sprawl, prioritize proximity to essential services, use smart technology to better regulate traffic, and strive to reduce pollution and noise for their residents. In other words, road safety is closely tied to how cities organize their societies within a given territory, based on principles of sustainability, social inclusion, and resilience in the face of climate change. I therefore very much look forward to hearing the city leaders today present their vision on road safety, a vision that I hope will help shape the debate and also influence the debates between states. Thank you for your attention.
Andu Jung, thank you very much for that passionate reminder that cities have powers that radiate far beyond their boundaries. We will pick up on a number of your key messages, including the message about that broader agenda and the co-benefits that can arise between safety, sustainability, equity, and quality of life. All of them clearly crucial also to making cities more vibrant actors in the international sphere. So it is now my pleasure to welcome leaders of cities and others, and we have an absolutely outstanding panel, so I'm going to keep the introduction short in order to maximize our time for discussion. Anne Hidalgo has served as mayor of Paris for over 10 years. She is it was the first woman to hold that post. Her visionary policies have put Paris at the very forefront of the campaign for urban climate resilience and earned Paris a Climate Action Award from the United Nations at COP26. Welcome to you, and you may take the second chair if you would, the one next to me. Thank you. It's also a great pleasure to welcome Idanis Rodriguez. He has served as Commissioner of New York City's Department of Transportation for the past 3 years, overseeing a staff of 5,500 employees and an annual operating budget, here's where you're all going to be envious, of $1.4 billion. It is wonderful to have you with us. You've declared your aspiration as nothing less than making New York the most walkable and bikeable city in the United States. Next to Anne, if you would. A pleasure to welcome Blanco Lopez. She is Vice Mayor of Guayaquil, the vibrant capital of Ecuador. She has been active in politics since the age of 14 and has held leading youth positions in the Movimiento Revolución Ciudadana party as a strong voice for equity and inclusion. Great to have you with us. And Blanca, you can take that place right there, please. It's a pleasure to welcome Sumaya Al-Nayadi. She's head of safety, the safety section in the Integrated Transport Center in Abu Dhabi. With more than 10 years of experience in leading road safety initiatives, she's currently leading the development of Vision Zero in Abu Dhabi. Welcome, great to have you with us. And there, right next to Blanca, if you would. Saul Billingsley is Executive Director of the FIA Foundation. I think a man who scarcely needs an introduction in this crowd. He joined the FIA Foundation at its launch 23 years ago and has played a leading role in developing the Make Roads Safe campaign, as well as the first UN Decade of Action. He serves as trustee of the International Road Assessment Program, IRAP, and sits on the boards of numerous international organizations dedicated to road safety. And unfortunately, Marrakesh's mayor, Fatima Zahra Mansouri, was unable to join us today, but we are all the more pleased that at very short notice we are joined by Abdel Aziz Fares. He is Director General of Marrakesh Mobility, which is a society that works to develop urban transport solutions, public transport solutions for Marrakesh. And you may take the last seat there. Thank you so much. So, welcome to all of you. It's absolutely great to have you with us. And I'd like to get started with a first round of discussion in which we focus on local authorities' role in driving new approaches to urban planning and development that truly do integrate road safety as a core component of health, mobility, and sustainability strategies. So exactly that broader agenda that Andu just talked about. And as mayors, all of those on the panel are in fact doing exactly that. So I want to ask you to please share your concrete experience. If you can give us examples of best practices, I think that's very useful for everyone who's with us here today. And I'm also curious to hear about the challenges that you face and how you've managed to find solutions to those. So If I may, I'll start with Mayor Hidalgo, and you have introduced policies that include extensive expansion of bike lanes, pedestrian-friendly transformation of the Seine riverbank. Many of us remember it as practically a highway. That's different. Traffic limitations under the motto Paris respire, Paris breathes, and 15-minute city schemes, amongst others. So how do you see these co-benefits between all these different local policies that are designed to make Paris greener and more livable, together with the struggle to improve road safety?
Merci d'abord, merci beaucoup à Jean Todt, merci.
Much. Thank you, Todd, for the World Health Organization. Thank you for hosting us in this beautiful city of Marrakesh. It's very important to be able to meet together around this topic, which is a road safety. As we all know, there are more fatalities, as it was said yesterday, a lot of wars. So we have to put all the means that we can put in order to save the cities. Cities have a key role. For me in Paris, there has never been a difference between my agenda on climate issues, the pollution agenda and the road safety agenda. I have always worked on all these issues. This is an evidence. If we have a city that has always been oriented or geared towards, since the 2000, to a adaptation around the car. So we now have to go the other way. We have to have less cars, less pollution, less road traffic. So all these topics have been connected in my mind, and as long as I have been a mayor, I have tried very hard to speed up this the movement, because speeding this movement is taking strong symbolic measures which were difficult to take, because it can make you very unpopular. I think as a mayor, you have mentioned this. You have, of course, we have to have more pedestrians. The Seine banks, of course, are very important, because this was there was a highway that almost split the city into two. So we wanted to get back. We have to get closer to spaces where you can breathe fresh air. It was a battle that I had to fight. It was a very difficult battle for me, but it needed to be fought, because the citizens, the women, children were very favorable to this initiative, and it's thanks to them that I managed to undertake this task. But among the stakeholders, the people of higher social professional levels, especially men, sorry to apologize to men for this, because they considered that, once again, the car, the individual car, is a symbol of power, success. So that was this age group, this population group was difficult to deal with. There was the influence of the media. We had a lot of discussions that made the decision all the more difficult, how to repossess this space that is on the riverbanks. So we won the battle, and now 10 years after, nobody is going to go back on this decision. Children say, yes, there were cars here. There's something now. We have turned this into a park, a garden. This was a symbolic decision. There were other measures that were taken that I was able to take. And I was supported. Okay, I used the opportunity. Two events were helpful. The pandemic, that was one of the, gave us the opportunity to transform our public spaces more. So do things, cycling paths or cycling roads. We managed to have more of them, because the French law was favorable to this, and we could do it. Now in Paris, we have 1,400 pathways for bicycles, which makes of the bicycle a daily means of transport. We had to secure, of course, those roads, because if you put bicycles...
Se fait au détriment du plus fragile, c'est-à-dire le vélo.
of course, again, you have to protect the cyclists as well as the pedestrians. I got inspiration from a model, the Copenhagen model. The Copenhagen model had, since the 1990s, reviewed all its infrastructures by having secured lines. This is the model that we adopted in. This was a very impacting model in terms of works. Again, you had to face up to the unpopularity of these measures, and people were complaining about this. But the Olympic Games, again, were an opportunity for me to accelerate this process because we had then to transform all the city. Now, of course, the advantages now are very clear, and nobody wants to go back on this. Nobody is going to go back on this. In 10 years' time, we have managed to reduce by 40% air pollution, which is a very, very important thing. So when I became a mayor in 2014 of Paris, I had to introduce measures to forbid children to play in the courtyard when there was pollution peaks. I no longer have to do it, and this is something that I find very pleasant. And in the same way, we have drastically reduced the road crashes and road accidents in our city, serious ones, serious accidents as well as there are still accidents involving pedestrians. We're working on this issue, and the police is involved in this. We have invented a street code that we're working on. We have also reduced the speed to allowed to 30 kilometers within the city and 50 kilometers on the peripheral, le périphérique, Parisian périphérique. And within 4 months, we had reduced the accidents by approximately 20% in 4 months. So in 4 months, we had 20% fewer accidents thanks to the limits on the speed. And to conclude, I think that within our cities can do a lot of work. We have to build coalitions where car drivers, car manufacturers, industrialists, citizens can work together in order to reduce the rate of accidents, and we can all work together. And to conclude, I preside an association, a manager association, that is the Association of French-speaking Mayors. This is an association that brings together many mayors from different continents, and will take measures in order to support the initiative of two validated helmets in order to work on hoping to drop the mortality of the motorcyclists especially. This is an initiative that we're going to launch with Jean at the end of April with the Mayors Association, French-speaking mayors. We're going to support financially this program so that, again, save more lives, and thank you for your attention.
And I'd like to come back to the latter point about collaboration a little bit later, but what I'm hearing, and there was a lot to unpack there, what I'm hearing are a couple of very notable points. First of all, a big symbolic action. Just take a risk, do something, and then worry about the public acceptance later to some degree. But what you're also telling us is if you choose that very symbolic thing, you will win public acceptance because it's so visible and people become attached to it. And you're also telling me, I think, that the co-benefits help create that public acceptance, especially the ones that have to do with children, no doubt. Then use a shock like COVID, make the most of your crisis if you get it, and learn from best practices elsewhere, Copenhagen. So great examples there. Thank you so much. Commissioner Rodriguez, you have said elsewhere that your interest in transit was actually sparked by your work on the New York City Council when you were hearing stories of terrible traffic accidents that could have been prevented. And you also describe social justice and equity as central to your work. So can you tell us a little bit about how you tie those things together, how you work to maximize synergies between equity, between access and safety? It's on.
First of all, thank you. It's an honor to be here It's like, surrounded with great leaders, especially having 2 daughters, myself, being surrounded with a great mayor of Paris. It's a role model, that they have about leaders across the globe. Look, I think that the whole world is crying and claiming for peace. So if we live in a society where we are losing 1.2 million people every year, we live in a world. Those individuals are a person of faith. But I don't think that those lives were life that whatever we believe had the day for those people to go. This was about a small percentage of reckless drivers who believe that the street belonged to them. So what I would like to see happening is that, first of all, I want to invite everyone to never use the word accident in any report, in any presentation. Let's make that pledge. Because if we say that those crashes are avoidable, that most crashes that happen is happening because the driver was speeding, the drivers were distracted, the drivers were drinking, so that was not an accident. It was a pedestrian who was waiting in her or his light. The driver didn't stop in the red light and hit the pedestrians. It's about leaders that has not been creating the stop sign so that the driver stop and pedestrian walk. Have you heard any story in any part of the world where a pedestrian or a cyclist hit the car and the driver died? Never. So it means that if we are driving in an object that weighs tons of pounds, yes, we want pedestrians to look for themselves when they walk. We want cyclists to look for pedestrians. But drivers are the ones that have the biggest responsibility. So what I have learned with my gray hair, now turning 60, is that we have to build a world of peace in all areas. In one of those is peace in our street. That the street is not private. I heard many times over and over and over, including in New York City. Because the New York City that we have is not a New York City. I wanted to bring this slide here with me. You will see in one side a lot of cars. Well, that was a storage for car in Times Square. After New York City said, let's build one of the first plaza, in the other side of this slide is Times Square Plaza. That now when my daughters, the visitors, the tourists, 64 million visitors that went to New York City to Times Square, they would never imagine how I was transformed from a storage to car to Shakira holding a concert of 40,000 people in Times Square. So I believe that what we got to do as leader from King Mohammed VI, the whole leadership in Morocco, that, by the way, let's spend money here because that's what we want. We want visitors when they go to New York City to spend money. So we want all of us to spend money here too so that we help the economy, and thank you to the great hospitality. So from leaders across all the sector, here we have leadership of Family for Safe Street. You don't want to join that institution because it will mean that you have your loved one being killed by a reckless drivers. So in New York City, what we are doing is changing the culture for people to understand that those individuals that we are losing in crashes, they come from different social, economic class in the city. They're wealthy, they're middle class, they have different color. So we are bringing together a coalition when it comes to policy, thinking about how can we rebuild our street that is not a public, but it's a public access, and guarantee a safe and efficient movement of people in peace. So that's when it comes to the policy, that's when it comes with the Vision Zero, and we will talk about how we make 2023 the year of lowest numbers of pedestrian fatality in New York City, when United States has a higher number of pedestrian fatality since the 1980s, by introducing the 3E of Vision Zero. Engineer redesigning our street to make it safer for pedestrians and cyclists, investing millions of dollars educating reckless drivers to slow down and save lives. 3, working with the NYPD, enforcing the law.
New York City Police Department, I think most people know.
The New York City Police Department, but also using the technology with the speed camera. And that money is not revenue that we waste. The money that we raise from the speed camera is going back to use it to rebuild our street. On the equity part, in 1 minute, I'm the face of fighting for equity. I'm the first Latino descent leading the largest Department of Transportation of any city in the United States. I'm the story of an immigrant that moved from the country to the new one, searching for the dream. So as someone that at 55 Water Street, where I landed working in a cafeteria doing sandwiches, today from that place I lead this agency that with the capital expense, a $4 billion budget, 6,000 men and women, and my 10 students working every day to be sure that we do the right investment across the city, in community of color, in wealthy, middle, and upper class community. So for me, it's about, when I had this opportunity to be all of you. By the way, thank you. I want to acknowledge Milton Morrison, Secretary of Transportation, also in the Dominican Republic, where I was born and raised, and all the leaders here. Let's leave this great conference with a commitment that we will put the resources, that we will dedicate our time for us and for the present generation, making our street a place of peace for the present and future generation.
Commissioner, thank you so much. And speaking of generational equity, let me go to Blanca Lopez. And I'm guessing that what we just heard from the Commissioner resonates with you, because I know that equity and inclusion have been a big part of your political work. So tell us how you also are working to promote synergies between these and road safety goals, and also what challenges you encounter in doing that.
Thank you very much. I will speak in Spanish because it is my mother tongue. First of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be here with us, to be here with you as a young decision-making leader. It is an honor to me to share the work that we're doing in Guayaquil, Ecuador. This is the capital of my country, and it is one of the cities that is facing many, many challenges, like many cities in Latin America. One of these challenges is road safety, precisely. I would like to say that we are a new government. Along with our mayor, we have been working only for a year and a half. When we came to the city of Guayaquil, we had to organize many, many different issues, like territorial equity, for example. We have worked on urban planning because the way the city was distributed was for Guayaquil of 100,000 inhabitants, and now Guayaquil has more than 3 million inhabitants, and it requires new urban planning. This is why, as soon as we reached the government, the first thing we did was to hold a municipal council to share new initiatives. For example, for road safety, we redistributed our city through regulation that allowed us to divide Guayaquil in 19 administrative areas. These 19 areas were inspired using Paris as an example and the 15-minute cities. Thanks to this new organization, we created new urban centers. Those spaces mean safer roads, safer mobility for our citizens. And why? Because through these 19 urban centers, we managed to decentralize municipal services and bring them closer to the people. Before, we had citizens living in the north, and they needed to access some service in the center. Well, they had to commute 30 to 40 minutes just to come to the city center for municipal paperwork. That meant that they had to spend more money on public transportation. Now, through this new redistribution of the city, through these 19 urban centers that were created, thinking of the future to having the 15-minute scheme in Guayaquil, we have managed to reduce the time invested in commute, meaning that now they have more time to spend with their family if they wish. And they are saving money that they were spending on mobility before, but now they are using it in education, in well-being for their family, or in buying healthier food, among many other things. Through these 19 administrative areas, we have taken one first step. We cannot apply strategies road safety if the city is not conceived to apply them. So the first step always needs to come from planning. That's what we have done in Guayaquil, in our government that is only a year and a half old. We also believe it's important to highlight the role that municipalities have in political decisions. What do I mean by that? I mean that we can have the best strategies, that social groups can have the best initiatives to transform our cities. But if there is no political will, if authorities don't make the decision to implement them in their cities, they will never become a reality. From day one, we have had a participatory agenda. This agenda now also considers road safety as an axis in all our projects and municipal works. Before, road safety meant having police agents, traffic agents in some strategic points in the city. But now we have a whole strategy to reduce traffic accidents, that it is a result of the new distribution and of the 19 new centers in Guayaquil. In addition to that, we have started to reclaim our roads. I also brought a picture for you. This is a process to bring peace to our streets. I don't know if you can see it. This is a main street located in the south of Guayaquil. It is a populous and popular center in our city. And before, like you can see on this side, it was complete chaos. There was no signaling, and it implied constant danger to its inhabitants. The first thing we did was to come and talk to the citizens through participation. We asked for their participation. Then we shared this new model of tactic urbanism to begin appeasing our roads. And we achieved results that you can see on the second picture. There is signaling, and this allowed us to reduce traffic deaths in this sector of Guayaquil. We have saved lives, and we have improved the quality of life of our citizens. This example was possible through strategic partnerships, important partnerships, like the one we have with Bloomberg Philanthropists and with Vital Strategies, they're implementing partners. This is tactic urbanism that has allowed us to recover the streets of Guayaquil. I don't want to speak further, but I want you to know that in cities like ours, in cities in Latin America, sometimes we have to start from scratch. And that means that we need to replan our cities and redistribute our cities so that projects like this major road I showed you, called Mariana Argudo, can be not only implemented, but they can be sustained through time. Like the mayor of Paris, Ana Hidalgo, they also need to be valued and taken care of by the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that amazing energy. And clearly, You've hit a number of the key principles that are enshrined in the Marrakesh Declaration, including the mainstreaming of road safety from the inception of urban planning and that bottom-up focus of communication with users, with the citizens who are out on those streets. So many, many thanks for that. There were also a lot of Vision Zero elements in what we just heard, and I will come now to Madame Al-Nayadi to talk about Abu Dhabi's effort to implement Vision Zero. And Abu Dhabi, of course, has been expanding its urban footprint at breakneck speed, and I go there often. It is, in fact, one of the most motorized cities in the world. So how is this commitment to Vision Zero altering the way that local authorities in Abu Dhabi are approaching urban planning and street design? And what are the challenges you face in this true immense transformation?
First of all, thank you so much for having me. It's my absolute honor and pleasure to be here. And thank you guys for joining here as well. In Abu Dhabi, let me explain first about the issues that we are facing actually in United Arab Emirates. The traffic demand was increased, and we are trying to face this increasing by mode of trips. We are changing the mode of trips, and we are trying to transform into electronic government and distribute land activities as well. We are working now to improve the infrastructure by adapting Vision Zero and the safe system. We are working very hard in two approaches, using safe system pillars by adapting infrastructure improvement, and we implement around 1,200 kilometers of cycling and bicycles lanes, yes. And it's look like it present 25% from the total plan of our road network. As well, we are justifying the high-risk intersections, around 150 intersections, and also we are implementing 60 meta-block for our pedestrians to make sure that all infrastructures are serving all road users. In addition to that, there is a great collaboration between local entities in Abu Dhabi Emirates. We have a road safety committee, and this is the main key pillar actually we are working on to enhance road safety in Abu Dhabi Emirates. I would like to highlight also the enforcement and the traffic law are playing a key role with the leadership of His Excellency Engineer Hussein Al-Harthi from Ministry of Interior. A new amendment of traffic law is taking in place. Also, there is a lot of speed radars was implemented under the leadership of His Excellency Mohammed Dahi, and we have now more than 800 speed radars will be implementing over 3 years coming. In addition to that, I would like to highlight the ITS in Abu Dhabi Emirates. We are working in a great ITS implementation by implementing more than 100 gantries and more than 50 VMS to guide the drivers in a great routes for them, and to tell them if there is any incident to avoid it while there is something happening through our network. Also, I would like to highlight to not ignore and to introduce a low carbon of transport ecosystem as part of from the 2030 Sustainable Safety Agenda that's highlighted by the United Nations. And last but not least, the community engagement. It's very important to get society and to get people who's working with us and who's actually with us to be a part of from our vision and to let them aware about it. So empowering the youth is very important, and we let them to be part of from what we are doing. And I believe on them because when they are doing some things, they are impacting to each others. Mm-hmm. And it's very important to highlight that we don't want to lose anyone in our road network.
Mm.
we have to be committed for every road users, especially for youth. And other things, we have a big fleets now are coming, and I don't think it's only in United Arab Emirates, but also in the worldwide. It's a motorcycle, delivery motorcycle. It's a huge problem now. It's happening with us, and we are trying to put the regulations and policies for identifying those issues and to cut them down and to let them to have a safety and dedicated lanes for them. They don't have to lose their life while they are bringing their foods to us. Yeah. So yeah, and this is one of the challenges that we are facing now in our roads network. In addition to that, also we have truck drivers. We are taking about most of the fleets, and we are creating a curriculum through our private sectors, Emirates driving companies who's here today with us, and they are doing a great job with us in terms of collaboration between the private sectors and the government. Mm-hmm. And to be honest, actually, we are reducing the fatalities since 2019 until the end of 24 by 32%. And this is not because of one entity, because the collaboration that's happened in United Arab Emirates and especially in Abu Dhabi Emirates to work together.
Thank
to
you.
deliver this.
We're coming back to collaboration, so I'll stop you right there, but I want to pick up on the point that you just made about collaboration with the private sector and jump over to Director General Fares, if I may, because I know that you do work closely with the city of Marrakesh on public transportation options, and maybe you can say a little bit about that in the context also of municipalities' power to shape the campaign for safer roads.
En effet, bonjour tout le monde.
Good morning. I'm very happy to be with you today to talk and share with you about the experience of Marrakesh as far as the measures that we have been implementing to improve road safety. As far as Marrakesh is concerned, it is in full compliance with the regulatory laws, whether it is the organic law that deals with the local governments, in the sense that the city of Marrakesh has to take care of planning and the use of urban space. The priority actions involve 4 axes. The first one is the legislation. The local governments can limit speed on certain axes and certain roads in which are prone to accidents. There are also control radars to induce drivers to avoid reckless driving, and the city of Marrakesh has also signed agreements with national stakeholders, including NASA, for the establishment of radars on a number of roads that are prone to crashes. And there are also partnership relations that involve an education component. We know how important the human element is, and therefore we have to sensitize road users to the importance of complying with the safety regulations, and this involves school children, youth, and professionals as well. And we've been working with the academic, the Education Academy in order to promote road safety. This is a project that was initiated with the Coaches Association, and then we train school children and the young people and try to groom them as far as road safety is concerned in order to create a public space that is safe for everyone. Then there is also the infrastructure component as part of planning. The city of Marrakesh has a proactive policy to improve public spaces, and we've created cycling lanes and safer areas. In places we also come up with specific spaces that makes it possible for pedestrians to cross roads without any risks to them. We have also to come up with specific indications to guide people, to tell people where there are risk areas that have to be avoided. We also have a communal charter for the management of the space in Marrakesh, and then therefore all the stakeholders have to comply with the regulations. As is the case in other cities, we come up with barriers at intersections where there are crashes. Usually we try to orient people towards the pedestrian crossings to show clearly with through road markings and lighting devices to help also with people with reduced mobility. And the city of Marrakesh has also launched a study for revisiting the road network and also to train them on or to bring them to use mass transit in order to avoid risks. We also try to integrate mass transport modes such as the tramway. And the last thing that we have also worked, we try to collaborate with international stakeholders as far as technology is concerned.
The question of collaboration. So let me stop you there, but I will pick up on that in our second round. Saul Billingsley, we've heard so much. So I know that, of course, a central part of your work is also about private sector engagement. But let me ask you, if you would, to reflect on all the message that we've heard here, with nonetheless in a fairly compact amount of time. But what strikes you amongst these messages, particularly when it comes to the power of cities?
Sure, thanks. I think the key message to come out of this is. And we have a lot of high-achieving cities here,
yes.
is something that came out of some research that we commissioned a few years ago from the World Resources Institute and the Overseas Development Institute. And we asked them to look at the political economy of cities and road safety. And what is it that makes a city take the right decisions or the wrong decisions about road safety? And the key factor, you won't be surprised to hear, given all that we've heard this morning, is political leadership and political will. But the trigger for that is an understanding of the safe system. Because if you believe that the responsibility for road crashes falls on road users, and it's about mistakes, and it's about human error, then politicians won't be engaged to try and fix it, because it's just one of those things. It's an accident. As the commissioner said, we shouldn't use the word. But if you consider it to be a crash, then there's a whole series of policies that can flow from understanding it's a safe system. And we've heard quite a few of them this morning, but I'll just sort of reiterate sort of the key ones. I think, when we looked at the cities in the report, the cities that are succeeding are the ones that are taking a safe system approach, looking at engineering solutions, trying to fix the problem, understand it as a system failure and fix it for engineering, and use speed management to put the protective levels in so that, when you have protections for vulnerabilities, the speed level reinforces it. So if you take speed limits, for example, there is a huge amount of work that can be done there and low-hanging fruit. The latest WHO status report shows that only 58 countries have best practice speed policies, which includes allowing a 50 km/h speed limit in cities and also allowing cities to reduce speed limits. We were just involved in the campaign in New York City with Families for Safe Streets, where you've just successfully got the power from the state to have 20-mile-an-hour speed limits. And that's an example of where you need to be able to have that flexibility. So speed is really important, and we're doing a lot of work around safe school zones particularly. I know in Paris, you've introduced a lot of school streets where cars are removed at certain times of the day, where the priority is children, a safe system solution. Then you look at vehicles. You know, if you have a 5-star car, global NCAP rated car, and you have a 50-kilometer-an-hour speed limit, then you probably will have 0 fatalities or close from passengers in cars, because you have that protective safe system. If you have pedestrian protection designs for the cars, if you have intelligent speed assistance, if you have brake assist, then you'll be protecting pedestrians. And if you have a 30-kilometer-an-hour speed limit where pedestrians are present, you're not going to be getting as many pedestrians and cyclists killed. So these are all things that we can do. And then finally, infrastructure. I know that infrastructure features heavily in all of the cities that have been featured today. Vitally, vitally important. You know, there are, I think the International Road Assessment Programme estimates that only 20% of roads where pedestrians are present ranks at 3 stars or better for road safety, which means that a lot of pedestrians and cyclists are being put at risk from traffic, easily fixable. Just put in some sidewalks. You know, so many cities in the world don't have sidewalks on streets where pedestrians and fast traffic are mixing, safe crossings. A big problem I know some of your cities have had this problem, but it's a particularly big problem in many developing cities, is fast highways, urban highways in cities where you're getting a mix of people and traffic. I know sort of Atlantic Avenue is an example in New York, but you know, we've had examples in sub-Saharan Africa of cities where new roads are being built or upgraded, and we're seeing on just a 2-kilometer stretch, 50 people being killed in a year. Now that is outrageous. It shouldn't be happening halfway through the second decade of action. Often it's not the mayor's responsibility, often it's the national responsibility, but mayors have an important role in advocating for that not to happen, because it's their constituents who are being mown down. So those are just a few things that I think the panel have sort of raised, and I'm just trying to reflect. Thank you.
Very, very helpful. Thank you. And in fact, as I've said, I'd like to talk in a second round of discussion about collaboration and your point about devolution of power to mayors, the ability to get the decision-making to take place where the action is a very good example of collaboration in the sense of public and of the federal and local authorities working together. So let us now pick up on whatever aspects of collaboration each of you would like to address, but I would like to go across the panel one more time to talk about that. And Ana Hidalgo, if I start with you, Paris is essentially an international city. It's a beacon city all around the world. So how can a city like yours amplify the campaign for safer roads?
D'abord, c'est vraiment très intéressant de partager.
It's very interesting to share and to see that many of our cities and our partners do have this vision. This vision that you find whenever we have crises, which we see climate crisis, crisis connected to road fatalities, all the crises that you know, democracy crisis and other types of crises, they can be added to one another. And when you work on one aspect of those crises, we can solve other crises. When you work on the road safety, you also solve, by the same token, air pollution issues, and there are other problems, and I'm coming to your question afterwards. The purchase power, the fight against poverty, because we develop public transportation systems, and because public transportation systems is what are the best way to ensure the drop in the traffic volume and the possibility given to everyone to be mobile and to pay less. This is something that is quite reasonable. I think we are at the heart of a topic that is very, very concrete, but can impact and bring a lot of people together from different areas and sectors. I would like to add just one point on a city like Paris, where you have great symbolic measures, but also very concrete measures within the neighborhood. We can work at the 15 minutes measure, for example, to take these measures that we can take to make the city more pleasant, with less safety, less noise, less pollutions. You can let your children walk safely in the streets or in the parks. We have to make the urban areas safer, and we have provided better quality for the citizens, and make the more beautiful the cities and the safer, the more powerful it becomes, because we see that we find that there are life models that do not exclude the economic dynamics of the city, but also that allow for a distribution, a fair distribution among the different communities who have the only wish is to live in peace wherever they have chosen to live. I think this is a very important aspect. So I think road safety is something that will bring us to many other issues. For example, this is the measure that is very consensual. I talked about unpopular measures, but there is one that is very popular. When you have this idea of closing certain streets where there are schools, and we call them school streets, we propose to parents, children's parents, and to the communities, if we close this street, is going to be something that you would approve. They say yes, and then what if we plant plants and trees? Then they would agree as well with this initiative. By the end of 2025, we'll have 300 school streets that are going to be closed to traffic, and they are at the heart of the neighborhoods and the communities. I think these models, these exchanges that we have, is going to enable us to inspire each other. I've talked about Copenhagen, but there are other cities that were very inspiring. Paris, because of its international reputation and echo, can show very often people from abroad, for interlocutors, to say, well, if you have done this in Paris, if it's possible in Paris, then it is possible to do it elsewhere, because Paris is, I love the city, but it's a very complicated city. It's a very old city, patrimonial city, heritage. There is an important heritage there. Marrakesh, like Marrakesh, we can't really, you have to pay attention to all this heritage that we have within our cities. And if we manage to change things, as we have been able to do it with the cycling lines or with pedestrian roads, even the Concord Square, for example, which is a historic place. It is the Royal Square that goes back to the 15th century. It was a completely a square that was where you had cars, and during the Olympic Games we were able to show that if you close half of that square to cars, that you have a better car fluidity traffic, and half of that square can be used by pedestrians. So we did a lot of work, worked with professionals who work heritage specialists, and we worked on this square, taking into consideration the heritage aspect, and do something that is useful. Within a few weeks, we will deliberate on we choose the architect who is going to win the award. I don't know who it's going to be, and he's going to design this Concord Square again, where we can even plant trees and plants. Again, if we manage to do things like this within a complex city like Paris, I think that can show and prove that there are methods that can be replicated elsewhere. Of course, you cannot always cut and paste solutions. You have to adapt them. You have to come back to the context and the situation and to the specific issues that you want to address. You have to be pragmatic. But I think this is the role that Paris can play. And as I was saying, as president of the International Associations of French-speaking Mayors, which brings together more than 300 mayors, many of them are from Africa, Moroccan, 3 female mayors, for example, are of course part of this association. We are going together amplify these messages and advocate together. So we do not only do advocacy, but we have very concrete programs that we fund, and they're funded by the European Union, and we are going to try and implement those projects and programs, especially Jean Todt on road safety, to amplify this. I think this is what Paris can do. I'm sorry, I have to take a plane, fly back to Paris, and I cannot stay longer, but I'm very happy to have been here with you. We'd like to thank you very much for your contribution.
Au revoir. And Commissioner Rodriguez, I'd like you as well to talk about collaboration, but across multiple partners, if you don't mind, because you work, of course, closely with the Public Transport Authority. You talked about working with the New York Police Department, but in addition, civil society, academia, the federal government. Tell us how you put all that together to really make safe streets happen.
Thank you. Look, I always say that after 29 years in government, in public service, I had the best job in my life because now I get paid to do what I love to do. And I do things not looking to be popular, but just doing the right thing for the present and future generation. So what I'm doing, using the platform of transportation, someone that started being an activist, that was a teacher for 15 years, was a council member for 12 years, is using all my knowledge. Now, in my new job, in charge of the largest department of transportation of any city in the United States, by a place that there's different point of view. So we work hard bringing the agency to the community so that the conversation on transportation is not anymore something elite, where the planners that were going to working class community went to bring the project, not to hear from the community what they wanted in those communities. That as someone that I was born in 1965 in the Dominican Republic, and my father had a bike. So we've been told that the car is a symbol of progress, and a bike was something used by poor people in many underserved communities. So what we are doing is changing with academic partnership, with the Vision Zero coalition led by Mayor Adams at City Hall. We bring the NYPD, the Taxi Limousine Commission, the Department of Health, because when there's trauma in the hospital, society had to spend more money. Then we also ending with people that they are not productive as they would be if they will end the critical condition. So it's about building the partnership again with different institutions. With the academic institution, in New York City, we are the first one that is starting using the plastic, mixing the plastic in our asphalt. So we produce 50% of our asphalt that we use to pave our street, and we buy the other 50%. So we're working with professors from Rutgers University in the United States, where they're helping us with the academic expertise to look at the sustainability piece, to think about how we can mix the plastic so that we can use it. But then those of you that have been in New York City, you know the BQE is a big bridge that goes from Queens to Staten Island. So we are also the first city that created the weight and motion. So with the new technology that we are using now, with the software that we install, working with the private sector in the technology piece, now the NYPD can give ticket to those drivers that are going through that corridor in New York City with overweight truck. Immediately, months after we started doing the pilot project, we saw a reduction of more than 35% of overweight truck in the bridge. What is the benefit? If you build a bridge, you are an engineer, you know that you build it for 90 years. After that, we had to invest on keeping the bridges in a state of good repair. So it's good for the government, it's good for the private sector, and it provides opportunity for the technology community to be part of. I just feel that I just look from here to all of you guys. You are leaders. And those of you who are following this conference, having John Toh, global leader, having the Safe Road, having so many individuals who care to educate our society is breaking the culture that drives the belief that there's a word that when we talk about bike lane, in 3rd Avenue, that's the biggest avenue, one of the biggest avenues in New York City, we look at data and we saw that we lost 5 pedestrians and cyclists from 21 to 23. We started redesigning, building a bus lane, being the first city also widening the bike lane, because 85% of New Yorkers are placing an order once a week. And 24% of New Yorkers are placing the order 4 times a week through Amazon, UPS, Uber. So those delivery workers that we see going so fast, it's not just them. It's that the private sector is putting the pressure. Where if I place the order on my food, they will give you 5 minutes from the moment when the food is cooked to bring it to my apartment. So it's great to have partners in the private sector, but they also have to invest more. Because it's not only about putting few dollars and helping with the research.
Great.
It's that for the future of the economy, they also have to educate the workers. They also have to help us to rebuild our public space. So the level of collaboration is among city, but it's also about now that we live in a global world, we all can learn from each other.
Thank you very much. I'll go straight on to Vice Mayor Lopez. I know that everyone...
Muchas gracias. Sabemos que todos tienen otros compromisos, pero queríamos preguntarle de nuevo a Blanca.
Importance of partnerships. So say a little bit more about that, if you would. How are they helping you with your safe roads vision?
Bueno, muchas gracias por la pregunta.
Thank you very much for your question. I mentioned in the first round of questions, in Guayaquil we have addressed road safety through planning and through an integral program with 3 main levels. First, there is technology. Second, there is a communication campaign. And third, we've had monitoring operations through international cooperation and with institutions at a local level. For technology, there's a very good tool that we have integrated in our road strategy in Guayaquil called Play Fair, Juega Limpio. And this is about distributing monitoring and surveillance cameras that allow us to detect traffic violations everywhere in Guayaquil. Another one is an application called VIPA. You can download it and it's very easy to use. Citizens in Guayaquil can also detect traffic violations. They can record them on their cell phone. They can upload them to a platform, and then they can be reviewed by our monitoring and surveillance traffic center. This is a collaborative effort, and we are expanding it thanks to citizen participation. Because when we talk about partnering and collaboration, we cannot just stop at financing partners or universities. We also need to think about collaboration with our citizens. In this case, we have managed to involve citizens to help us improve road safety with their apps. Thanks to their participation, we have detected 60 people who have violated traffic regulations, and we have managed to have 40% more penalties. Like I mentioned, also we have an agreement with Bloomberg Philanthropies, and thanks to them, we launched a communication campaign in July of 2024. And why July? Well, if I were to ask you, when do you think we have the highest number of traffic fatalities? You might tell me December because it's the end of the year, or during Carnival. But no, in Guayaquil is in July, in Father's Day. That is when we have the greatest amount of traffic accidents in our roads. This is why we launched this campaign in July of 2024 to promote less traffic accidents due to speeding in cars and motorcycles. So this is a collaboration of Bloomberg and the citizenship, because through our communication spots, we presented Wendy Roldan's testimony. She comes from a popular sector in Guayaquil who lost her 20-year-old son because he was speeding his motorcycle in one of the roads that has one of the highest rates of traffic accidents in Guayaquil. So Wendy's testimonials managed for many drivers to become aware of how important it is to drive and not speed, to not exceed the speed limit. So instead of having these drivers speeding and then having to call them in and giving them a fine, we showed them the testimonial of Wendy. We showed them her story, and they became aware of how important it is to drive under the speed limit. We managed to carry out this campaign thanks to Wendy, her family, through the local media and through vital strategies, because they allowed us to design this communication campaign. Thirdly, we have our surveillance operatives with implementing partners of the collaboration with Bloomberg partners. In this control operations, we have managed a very important figure. In 2024, we had 110 traffic control operations, and we captured more than 300 drivers that were driving drunk, 387 exactly. They were taken to the authorities. But thanks to these traffic operations, we reduced accidents for drunk driving by 18% between 2023 and 2024. This is a good reduction, and these operations were done with equipment that we got through the international collaboration with Bloomberg Philanthropies. Once again, Guayaquil is looking forward to those holistic strategies, but with the collaboration of international agents and the citizenship. I would like to finish by showing you one last slide. This is a tool that we have, which is the Mobility Observatory in Guayaquil. I don't know if there are any other cities present here that have a similar tool. Guayaquil presented this observatory. It has a way to visualize accidents, and it updates data every month in Guayaquil. So this information that is updated has allowed us to focus our resources to see in which days we need to be fully ready to deploy all our resources in Guayaquil. I would like to close by saying how important it is to work with other institutions and organizations such as GNCI. They have helped us to design safer urban roads. And you might wonder, what is that guide for? Well, this guide gives the citizens a roadmap for a new urban design in Guayaquil, new urban planning. So we're leaving behind this centralized model that prioritizes cars. Now we are prioritizing people. We're putting people at the center. Thank you.
I have to say, when you talk about the role of citizen reporting on traffic violations, I suddenly was reminded of the great urbanist Jane Jacobs, who talked about eyes on the street as being a crucial part of urban life that makes roads and squares safer. And that's a form of virtual eyes on the street. Very interesting indeed. Let me go to Madam Anoyadi to talk about what collaboration is doing to help enable your Vision Zero safe systems approach to really take root in Abu Dhabi.
Indeed, I would like to emphasize the importance of the collaboration between the entities, especially for the Vision Zero and to deliver the safe system, because there's 5 pillars. It needs to be highlighted very well. And the safety is a shared responsibility. It's not one entity's going for this goal to achieve it. No, it's a collaboration between the local entities and even the private sectors in the Emirates, and as well as an international organization. I would like to highlight the International Road Federation, that we have with them a great collaboration for the best practice and to share knowledge between us and them. In federal level, we have a great strategies was implemented over the 15 past years, and it's have a great result of the reduction fatalities by more than 50%. That's why I'm so proud that we already achieved a decade of action, the first decade of action, by reducing the fatalities by 50%. Especially local entities for the traffic safety committees, because we are on the same table in Abu Dhabi Emirates as a police, Ministry of Interior and a health organization. We are taking the decision within the same table. This is what helped us to reduce the fatalities and to have a great collaboration between each others. Private sector also, to implement innovation, smart technology, it's coming from their side to put and to be implemented within our safety strategy. Also, I would like to highlight the great efforts from the other entities in United Arab Emirates that help us to achieve our goals. This is from this stage in Marrakesh. I believe that the unified efforts between the Emirates and all entities in United Arab Emirates who's responsible about the traffic safety, we are committed for the second decade of action by reducing the fatalities 50% and more than this, inshallah.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Jumping over to Director General Fares again, you talked about collaboration at the end of your remarks, so I'll ask you to come back to that and elaborate a little bit. I stopped you last time around.
Merci. Donc, par rapport à...
Thank you very much. As regards cooperation or collaboration, as I said, we came up with a number of steps and actions to improve road safety. And this has to be a multi-stakeholder effort, both at national and international levels. I will mention two concrete examples for Marrakesh at national level. On the sidelines of this conference, there was an agreement that was signed by the Home Affairs Ministry, Ministry of Transport, and NARSA, and local governments in Marrakesh and in Safi, in order to come up with certain actions that specific actions that can improve public space in areas that are prone to risks and crashes. So this is a program that will be implemented over the next 4 years. We shall start this year, and it will continue for the next 4 years. In terms of technology, we also have to have efficient collaboration. The city of Marrakesh has signed a partnership with a Korean, South Korean company, and they are assisting us to implement an intelligent transportation system to give the city of Marrakesh, similar to what exists in other countries, in cities, with cameras that can be connected to a control room that would make it possible for decision makers at the level of local governments to intervene and act immediately in light of the nature of the problems raised. The cities such as Marrakesh, there is major traffic, and sometimes there are specific areas that can be impacted by traffic jams, etc., and therefore this has a direct impact on road safety. So we are working on the creation of multi-variable messages, devices and systems, and the creation of or the establishment of cameras to have real-time interventions and act very quickly.
So again, final word to you, and again, from all that we've heard here about partnerships and their role in helping cities truly push road safety, not only within their own boundaries, but also as international actors, what strikes you here?
I think we've heard some really good examples of partnerships that are happening in cities and how road safety is strengthened by them. I think I was struck, though, that one that we haven't really talked about much is the collaboration on climate change. And I think cities are going to be the fulcrum of where climate change is won or lost in terms of the policies that we put in place. And transport has a really important role to play. And one of the themes of this conference is, how can we secure more financing? How can we secure more partnerships and collaboration beyond the road safety sphere? We helped to set up a partnership for active travel and health, which is encouraging countries and cities to look at how they can make sure that it is possible to undertake short journeys, walking or cycling. Mayor Hidalgo mentioned it, the commissioners mentioned it, colleagues have mentioned it in terms of carbon reduction. I think that's maybe the point to leave us on. Very few countries have included walking and cycling in their nationally determined contributions, which are the sort of legally binding commitments that countries are making for the climate process. There's a real opportunity this year to make sure that countries do that, so we can unlock investment for walking and cycling in urban areas, and mayors can be a really strong advocate for making sure that happens.
Thank you very much. I was struck when Anne Hidalgo was talking about the 15-minute city. I've always thought of it in a way as an urban quality of life issue, but it is also very much a rebalancing of transport modes, isn't it? Because suddenly you're giving pedestrians and cyclists the ability to do most of what they need to do on bike or on foot. And yeah, absolutely cutting CO2 at the same time. So a perfect example of co-benefits, as we've been calling them. Thank you so much to all of you for this truly, truly interesting exchange. Let's give them a very warm round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm afraid that is all that we have time for, but we certainly have heard a lot about the power of mayors to inspire change, both within their own cities, but far beyond as well, and to make them healthier and more livable and more sustainable as well as safer. So, Excellencies, we now will take, I believe, a 15-minute coffee break, and following that, you can choose from parallel sessions on safe road infrastructure or mobilizing business, back to private sector participation, followed by a World Film Festival on road safety. Lunch will be served at 1:15 p.m. and if you're interested, then come back at 5:15 p.m. to my commitments session here in the auditorium, where we are going to try to generate exactly those kind of pledges that Saul Billingsley just mentioned. So look forward to seeing you again. Have a great afternoon. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this parallel session on private sector engagement. We're going to be talking specifically about the Road Safety Assessment Framework for corporate action and reporting. I know it's a lot of words, but it'll be certainly a follow-on to the plenary that took place earlier this morning, which hopefully you had a chance to attend. My name is Dan Chen. I was formerly the president of the 3M Transportation Safety Division. After retiring, I've been now engaged in working with organizations like WHO and ITF and FIA on private sector engagement in road safety. And it's been just really a pleasure to work with these organizations in that capacity. So we have a fantastic panel here this morning, and it'll be across sectors, across different countries, different industries. So I'll be pleased to introduce then the panel and please be seated as you're able to, starting with the second seat. So, Mr. Munoz from Chile, Department of Transportation, will be joining us today. He's doing double duty. He was also in the plenary. We have Nicolas Pelletier from World Bank, who heads transportation. We have Imran Berry from Total Energy. We have Miwako Ikeda, who is Assistant Chief Engineer at Honda Motor Company. We have Peter Kronberg, who heads Government Affairs for Autoliv. And then Susan Hipp, who's Executive Director for NETS, the Network of Employers for Transportation Safety. To kick off this session, we will have a short speech from Young-Tae Kim, who is the Secretary General of ITF, then followed by a presentation by Steve Perkins, who will introduce the framework. So again, thank you all for attending, and Young-Tae.
Good morning, everyone. I'm back. Salam alaikum. One more time. And as we just discussed in the opening plenary today, businesses have a huge potential to improve road safety and help accelerate progress in meeting our collective goal to halve road deaths this decade. And this parallel session gives us the chance, and with my friend and current ITF President, Mr. Munoz from Chile, to continue the discussion in more detail. And the businesses represented here around the table are all leaders in achieving high level of performance in preventing road injuries for their workforces and in the wider communities that they serve. And they are engaged with the ITF and WHO to develop a framework for spreading best practice and being recognized for achieving it. We are also beginning to look at helping the finance community to recognize road safety as highly eligible for social finance. And my good friend Nicolas Pelletier from World Bank will take us into one aspect of investing more private finance into road safety. And first, I'd like to ask my colleague Stephen Perkins to set the scene on the ITF WHO Road Safety Assessment Framework for Corporate Action and Reporting.
So good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. And I'd just like to say a few words of introduction about what our framework is and how far we are in developing it jointly with the World Health Organization. So 2 years ago, the ITF and WHO started discussing what we could do to take forward the commitments made in the Stockholm Global Ministerial, and particularly the new emphasis on engagement with the private sector. And one initiative we agreed to work jointly on was this global road safety assessment framework to support corporations in getting recognition for efforts to stop crashes in order to stimulate commitment, to spread best practice, and to validate performance, and not least in order to encourage social finance to invest in companies demonstrating good performance. And this program was endorsed at our International Transport Forum Summit with ministers last May. And we're ambitious, I think, to aim for a global framework in time for Marrakesh, but we'll continue to develop the framework over the coming year to cover, amongst other things, key principles for assessment, especially underlining that all people injured in crashes, including third parties, especially vulnerable users, are included in the figures that corporations report and the data that they report on their safety record. And we hope to be providing guidelines for finance institutions to reflect road safety performance in their investment decisions, particularly in equity investment. And some of the companies that we've been working for are looking forward to having that kind of very visible recognition. And as Jungte said, our very long-standing partner, the World Bank, has already taken part of the finance dossier forward, and Nicolas will discuss their proposals for investment in infrastructure later during the session. But that concerns just one part of the finance and investment world, and we still have some way to go to set it all in an overall framework alongside investment in company equity. So what we'll focus on today is part of the overall framework, focusing on corporate action and reporting. And this is designed to recognize and stimulate best practice in the way corporations integrate road safety in their management decisions and their management of day-to-day business. It also covers broadening their impact beyond health and safety at work to workforce commuting and to the company's suppliers and distributors up and down the supply chain. So over the last year, we've been consulting with a broad range of stakeholders, over 50 corporations, 10 finance companies, government agencies, standards organizations and experts, IGOs and NGOs, including, importantly, the FIA and the World Economic Forum, to develop our framework. And we'll discuss the results today with a panel of companies and industry associations that we've consulted. We'll be releasing the proposal in a more formal report at our next ITF summit this May under the presidency of Minister Munoz, who's kindly agreed to join this panel again today. And there's a huge varieties of corporations in the world, from multinational conglomerates right down to one-person trucking businesses. Some companies, of course, manufacture goods that are integral to road safety, including cars. Others make products that are not obviously linked to safety. And of course, government corporations also operate large fleets and have a big impact on safety. So one of the first things we had to do was consider or decide the scope of what we were going to try to cover with the framework. And though we acknowledged that the largest corporations have the biggest impact and the biggest potential to improve road safety, we wanted to create a framework that can apply to businesses in all sectors and all parts of the world. So we therefore decided to build the framework around existing business management standards and recognize business practices for addressing societal goals such as climate change. So we modeled the framework on management and reporting systems already developed for workplace health and safety and for monitoring social governance commitments that companies have made. Some of these requirements have been standardized for auditing by the International Standards Organization, and large corporations pay for accreditation and pay for auditing of their performance. And the ISO standards for health and safety have also been recently augmented with an ISO standard specifically on road safety management. But as you see from the table, if you can read it, that latest standard at the top concerns, for the moment, only a very small number of companies that have been able, or that have the resources to buy pay for accreditation and auditing. And then the International Labour Organization has agreed an important set of recommendations on what constitutes safe working and contractual conditions, and on relationships with suppliers. And of course, regional business associations also provide guidance on management practice, and the US Network of Employers for Traffic Safety is a great example, and we're delighted to have Susan Hips with us on the panel today. So we use these existing management standards and guidelines to set out what we consider good practice, providing a structured reporting system to demonstrate adherence to standards, best practice in relation to these different existing standards, and cases of non-compliance. Reporting is going to be, at least initially, on a voluntary basis, but companies with the resources can obviously pay for ISO certification. This system is going to need to be piloted to ensure that it's practical and scalable, and which is why we're releasing today a brochure, which is available here for you to take at the end and available on our website, rather than a detailed report, which we will have prepared in time to for our Ministerial Summit in May. And then we aim, in about a year's time, to publish the results of the first round of piloting. Now, we have some of the companies most active in helping us develop the framework to discuss it today. And I would like to thank Miyawako from Honda and Peter from Autoliv, in particular, for all they've contributed. And then Imran from Total Energy, who we co-opted only late in the process. But of course, Total has very advanced road safety management embedded in its operations right across the world, and a lot of very valuable experience to bring. So I'd like to end with a word of thanks also to the FIA and their advisors, who inspired us at the beginning with the development of the FIA Index, which you would have heard about at several events and sessions during the conference. Total and Honda have both already used that index to audit performance and have come out with very high ratings. And so, of course, we've designed our framework to be fully compatible with that exercise. I think the main difference is that the FIA index goes further, pushing the frontier of what can be assessed, and includes measuring a safety footprint that goes into the way consumers use the company's products. Once that methodology is mature, we hope to be able to incorporate it into our broader and, for the moment, simpler framework. So both systems assess management of the workforce, contracted labor, and company operations, and both cover the influence on the supply chain through contracts with suppliers and distributors. So I'd like to end there, and that's the QR code for downloading the report such as it is today. I'd like to hand back to Dan. As former president for transport and safety at 3M, he has a very, very deep understanding of how businesses can mobilize for road safety and what our road safety assessment is trying to bring to achieve spreading good practice. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Steve. I'll have you join the panel too, because in case questions come up, appreciate your contribution there. So again, this is meant to be as informal as possible as we can in a 2,000-person auditorium, but we'll try to keep it as conversational as possible. But I'll start with you, Minister Munoz. I think during the plenary, you laid out really clearly some of the initiatives that you're taking from a governmental point of view to engage with the private sector. And I'd like to maybe dive deeper on one of the ones that you talked about, which is the alliances. And you know, we just had a short conversation about how that deepens the thinkings of companies to think not just about what they do, but also how they affect the rest of the whole ecosystem. So, please.
So, thank you very much. I think that yes, the issue of having an alliance of around road safety of different companies makes clear that the issue on how, or the task of addressing road safety is something in which we need to work together. It's not just each of the companies doing their own business by themselves what will give us to reduce the number of fatalities in the world. It's the main challenges around road safety are in all those aspects or moments in which the collaboration between different actors becomes decisive for the life or the death of a person that has been injured. For instance, as the person from Renault today in the previous panel was mentioning, where Renault was working with firefighters to think how to rescue better and provide information faster for them to rescue. It's not really Renault's business. Still, they were interested in going one step further to make the work of firefighters easier. And I think that's kind of the paradigm in which we need to stand. It's not about what we do, but also how can we collaborate for those aspects of road safety that are no one's responsibility, really, or everyone's responsibility to improve. And that's why I was mentioning that in the case, for instance, of what we see in the streets of the developing world, it's very concerning the number of motorbikes we see and the conditions in which motorbikes are moving around. And we can see it here in Marrakesh. If you go to the Medina, you will see motorbikes going in between people, which is clearly unsafe at anyone's sight. And it's interesting to see that very often those are people that are taking packages that a company sent. A company that didn't consider insurance, didn't consider that the vehicle was allowed to operate, didn't consider that the person had a license to drive or permission. So I think there are issues among, for instance, motorbikes around the city that need to be addressed better. And that's in that case, in my opinion, is the company's responsibility. So these alliances allow us to put forward policies that allow us to provide, to encourage better, safer conditions for everyone in our roads, but at the same time to work towards a future in which we can have a better collaboration. One element that I'm also very interested in, this alliance I've been working on, is how do we address road safety instruction for children. Children are the ones that will be drivers in the future, and that we need to train about how to move around the city safely. I don't see it in our curriculums. I don't see experiences in which we tell them how to behave. And also, we should call them ambassadors, and that's what we try to do in this alliance, to build mechanisms in which our children can be ambassadors of road safety in their own families, in their own environment, so they can raise the voice when they see within their nucleus somebody speeding up, not using a seating belt, or eventually texting while they drive.
Thanks, Minister Munoz. I think a couple words that I think reacting a couple of words that you said that were really important. You know, the collaboration as being one aspect, and the no one and everyone concept. That that's certainly something that thematically we need to think about tying the different groups together for a better result. So thank you for that intervention. Turning to you, Nicolas. And first off, I just want to say congratulations on the publication on social and sustainable finance instruments on road safety. And maybe you can tell us a bit more about this report and maybe this relevance as well to the private sector. Nicolas?
Yeah, thank you, Dan. So first, I would like to congratulate ITF and WHO for producing this framework. I think that's a very important step forward. The work we did is a bit different, but it serves the same objective, which is to reflect on how can we bring private capital into road safety and to fill the financing gap for road safety. So this work that we did in collaboration with our Treasury Department is looking at how public agencies can tap into the potential of social, green, and sustainable financing. And this the sustainable finance market has grown considerably over the past years. In fact, it topped $1 trillion annually over the past 4 years. But as of today, I mean, this is a market that has little gone into road safety. So we started this work by looking at all the sustainable finance products that are out there, and it's a complex world, and there are a number of products, but we selected a particular type of financial product called labeled sustainable finance instruments. And the reason we chose them is that these are financing instruments where the proceeds are earmarked for social and environmental goals. Now, there are some requirements to access these this type of financing instruments, and in fact, you have to follow specific guidelines, specific rules that are embedded in the voluntary principles and guidance established by 3 organizations: the International Capital Market Association, the Loan Market Association, and the Loan Syndication and Tradition Association. And in those rules and in those organizations are describing what kind of expenditures are eligible and how you track and you monitor them. And one important requirement is that countries have to start by establishing a sustainable finance framework. So road safety is not currently explicitly mentioned in the type of social and environmental expenditures that are eligible for these financing instruments. However, what we found through this research is that almost all the categories of road safety expenditures, whether it is to make a road safer, whether it is to acquire equipment for vehicle inspections or speed control technologies, they can fall under either the green or the social categories of those instruments, and sometimes they can fall under both categories. So in this report, we try to provide some guidance to countries on how they could tap into this financing, how they could establish this framework. We go to a level of granularities, providing some metrics on how to monitor the impact of some of those investments, and these are some of the requirements to set up those framework. So we hope that will be a useful tool for government to access those financing. And there are many other options that are also described in this report, so I would invite you to have a look at it. Yeah.
Yep. Fantastic. That's great. I think a lot of people in this audience would be looking forward to seeing that report. Thank you, Nicolas. Yeah. I'll turn it over to Imran from Total Energies, and as Vice President of Health and Safety. We've admired a lot of the progress that Total Energies has made in their safety footprint. I was stopping by your stand here at the exhibition. I'd encourage all of you to do that as well. It's really impressive in terms of the type of work you're doing and the focus on safety. Can you just talk a bit about how you're engaged in road safety in terms of operations internally, but also especially with the contracted drivers and the transport suppliers? I think that's such an important part of what makes up your entire value chain. So, Imran?
Thank you so much. I'm really honored to be with all of you here today. Just to set the stage a bit, Total Energies' commitment to road safety is a long-standing journey, because it's totally unacceptable to have fatalities occurring throughout our supply chains. It's about 500 million kilometers driven every day, 7,000 contracted trucks. Actually, 90% of our trucks are contracted. The part which is not contracted are the one related to aviation business and tarmacs. We have also something like 12,000 light vehicles which are part of the framework. In Morocco, for example, we have 275 trucks, 11 transporters, and it's about 20 million kilometers driven. So what we do, and more importantly, how do we do it? 3 things. First of all, it's a global approach in terms of scope, in terms of scale. We address the technical specification of vehicles. We tackle issues related to the drivers. How are they selected? How are they trained? How are they monitored? And thirdly, we promote the adoption of new technologies. I would not say aggressively, but really in a way that move all the system together forward. So this is on the theme of the global approach. Third, last but not least, we use very strong KPIs, because if you don't measure things, you will not progress. So very aggressive on the KPIs also. So that's in a nutshell how we go about implementing world-class standards in high-risk, driving risk countries, and regardless of the maturity of the local environment. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Imran. Nice. It's very interesting to hear about what your company is doing, and again, you've been at it for a long time in high-risk environments. Turning to you, Miwako-san, and again, I just want to thank Honda Motors, again, especially Takeshi-san, talking at the plenary session about the effort that Honda's making as a company on safety. I want to maybe ask you, Honda has this great reputation for vehicle quality, high vehicle safety orientation. As you've been closely, and we can talk a bit about that first and expound on that, but as you've been closely following the development of the Road Safety Assessment Framework, how has that also informed your company's broader thinking about safety? So please.
Thank you, Dan. So at first, I'd like to share the reason why Honda is actively engaged with this framework. So at the world's leading motorcycle manufacturer, we believe it is our social responsibility to take the lead in improving road safety. In 2021, Honda's CEO, Mr. Mibe, committed to advancing road safety worldwide, setting an ambitious goal of zero traffic accidents fatalities by 2050. To achieve this, Honda has identified 5 key elements: evaluation, education, engineering, enforcement, and emerging medical service based on the safe system approach. These elements form the foundation of our global safety strategy, which we are systematically implementing worldwide. Furthermore, Honda is committed to transparency and has disclosed the number of traffic accidents fatalities involving Honda automobiles in Japan and the United States, where government authorities maintain accurate accident data. These efforts mainly focus on product-related safety measures. At the same time, within our organization, Honda promotes a strong commitment to traffic safety through in the Code of Conduct, which emphasizes not only workplace health and safety, but also traffic safety. To gain the trust of our stakeholders and achieve sustainable growth, we must go beyond simply complying with laws and regulations. We are committed to maintaining honest and ethical business practices. Moreover, we place the highest priority on the quality and safety of our products and services, ensuring compliance with established standards and procedures. We also expected our business partners and distributors to uphold these same standards. With this comprehensive approach, Honda is driving traffic safety initiatives both inside and outside the organization, while also working to enhance transparency through the disclosure of its traffic safety footprints. Additionally, we are actively working to evaluate the effectiveness of these initiatives, focusing on the development of robust assessment system for traffic safety activities within the organization. As someone who has closely followed the development of the WHO ITF framework, I am convinced that this framework provides strong and practical guidelines for traffic safety initiatives. Let me highlight 3 key reasons why the framework is viable. The 1, best practices for traffic safety activities. The framework compiles a comprehensive list of best practices that companies should adopt based on the safe system principle. By comparing their own initiatives against this list, companies can objectively identify gaps and opportunity for improvement. The second point, clarifying organization influence. Effective traffic safety management requires a clear distinction between internal and external activities. This framework helps organizations define the area where they can directly make an impact, ensuring a more structured and efficient approach to traffic safety. The third point, a step-by-step approach for greater impact. Implementing new traffic safety initiatives requires significant resources. By adopting a step-by-step approach, organizations can first integrate internal assessment, then gradually expand their reach beyond their direct control. This gradual strategies can help spread traffic safety efforts across initiatives and societies. In this way, I believe this framework serves as a powerful tool for fostering and expanding a global culture of traffic safety. Following the development of this framework has reinforced our understanding of how to systematically assess traffic safety efforts. It has provided valuable insights into setting clear priority, aligning with globally recognized best practices, and making our safety strategy more structured and measurable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mwako-san, and thank you for your comments, and also thank you for your deep engagement with the framework. I think certainly one of the most hardest working members from a corporate point of view to help us out on that. Also, Peter then has also been deeply involved in the framework from Autoliv. It'd be interesting to hear, I guess, the question about why. I mean, Autoliv is certainly known for its reputation in safety products as a tier supplier in the automotive industry. I know you live safety day in and day out, but maybe tell us why this is an important initiative for your company.
Thank you, Dan. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, Autoliv is a world-leading supplier of safety solutions. We have a vision of saving more lives. And this is where we're coming from, right? I think we're very proud in how we see ourselves. We even estimate that we save 37,000 lives every year, reduce injuries of another 600,000 lives. And this is how we traditionally look upon ourselves. The value chain perspective, I think, has been quite an eye-opener, even for us. And I mean, I'm looking back to what the academic expert group presented in Stockholm in 2020, and we are at that point, I think, in some sort of, at best, a status quo in terms of road fatalities globally. And we needed a game changer. And I think that what they made up, what they came up with, is in fact that game changer. And we've been heavily involved in that since, and I'm very happy to see the progress of the FIA index and now with this framework. And the key point, I think, in that data, and we saw it already today as well, that 400,000 lives are lost as involved in the private sector value chain. So I think that's extremely important to take seriously. And looking at our own value chain and looking at our own, how we operate, you mentioned some impressive figures, Imran, from Total. And when we look at how many of our employees are commuting by the buses that we operate, we have 30,000 daily trips. Looking only at the freight that we procure and transport in the Americas, or in the North American, in fact, it's 48 million kilometers a year. So the why is really connected to exposure and risk. I looked into it and looking at the national data, and that's pretty much the best we can do at this point. How many injuries and fatalities actually happen in the various modes of transport. And if we do nothing, we can expect 2.3 fatalities per year just through the commuting aspect of our business. And we could possibly expect up to 37 fatalities per year from the freight that we procure. So I think for us, it's very clearly that, yeah, we can be fairly proud about what we're doing with our products and services, but we clearly have to do more in understanding the risks that our global operations actually impose. And that's where I think the framework is becoming such an important tool. It will allow us to set requirements on ourselves, and will also be the main tool for the dialogue and the requirements we set on our business partners. So I think that's the why for Autoliv.
Thanks, Peter. And again, appreciate your contributions. And again, this perspective is important for other companies to hear as well in terms of why to be engaged in this kind of activity. Turn over to Susan then with NETS. I think NETS, for who are not familiar, and they can explain a little bit how it works and so forth, Susan, but it gives us a great example of how private sector companies come together, share best practices, share actually information about the reportable incidents. And maybe you can tell us how this was set up and what motivates companies to be involved in this kind of an organization on a voluntary basis.
Sure, and first of all, thank you for having us here, for having NETS be part of this process. Our companies understand the corporate social responsibility. They understand that this is their responsibility to ensure not only that their drivers return home safe at the end of the day, but that their drivers help keep the community safe where they're operating. Total Energies is one of our members. It's a great example. Our companies understand that it truly is their responsibility to make an impact with all of their numbers of drivers that are on the road. And if you think about it, there are 35 million companies around the world with, I believe, 3.5 billion employees. That is a lot of people that we can reach. That is a lot of people that we can get this message to about safe driving and how to drive not distracted and put that phone down and how to not speed and make sure you wear your seatbelt and wear a helmet. And so if we can work through private sector organizations to get that messaging out there and share that information, that's a huge impact. And that's what our NETS members understand, is that they really can have an impact on that. And one of the things that we do at NETS is we do an annual benchmark report where we collect a number of metrics from our companies and we calculate their crash rate. And we do that by country level, by vehicle type, and so we can break it down pretty in depth. And we analyze their road safety programs to see why do they have those lower crash rates. Those companies that are lower, what are they doing? What are they putting into place? And we share that among our members. We share best practices. And it's been mentioned a number of times on this panel, as well as several times during this week, about collaboration and working together. And that's really how we need to get it done, is we need to share what's working. We can't keep doing what's not working. Let's do what is working. And to do that, we need to share these best practices and share how companies can make a difference and how they can move forward and keep everyone safe. And so that's really the goal of NETS members, is to keep promoting that and really work towards making a difference.
Great, thanks, Susan. Appreciate that. And it's a good example, again, of getting private sector companies together for a single goal. We have I want to be respectful of being able to make lunchtime, so we'll probably about 15 minutes. Some of these questions are going to be prepared, some are not prepared, so we have to be on your toes on this, but I'm kind of trying to play off of some of the input that we've had so far. And starting with you, Mr. Munoz, about, you're obviously passionate about this two-wheeler topic, right? And this idea that a company can say, well, it's not my responsibility, I just sell the delivery service. Do you think a framework like this, where we engage procurement of delivery services, engagement of drivers, can help bring together this and make more inclusive the whole ecosystem of safety and its effects?
Yeah, I certainly think that this is a huge contribution, and I am happy to see ITF taking the lead in providing this assessment framework. I think that within the delivery, the last mile, the delivery industry, we have companies and companies. And some of them take much more responsibility regarding the conditions in which each of the parcels are actually delivered. And I think that by having this kind of assessment in which you can tell a company that, well, you're doing great because now one of these motorbikers get injured, they have an insurance. Or we have realized that you have made an effort to turn all your very old two-stroke engines in your bicycles turned into motorbikes. Now you're getting rid of them, and now you're putting bikes that are electric, and they are much nicer for the driver, for traffic, for people in the sidewalks and so on, that I think it could put some pressure into turning our system into a better system. Of course, that has to go side by side with regulation, so that a company that simply ignores the assessment, of course, should get some kind of penalty, so that the system is moving everyone, pushing everyone towards a shore where we're doing better. And I think that having some companies getting the incentive to be highlighted by this assessment, that puts also pressure in the authority, put pressure also in the peers in order to improve. I wanted to say something also regarding the conditions in which some of the national fatalities happen. I've talked a little bit about motorbikes, which I think is a very important element. Another one that is rarely mentioned is rural areas. In Chile, 2 out of 3 deaths happen in rural roads. Not really in Santiago de Chile, in the city, not really in the main highways, which it's where we're all the time putting our sight. Instead, they happen in rural areas where the road cannot really handle different types of transport modes. And the person that has to walk from home to maybe to school, they have to walk in the side of the road where you have vehicles going on. I'm sure that here in Morocco it's probably very similar. And I think we need to put some light in what happens in the rural areas, because that's where probably there may be a low-hanging fruit in terms of some activities be able to reduce fatalities very severely. And the third element is that we need to talk to men. It's men, those that are driving the vehicles that are crashing, mostly. In Chile, 4 out of every 5 fatalities are men. And from the women that die, only 16% were driving. The other 84% were either passengers or pedestrians or cyclists. So it's very important here that the message is taken for men. It's us, the ones that need to change the way we behave, the way we drive, to make better and safer conditions for everyone.
Thank you, Minister Munoz. Just very insightful comments, and certainly the deep knowledge of the data is going to be helpful in terms of knowing where to focus in this effort. And again, appreciate your perspective on that. Nicola, I'm going to ask you an ad-lib question here. Hopefully you're going to be okay with this, but maybe you can talk about the difference in the investing in global warming, which has been pretty well established, green bonds, et cetera, and then how you think about road safety in that same way as a vehicle for investment. Are there challenges with doing that? And also, does this kind of scoping that we're doing, which parallels the global warming, is that helpful or not helpful? So, kind of an ad-lib question for you.
Yeah. So thank you, Dan. I think there is a huge overlap between the green and the safe transport agenda, and that's one of the things that we discovered in doing this report, is that you can fall under both categories of these sustainable finance eligibility criteria, and because a safe road is also and a safe vehicle are also linked to the transport decarbonization agenda. No? So our next steps right now are how we can operationalize that, and ideally we hope to be supporting a number of specific transactions through which countries can tap into this sustainable finance market. We think this is possible, and the reason why we think this is very real is the fact that our Treasury Department has already issued 3 road safety bonds over the past 3 years for a total of $150 million, and they were subscribed by investors from Sweden, Japan, and Georgia. So there are investors out there that are interested in supporting road safety. And we are ready to mobilize all our resources to support that. I mean, we have an instrument called the Global Road Safety Facility at the World Bank that can work with governments to set up the required framework, also to work on the spending side, on how to spend those resources for road safety program. We have our Treasury Department as an advisory program also to work with government. And we have a credit enhancement product. We have set up a guarantee platform with the objective of tripling our volume of guarantees. And guarantees can be very helpful because it can help lower the cost of financing for some of those sustainable finance schemes. So that I hope will be the next step, and that we'll start receiving many requests for support from governments.
Thanks, Nicolas. That's great to see that development is taking place in the parallels between the two different sustainability initiatives, essentially. So very good. Imran, I'm going to turn to you again. Total Energies. We're sitting here in Africa. A lot of us, are coming from developed countries where there are safety issues, but not at the scale that is happening in LMICs. Maybe you can talk a little bit about your experience in the Total experience and how to, can some of these measures like a framework help affect and improve road safety in developing nations?
Thank you, Dan. Actually, first of all, it's about being simple and flexible. It's extremely important not to give the impression that we are coming with another framework, another measurement tool or something. That's the first one. And allow, and I think Stephen said it's allow to have bridges, connections between existing frameworks and the newly, the one we want to implement. The idea is to really focus on the why. Why are we doing it? What it is and what it is not about. So that's the first one. The second experience I drove from my almost 30 plus years in the company is the fact that we have to ensure that we talk from the other person perspectives, to explain to the contractors, to the drivers, that it's about them and not us. And it's a big differentiator in terms of business. When we launched the initiative of road transport improvement system, there was a lot of reluctances at the beginning, but at the end of the day, they realized that it's a big differentiator in terms of businesses. So when big mining companies land in a country, for example, where we operate, firsthand they go to pick transporters who have been working for us because they embark in the process. And what I used to tell my colleague and my young friend is to say it's like a journey. The most important is not the destination, it's what you learn throughout the journey. This is extremely important. Last but not least, it's about valuing reporting. It's not for sanctioning purpose, it's about sharing. What is good with sharing is that you don't lose anything by sharing. If I have a banana I want to share with the three of us, we'll all have 1/3 of a banana. But if I share my knowledge with 3 people, I will still remain with my knowledge. All of them will stay with their own knowledge. So togetherness is extremely important to move from the famous I am because I think to I am because we are. So let's do it together, and there's no way we will not achieve the target. Thank you.
Thanks, Imran. It's such, I appreciate the wisdom that you bring to every time you speak. And I think this idea of, making it about them, probably the one thing that as we think about the framework, how we engage with across the globe, such an important message to bring across. Very good. Mwako-san, just a question for you. One question we've been wrestling with on the framework has been about voluntary versus not voluntary. And again, we've seen such intense and positive contribution from Honda. How do we encourage other industry leaders to participate in the framework?
Thank you, Dan. So let me have a comment based on my background as a research engineer. So as previously mentioned, safety is at the core of everything Honda does. We aim to achieve zero traffic fatalities involving our products by 2050. The definition of its products includes not only new vehicles, but also those that have already been sold. This means our responsibilities does not end when a vehicle leaves the dealers. So it continues throughout its life. To fulfill this responsibility, Honda aims to participate an early adopting company in this assessment and contribute to the expansion of these initiatives. These efforts will not only benefit Honda, but also contribute to the reduction of traffic accidents worldwide, ultimately bringing us closer to achieving Honda goal. To broaden the impact of these initiatives, it is crucial that the framework is based on internationally recognized standards and supported by evidence-based approaches. The effectiveness of traffic safety activities can be quantitatively measured through the reduction in traffic accidents, fatalities, and injuries. Thus, it is essential to standardize the method for collecting traffic accident data. Since collecting accident data requires certain levels of expertise, providing clear guidelines to ensure that accident footprints can be collected under consistent conditions will encourage more organizations to participate in the framework. Additionally, all organizational attendees this meeting are actively engaged in promoting safe driving and riding awareness activities. However, there are still few well-established quantitative measures that clearly demonstrate the impact of these awareness activities on accident reduction. While we recognize the importance of awareness initiatives, we believe that having more concrete data will allow us to maximize their effects. To address this challenge, reviewing support from expert groups in the future could lead to an increase in evidence-based traffic safety initiatives. Additionally, by incorporating a scientific approach into the framework and addressing corporate adoption challenges, we can ease implementation barriers and encourage broader industry participation. By working together and adopting the framework, we can make real progress on mitigating fatalities. Thank you.
Thanks, Boko. I appreciate your comments on that and again, the personal engagement in the project. I'll turn to Peter. You know, you've been at this as well. You know, we've always tried to check in with the corporate players, and you've been, I just appreciate your leadership role in kind of bringing people together to get input. Can you just talk about your personal learnings as we've developed the framework and maybe some, you know, how you see things going forward?
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, first of all, I think we're very happy to the ITF and to the WHO for involving us in the consultation process from the start, and we try to pay back a bit from Autoliv in bringing in other industry players on a voluntary basis into some sort of ad hoc group, and Mivako, Toyota, and many others have been glad to do so, and I think, well, I trust that the input has been valuable, and I'm happy to see that the input has been considered. And I would like to maybe bring up a few of those things just to get the audience also to appreciate some of the things that we consider to be important success factors. That's not to say that they are the critical ones for everyone, and there are many stakeholders to this process, but it's important to at least be aware of them. And one of the things that I feel is very well captured is that it is a framework that is intended to be for any organization. We have traditionally made, especially on the corporate side perhaps, road safety about automotive or possibly transport sector, but there's so many more players that are in the sphere, have the sphere of influence or have the influence on road safety. That I'm glad to see that that is one of the tenets of the framework. It has a few elements like low barriers, make it easy to understand, easy to implement. You could make a lot of very ambitious things out of this framework, and I think that's where we want to end up. But it's good to start in a way where we could engage and inspire many, many companies to adopt it. One of those elements is voluntary reporting, which potentially may transition into some sort of more mandated ones. But I think it makes sense that it is voluntary. But then again, you need third-party scrutiny somewhere. And in fact, here I would like to kind of see what is the role of an NGO, for example, to validate the self-reported data from companies to make sure it's accurate and sane and so on. I think that's a potential player there. There are some enablers that are really, really important. When it comes down to the practicalities of it, for a company to implement these things, it's about setting requirements a lot. And then we need to cite some requirements. And we have great standards, like ISO standards, now the FIA index. There are certain things that we can put as norms or requirements, but not all of them exist yet. And that's another thing that is great about the framework. It's there to set the performance that we want to achieve. Then there might be many ways to achieve that. And in fact, corporate standards, and I would maybe, if I can highlight Total, I'm sure your corporate standards way outplay the existing standards that are adopted internationally. So, of course, you should be able to use your corporate standards to show that we are, in fact, doing at least best practice, right? But for me, it becomes also very technical. So, for example, Euro NCAP have recently launched rating of trucks for safety, something that's been lacking up until now. And that's a fantastic enabler for us to use to say, well, we only want to have transports with trucks that fulfill the highest rating in Euro NCAP, like we do on our own personal or company cars. We have a requirement on 5-star ratings in NCAP on our procured company cars. Now we can actually start using that vocabulary also for our procured transport. I think that's a fantastic thing. The thing that we need to develop more, and I know that's part of the plan, is how we integrate with equity financing. How do we get that incentive also from our owners of our company and shareholders, and make us really commit fully to that process? And I think that's where we need to engage further. And I would take the liberty, I know you didn't ask me, but I would still take the liberty to ask a question perhaps, or inspire the World Bank, Nicola, and Minister Munoz, because when we look at trying to transform our own company, especially when we don't have it in our, when we own the transport, we want to procure the transport, we see there's a sourcing problem. So we can't just say, well, we want to have 3-point seatbelts in all our commuting buses everywhere in the world. We run into the issue that they are not available because traditionally the legislation has not mandated it, so there are not that many who are actually operating like that. We could, of course, buy these anyway somehow. And we managed to do that in some, for example, in India, we have managed to do that, but we are running into more and more of these issues, certainly when we want to scale this up. I'm getting to my point. Thank you for your patience. So how about looking at how can we transform transport companies in mostly some of the low and middle income countries which have not the legislation framework in place, maybe through World Bank or other development bank financing, maybe by government support, so that we, as companies, actually can start using them. So that they will get the chance to elevate, they will get a greater business out of it, we will have somebody that we can actually use. And it's not, in fact, at the end of the day, the companies use the same operators, largely. So rather than each of us individually trying to transform our own supplier, we would have a pool of suppliers that have been transformed already, if that makes sense. I hope it does.
Great, thanks, Peter. I'll give Nicola, would you like a 30-second response to that question about an instrument like that Peter's talking about?
Yeah, I mean, this is a topic that is particularly relevant in Africa, where you know, the average age of a truck in the Sahel is over 20 years. And it's a very fragmented sector, the trucking industry. You have 90% of the trucking companies are one truck, one man, basically, you know. And so we are working with a number of countries on how you build up the incentives to professionalize and to elevate, as you were saying, the level of the trucking industry. And that can be a combination of regulation and, you know, for example, regulating the trade of used vehicles. That's a very important issue, because as the global north is starting to electrify its fleet, you know, the risk is that the old vehicles are all shipped to the south now. So there are the number of regional organizations in Africa and countries who have started to modify their regulation for the import of used vehicles, but also new vehicles. And then we can work also on the incentives to provide fleet renewal, to support fleet renewal programs, to facilitate access to financing to some of these operators to modernize their fleet now. So I hope that will be in the future one thing that will answer this issue of the how you elevate the supply chain. No?
Great, thank you. I'm going to have Susan answer. I have one question for Susan, and I have Steve. I'm going to give you a warning. I'm going to have you wrap up with a couple of comments, just so you can think about it. But just, you know, Susan, Nets has been at this for a long time, volunteer in very detailed reporting. Do you have any advice for this group as we move forward on the framework about, you know, how we get people to sign in and report data and the like? So.
Well, I think it was said earlier here that it needs to be simple, and I think companies do need to understand that responsibility of why it's necessary. And I was talking with somebody earlier here who said it's really difficult to figure out how to reach the employers in his country. And so that's a big question too for the team here, is how do we get this information out? How do we provide education and awareness in order to even spread this message and ask them to do this framework? Because even in the United States, every state has like a highway safety office, a transportation department. And I've been trying to work through them to reach employers in their state, and even they're telling me, well, we don't have a list of anybody. We don't know how to reach them. So that's the first question, is in each country, how do you get this messaging to the employers? How do you raise awareness? How do you teach the men that are the high number of fatalities what not to do? You know, to teach them to not speed, to make sure they're wearing a seatbelt, to wear helmets on those motorcycles. How do we get that message out there? So I think that's a big part of it. Within our Nets membership, we're able to share in that network and to provide information and resources and to benchmark and share the best practices. But to those companies that are not part of our network, like I mentioned, there's so many, billions of drivers out there and employees out there. And so how do we share that messaging? Private sector companies can have such an impact, and Peter stole my answer, by the way, so thanks, Peter, for talking about the compliance and regulation. And, if countries are regulating these things and requiring it to happen, private sector companies have to do it. You can put policies in place and make sure that you're addressing these things on your own as an organization, such as providing the high-rated NCAP vehicles in your fleets. LATAM, Africa, that's not required. And one of my board members is here from Johnson & Johnson, and they require 4- and 5-star vehicles in their fleet, but they can't get those in LATAM. And same in Africa. So how do you make sure that happens? You can regulate and you can require companies to do that. But again, the messaging that's the question. How do we get it out there? We've got to figure out a way to do that.
Great. Thanks, Susan. Great comment. Steve, just leave the last couple words to you, maybe to sum up the panel, and also to maybe also tell people how they can engage in this process, because it's really a collaborative process, both with government, finance, industry, NGOs. We can just let them know how we can move forward together. So, Steve?
Well, we will be running pilots over the next year, and I think everybody on the panel is volunteering to be part of that. Some other additional business organizations and companies around the world in places like Mexico have already volunteered to be part of this. So if you're sitting there, would like to get engaged in this audience, then please do contact us, and you'll be very welcome to work with us over the next year to try and make it as robust as possible and as scalable as possible, which is coming back to why we chose to use embedded business practices rather than trying to add novel regulation. We think that's the way. It's already not easy, but it's the most feasible way of getting this to have the widest impact as quickly as possible. But we don't underestimate the difficulties. Just on this one-man, one-truck operating businesses, which are typical not only in Africa but in Europe, we still have a big lobby from those kind of operators, and we need to work with them and not create hostility. Otherwise, they turn out to be a lobby that actually blocks government action across the board. So it's not simple. This is not a magic recipe, but we hope it'll contribute as one part of the puzzle of how we advance the agenda.
Great. Thanks, Steve. Again, I'd like to just thank our panel for such a really interesting and lively discussion. Certainly the word collaboration has been mentioned. Making anything about them has been mentioned. Keep it simple. Those thematics, I think, have been really important to see as we've gone forward. So join me once again in thanking our panel, and then please enjoy your lunchtime.
Hello, everyone. Your Royal Highness, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and friends, thank you for joining us today at this panel on the Conference for Road Safety. We are sincerely grateful to have you here today and look forward for your invaluable insights and guidance as we work together on a common goal. I would like to extend my gratitude to the World Health Organization for organizing this conference and to the Kingdom of Morocco for their warm hospitality and generous patronage at this stage. Before we get started, I would kindly remind you that there will be some translation to Spanish, French, and English, as our panelists will be addressing their conferences in such languages. With that being said, let's get started. At this point, I would like to call Miquel Nadal, the chairman of the Movernos Seguros program, and a person who needs little introduction. Miquel is going to set the stage for a common topic that challenges the entire world, closing the gap for post-crash funding. Miquel, the stage is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for attending this session. I know there is a lot of competition, and there have been some changes in the room, so it's great that you have been able to find it and to be with us in this session today, where we will be talking about post-crash care, and especially we'll be talking on the importance of motor insurance for road safety. Much of the session will focus on a program that's called Movernos Seguros, Motor Insurance for All. You have the logo of the program on the screen. This is a program that is supported jointly by the FIA Foundation, the FIA, and the IDB. It's a program that was started in 2019, and it's a program that its goal is to promote and to strengthen motor insurance as a tool to improve road safety in Latin America. As I said before, this program was established in 2019, so it's been running for 4 or 5 years, and you will hear a lot about it during the panel. I've been asked to set the scene, so I have opted deliberately to have a very conceptual presentation. So I will not talk about the Movernos Seguros program itself, but rather I will talk about the origins of the program and about the rationale that backs the program. And I will try to keep this introduction brief, and I will only use two slides. The origin of this program, of Movernos Seguros, dates back to exactly 10 years ago, when during the ministerial meeting that took place in Brasilia, maybe some of you were there, the World Bank organized a session, I think it was Carla Gonzalez at the time, who organized a session to discuss the factors that influence driver behavior and that have an impact on road safety. That was a session where many factors were identified, impacting on behavior, factors going from psychology to education to training to fines, and also the idea that motor insurance has also an impact on driver behavior was highlighted. If we try to be a bit more systematic, we can try to depict the relationship between driver behavior and road safety in the terms that I have tried to illustrate in this slide that I will show you now. This is a slide that is not exhaustive, doesn't want to be comprehensive. It deliberately simplifies the issue, but I think it helps understand the message that I want to convey to all of you. So when we think about driver behavior, the first channel that we need to think about is human error. Okay, so we have a problem because humans make errors, okay, and this has an impact on road safety. The solution for that we all have agreed after many years is forgiveness. Forgiveness is a very religious concept, if you want. What do we mean by forgiveness? What we mean is accommodation. We say that the system has to accommodate human errors. Human errors will always happen, and we need to design the system in such a way that these errors are accommodated. And the instrument that we have, the one that we talk most about, is standards or tighter standards on vehicle and infrastructure, tighter safety standards on vehicle and infrastructure. And this is, for example, all what the NCAP program is about or the IRA program is about how to implement and how to have tighter vehicle and infrastructure safety standards. Okay, when we think about driver behavior, in addition to human errors, and probably statistically more important, we have driver misbehavior. This means that drivers, as we all know, incur into, let's call it, risky driving. How do we go about that? What's the solution to somehow solve the problem of misbehavior of risky driving? There are several solutions. First one is education. We need to go to the root causes of why this happens. We need to educate drivers. And in practice, this means that we have deployed a whole set of campaign, of training courses, you name it, okay, that try to educate people, that try to raise awareness on the risks of driving. No? There is another solution to misbehavior by drivers, which is accountability. Accountability means that we want to hold drivers accountable for the way they drive. So we want to really make sure that drivers follow the traffic rules. Okay? This is the goal that we are pursuing through accountability. And accountability can be achieved in two ways, with two instruments. One is enforcement. Enforcement, we know what we're talking about. We're talking about speed cameras, we're talking about police controls, we're talking about alcohol tests. But in addition to enforcement, there is another instrument of accountability that we too often forget, which is precisely motor insurance. Motor insurance can be a very powerful accountability mechanism vis-à-vis drivers. Why? Because through the insurance premium, we can adjust the insurance premium as a function of the risk profile of the driver, and this can be used as a preventive tool. This can be used as a way to incentivize safe driving. If I know that my premium is going to go up if I run into a crash, or if I do if I incur in certain risky behavior, then I will not do it. Probably not do it. Okay, so this is a very powerful accountability mechanism. So we have these two accountability mechanisms, enforcement and motor insurance. They are complements. We need both of them. Okay, there is a difference between the two of them. Enforcement is an instrument that basically is financed through fines and through taxes. So it's the system that finances enforcement. In the case of motor insurance, it's the driver himself who finances this accountability mechanism. So this is a very important difference that we need to consider. Okay, so we have this, all these mechanisms that have an influence on driver behavior. And if we look at the right-hand side of the slide, when we think about all these mechanisms, we see that the attention that has been paid to all these mechanisms is quite different. In the case of vehicle standards and infrastructure standards, a lot of attention has been paid to that. So is the case for campaigns or training courses, or also for enforcement. We have been talking a lot about enforcement, but about motor insurance, this is not so much the case. I'm not saying that nothing has been done. Of course, some things have been done, but if we compare to the other instruments that we have to influence driver behavior, we see that in the last 20 years, easily, the attention that we have paid from a public policy point of view, and even if you want from the discussions that we have had when we, the members of the road safety community, get together on motor insurance, the attention that we have been devoting to this is much smaller, when potentially it is a very important instrument that we have to impact on driver behavior and to promote safe driving. This lack of attention, of due attention to motor insurance, in my view, is even more surprising when we take into account that motor insurance is not only, or can be not only, a very powerful accountability mechanism, but motor insurance is also very relevant in many other aspects. And these are the ones that are illustrated here. For example, motor insurance is a very powerful instrument for compensation to victims. Probably is the only instrument that we have to compensate victims in many cases. Motor insurance is a very powerful instrument that we have to provide recurrent or sustainable funds to the health systems, whether public or private. Again, this is a very important channel or a very important factor that we need to take into account when considering motor insurance. Also, motor insurance can be a way to provide dedicated funding for road safety policies. I think this morning we've heard that in the case of Morocco, 1% of the insurance premia goes to funding the Moroccan Road Safety Agency. Okay, so this can be a source of funding that can be very important. And finally, motor insurance can be a very useful instrument for data collection and public policy design. No? So clearly, motor insurance, I insist, it's a very powerful instrument that probably we have not paid enough attention to, and in this sense, there is a huge opportunity to improve the way that motor insurance works, especially in low and middle income countries, and to have a real impact on road safety. This is exactly what the Movernos Seguros program is all about. The Movernos Seguros program tries, in the first place, to make sure that in all Latin American countries, there is compulsory motor insurance. Because if we want motor insurance to be an accountability mechanism, it needs to be compulsory. Otherwise, it doesn't work. No? We want to make sure that in Latin American countries, motor insurance is used as a preventive tool, so that there are bonus-malus schemes to promote safe driving and to punish risky driving. We want to make sure that in Latin American countries, in those countries where there is already compulsory motor insurance, the number of cars that is effectively insured goes to 100%. Right now, out of the total fleet, on average, around 50% of the fleet is insured in Latin America for cars. If we take the case of motorcycles, it is around 30%. Again, the range of improvement that there is huge. Movernos Seguros is also about improving compensation to victims, okay? Because the compensation that victims get in many Latin American countries, it's very small. We want to make sure that motor insurance also really serves to fund the health system, no? And here there are many things that can be done. So this is basically the potential that we have, to develop motor insurance, and on all of this we'll be talking today. I will leave it here. As I said before, I would try to be brief in setting the scene. I want to end up with a positive note. I mean, I've been saying that motor insurance has not had the attention that it deserves as a tool to improve road safety. But I think that in the last years, there have been some developments that are very encouraging. I will refer to three of them. One is the program Movernos Seguros itself. Second is the fact that WHO has included motor insurance in its action plan for the decade 2020-2030, and there the plan is very clear, saying that motor insurance can be a very useful tool to promote safe driving and for compensation to victims, and it recommends that motor insurance becomes compulsory in all countries. That's included, as I said, in the action plan of WHO for the 2020-2030 decade. And finally, I want also to mention the fact that the World Bank, that in the past has been working on motor insurance, has renewed this interest in motor insurance in the last years. And in fact, today, one of the panelists, Marisela, will be presenting a report that the bank has commissioned and will be launching here on vehicle registries that are a key element if we want to ensure that motor insurance works well. Okay? So I'll leave it here. I'm sure that the panel will be exciting, and I leave the floor to Eduardo Café, who will be moderating the panel. Eduardo, thank you.
Thank you, Mikel, for your remarks. I'm sure you have paved the way for a rich discussion over the role of motor insurance and road safety. At this point, I would like to ask Eduardo Café, the General Manager of the Movernos Seguros program, to join us on stage so that he can summon an incredible set of panelists that will dig deeper into the role of motor insurance and road safety. Eduardo, the floor is yours.
Hello all. Yeah, thank you very much, Ricardo. Thank you very much, Mikel. I started as a Movernos Seguros manager since 2021, and hearing Mikel and discussing about motor insurance and road safety with Mikel gave me the inspiration to like this program very much. So I thank him very much for his words. So we have a very diverse panel. I think that I haven't seen that much here during the conference. We have 3 women and 3 men in the panel. I think that this is a great message that we can give, but also from different institutions. So we have here the Victims Association. We have also the government, and I think in terms of countries too. So I want to introduce to come here and sit with us Marisela Ponce de Leon. She's the Senior Transport Specialist in the World Bank, and she has been on the Movernos Seguros program when she was working at IDB, and she was one of the ones who make this program possible. So welcome, Marisela. Juan Carlos Botran, he's the Road Safety Manager at the VFI Club Guatemala. Marí Botagizio Reyes, director de Fundación Liga contra la Violencia Vial. We have here also Mr. Lamar Yunis. He's the Director of Policyholder Protection, the Autorité du Contrôle des Assurances et de la Prévoyance Sociale from Morocco. And we have also the Operations Senior Advisor from the Inter-American Development Bank, Esteban Diaz-Ru. And Luz Renata Infante Acevedo from the Comisión Nacional de Seguridad y Tránsito, CONACET, from Chile. Great, so let's start with Esteban Diaz-Ru, our colleague from the IDB. So Latin America was a pioneer in studying the relationship between motor insurance and road safety, as Mikel has already pointed, with the help of the IDB, the FIA, and the FIA Foundation, which led, as Mikel has already told us, for the first time, the Global Status Report on Road Safety 2023 to collect data about mandatory motor insurance policies. So Esteban, my question to you is, could you provide an overview of the challenges that Latin America and the Caribbean faces in financing the healthcare for road safety victims and supporting road safety agencies, and how IDB addressing this issue?
Okay, thank you. This is on, right? Thanks, Eduardo. And first, I'd like to thank everybody that has been participating with us in Movernos Seguro. FIA Foundation, Marisela, who started the program, she was working with us a couple of years ago. It's been quite a journey, and it's something that actually we're very proud of. And what we want to do is we want to continue with this program. For us, it's obviously, as a development bank, we've always been financing the health sector. But one of the issues is when we talk about health, road safety is not necessarily their first priority. And the needs of financing for the health sector are enormous. And coupled with this, when we talk about road safety, and I'd say when we talk about transportation in general, in many cases we have something that I like to call the original sin. The cost and the benefits of the sector are all wrong. The truth is that automobiles do not actually pay the cost that they incur. When we talk about automobiles, there's road construction, road maintenance, but we also have very strong negative externalities, emissions, and probably the most important one is road safety. Cars cause damage, they cause deaths, they cause injuries, and this is an enormous cost that cars are not paying. And that is what economists call an externality, and the way to correct an externality is to internalize that cost somewhere in the price. And this is exactly what the insurance can do and what Movernos Seguros is trying to do. We're trying to get that cost and make cars pay for that cost that they're incurring. And we think that that is a very important fact. That's one issue. The second thing that we're very proud of is when we talk about road safety, there also is a very strong equity issue. The people that die and are injured tend to be pedestrians. They tend to be the poorest, and especially in Latin America. And these are people, they don't only suffer the enormous human cost of a fatality or having a family injured, but this may be their main source of support. So the financial impact for them is enormous. The fact that Movernos Seguros and insurance provides funds for these people that actually need it enormously is also incredibly important. The third factor that Miguel also mentioned is, since we're internalizing this cost with the car and the driver, we have a very strong incentive to improve driver behavior and to reduce risky behavior. I want to give my own personal example. 20 years ago, I had joined the bank. I had just got married, didn't have kids. I had a little bit of extra cash, and I bought a very nice German car. And as the idiot that I am, 1 month after having the car, I was caught speeding on a highway in rural Maryland. There was nobody there, and I had to pay a fine. But not only did I have to pay a fine, but I got points because of that fine. I actually had to go to court. And these points raised my insurance premiums dramatically. And since I was a road safety expert, I should have known a lot better. I went to court, and the judge told me, you know what, you have a perfect driving, I'm not going to give you the points. I'm going to put you on probation. So for the next 2 years, if you don't get any fines, if you're a perfect driver, those points will disappear. But if you do have a fine, I'm going to give you double the points up top of the new points that you get. My premiums would have been 3 or 4 times higher. And we're talking about thousands of dollars per year. I can guarantee you this is an incredible incentive to improve your driver behavior. And I became the best driver in the world. So that's the other reason that we're very proud of this program. I know that in Latin America, in some of the cases, we're not yet at the point in which we can talk about insurance with points, but that's one point that we want to reach. But again, these 3 factors, the factor that it internalizes the cost of what cars cause, the fact that it provides funding for these families that actually need it a lot, and the third factor that it provides this incentive for us are incredibly powerful, and that's why we're so proud of this program.
Okay, thank you very much, Esteban, for the inspiring story. I hope that this can make you guys see how this program is so important for the region and why we have to expand it. Now I'm going to turn to Juan Carlos Botran. No? So Guatemala is one of the countries in Latin America with no compulsory motor insurance policy for all vehicles. No? We follow the horrible bus crash in the country that killed around 50 people. And could you tell us what the main challenges Guatemala faces regarding mandatory motor insurance policy and road safety, and how is FIA helping to address the topic there with the Movernos Seguros program?
Thank you, Eduardo. Well, just to give you a sense of Guatemala. Guatemala is a small country in Central America, a population of 18 million people. but we have a vehicle fleet of 5 million people, which is growing a lot. Thanks to the great explosion in motorcycles that we have seen in the last 5 years. To give you an idea, in 2019, the distributors were selling around 4,000 units a month. They are now selling 40,000 motorcycles a month. As you can imagine, the number of driver's licenses issued is not following the same level. So it is estimated that around 80% of motorcycle drivers do not have the education or the capabilities to be good drivers. And we see that on the roads. 50% of deaths in the roads are motorcyclists. And to give you a sense, in Guatemala, the official numbers say that we have about 3,000 deaths per year, about 8,000 injured. I've seen some unofficial data, and that easily doubles the number of real deaths that we have in Guatemala. So it is a very serious problem that we have. There's another group that I've been very interested in looking at, which is the passengers of public transport, especially those that go from city to city. You mentioned it, for those that didn't know. Last week we had an accident in Guatemala. One bus went over a cliff. 56 people lost their lives. 8 people were injured. And the sad thing is that we get one of these tragic accidents about every 2 years. Accidents over 20 deaths is like 1, 2, or 3 a year. So the situation is quite scary for these people. And so we decided, with the help of the Movernos Seguros team, we thought, well, what do we do? And obviously the mandatory insurance was one of the main projects to implement. We don't have mandatory insurance in Guatemala. It is optional. So only 11% of vehicles are insured in Guatemala. So luckily, the 56 people that passed away last week, that particular bus was insured, but it is estimated that 70% of buses are not. So you have a large amount of people there which are unprotected. So we went out and did a study, a perception study. We wanted to know what was the perception of citizens regarding insurance, because we wanted to use that as a tool for the authorities to convince them. And I'm going to give you some statistics, some results. 90% of the respondents say that road safety is important, that we need to work on that in Guatemala. They say that 94% of government entities should deal with the health issues that arise from road accidents, and they are sort of doing it. 50% of the budget from the 3 main hospitals in Guatemala is used to deal with road accident injuries. That's a lot. That's a lot. But still, only 61% of the respondents say that institutions do comply with that. They do help the people. So that was interesting. We asked them who should pay for that. Who should pay for when there's an accident? 44% says that the person responsible for the accident. 24% said that government through taxes. Government have a lot of other things to invest in. We asked them how many had an accident in the last 5 years. 11%. That's a lot. That's a lot of people. So we asked them who paid in that case. 46% paid themselves. 35%, the responsible, the person that caused the accident, and 12% the family member. Basically, we're putting a big toll on the family. So we realized that road accidents, besides the physical injuries, the psychological issues, it is pushing people to poverty. It is a cause of poverty for many people, because in a country, with a GDP of $4,000 a year, people to spend $3,000 in an emergency, not to mention the lifelong costs, it's too much. If they don't have an insurance blanket there that can help them, this will put the whole family into poverty. So we presented the results of this study to different agencies. It gave us a fighting chance. The government had thrown the whole insurance thing out, and thanks to Moderno Seguros, we had a fighting chance with the government. We presented a new regulation that would give life to it. Politicians got in the way, so nothing much happened. But we expect, we hope, that today the President of Guatemala will sign the regulation that will give life to the insurance, mandatory insurance. So I am absolutely grateful for the whole team, the support, and I think we did a great job with this study.
Okay, thank you very much, Juan Carlos. Something very interesting on this study is that we ask, and this ties to the human behavior discussion that Michael pointed and Esteban pointed to, is that we ask a question, how good as a driver you are from 0 to 10. The average answer is about to 8 to 9, and how good an average driver is in your country. And the answer is always around 4 to 5, no? And this was, we did a survey in Paraguay, Guatemala, in Mexico, in El Salvador, and the answer is always the same, no? So this is this human component we have been talking about here that came from this, that it's very important. So now we are going to another continent, another country. We're going to Morocco in Africa, because we have to learn the experience that Morocco has here too. So I'm going to Mr. Lamat, no? So the compulsory motor insurance in Morocco dates back to 1937, initially introduced for public transport vehicles, no? In 1941, it was extended to cover all vehicles nationwide. Over time, the system has undergone various adjustments to improve its reach and effectiveness. However, a critical issue remains. Now, how effective is motor insurance in protecting road crash victims in Morocco, and what modifications might be necessary to address ongoing challenges in road safety, for example, the motorcycles, mopeds that we have been talking here during the event, and the compulsory motor insurance system in Morocco. So the floor is yours.
Tout d'abord, je vous remercie pour la...
First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation to take part in this panel to share the American experience. As you said, the American experience is quite old in terms of insurance and also civil responsibility. It was modified in 41 and then 69 and then in 2002 and 2020 with the introduction of catastrophic events. But beyond all of this, the insurance sector actually intervenes on several aspects with regards to road safety. First point, which is quite direct, is to take part in rehabilitation, financial rehabilitation of victims and people that actually caused these events. We cannot reduce the risk to zero, but at least we will need to give money to the people that may have lost after the accidents. And so, you know, the sector in Morocco calls on about 40 billion dirhams in revenue, practically $1.5 billion of dollars. So out of this 1.5 billion, over about 9 billion are paid to the population to actually renew the insurance. Today, we do not have vehicles in Morocco that actually circulate in Morocco that do not actually have their insurance paid for. That is very important, because if we do not have this coverage, we could have had vehicles that were not going to be repaired, because reparation costs money. Second point, with regards to the population that suffered from physical prejudice, the fact of having to continue living or reinserting the labor force, you need to actually pay some money for the kids and the family, and the money is not totally paid. So this actually continues to be felt. The objective of the insurance is to reduce the impact and not to take the impact away totally. It was said this morning, insurance today. Insurance is not limited to this. You know, the person that actually benefits from paying for insurance, the person should also actually pay for actually the safeguarding of these, and also reducing the impact of these sinister situations. So it's going to actually reduce the cost for his situation. So he would need to contribute. The contributions are directed for each insurance contract. There are at least 1.5% that goes directly to NASA, the National Road Safety Authority in Morocco, to actually encourage the companies to carry on awareness campaigns and also prevention campaigns. And today, NASA has a widened scope of activity because of NASA's role in this. So today, insurance sector contributes through its actions. It doesn't stop there. Like you said, that the insurance sectors have really a societal responsibility towards the population. So they need to contribute not only to encourage people to actually have best behaviors on the road, but even further to contribute towards actions when it comes to buying things like medicated spectacles, or for the equipment of some cars, particular equipment, especially for vehicles that actually circulate a lot more on the roads. If I take, for example, taxis. So we have the sector of insurance actually contribute enormously. Besides, furthermore, insurance is very important with road safety, because it allows us to regulate, like we said, through the experience tariffs. So each time we're going to have an accident or there's going to be an incident, we are going to be taxed when it comes to the insurance premiums that are going to pay. They are going to be increased as one commits offenses along the way. So now we're trying to get this tariff pricing to be a lot more adapted to the people, to the needs. And so today we are trying to converge towards this through programs, and also with regards to regulations, to try to push the sector towards this adaptation of tariffs. So now when it comes to experience tariffs and so on, especially like what you said a while ago, so there's a point with regards to regulations. This is an obligatory criteria that insurance companies must actually update with regards to the tariff price, and it allows us to actually minimize the risks for the final client and also the beneficiary of the insurance. Thank you.
That you make. So the first one that I think that Moverno Seguros has in mind is about the fee that it's charged on the insurance policy going to the national road safety agencies as a way to finance road safety activities. And this is something that we have been working in Paraguay, for example. They have a road safety agency that it's very powerful, has done a lot of good job, but it's dependent on the funding from the public sector. And what we are doing there is trying to work with regulation that can not only bring the compulsory motor insurance to the country, but also having the same mechanism that Morocco has. No, part of the premium going to finance the road safety agency and their activities there. So now I'm going to talk to Chile. It's another country with a solid mandatory motor insurance policy in place that can be a model for other middle-income countries. One of the main elements of motor insurance is the knowledge of the population on how to access it and how to access it when it's needed. No? So Luz, how can CONACET assist the general public and the victims of road crashes in understanding the benefits of compulsory motor insurance, as well as the necessary steps for submitting a compensation, a request claim to an insurance company?
Well, thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you for coming too. And well, at CONACET, we have an important role of communicating everything that we do, and obviously this important information and how to act when a sinister, as we call the accidents, occurs. So we have some campaigns. For example, this compulsory insurance, motor insurance, has to be bought on March every year, because you need it to have the to be allowed to mobilize for your in the streets. So in this moment of the year, we have some campaigns, for example, by social media, television, radio stations, to give the information every year and to remember to the community how to use it. And sometimes it's difficult because you have to note some data of the vehicle if you saw the accident or the sinister, and to claim for this help. And that's why we have to remember all the time to people how to act, and we have obviously different channels to communicate, to solve some questions from people. But the main thing is having this insurance as a topic, an always topic. It's not that, for example, people maybe think that this insurance is something that I have to buy and nothing else, or something that I have to pay and nothing else. But we are, our role is to give this conscious about the importance of this insurance. So we use all the channels to communicate and to stay in touch with people and with the needs they have.
No, thank you very much, Luz, for this story. And I asked this question because I have been following everything that CONACET has done in social media, and I also see that the insurance, and this is, and I think that this is the point that's very important. We learn in general about insurance when we have the accident, and we knew that we have an insurance on this car. So we pay that because we have to pay. No, it's mandatory. We have to pay that. We don't want to pay, but we have to pay. But when we learn why and how to access, this is when we see why insurance is positive, no? And I think that you and CONACET do the job of raising awareness to the population why insurance is important. And this is from our study in Jamaica. We did the same survey in Jamaica. Jamaica has a mandatory insurance, but their knowledge about insurance is very low. So, and this is what, that's why we have evasion, that they don't know how to access it. For example, we did a survey in Colombia too, and that in Colombia we saw that people were using that insurance for other matters, that it's not vehicle insurance, but so we see that there's some fraud going on there too. So it's very important to raise the awareness of population, and this is something that we have been done on Movernos Seguros too. And talking about citizenship society, let's talk about victims. Now we have Mari here with us to speak a little bit about the side of the victims. We know that mandatory motor insurance in the end benefits road crash victims, but in the other side, citizens should understand that motor insurance is not just a cost, but a protection. In the context of the increase in road crashes in Colombia, how would you describe the experience of road crash victims regarding access to medical services in terms of opportunity, equality, and sufficiency? And additionally, what the role does compulsory motor insurance plays in this context?
Thank you, Eduardo, for the invitation. Please wear your earphones because for translation, because I will speak in Spanish. And lo primero que yo diría.
First of all, what I would say is to my panelists here present is that we should stop talking about accidents. For several years, we have done everything to use other terminologies because the only thing that is an accident in a traumatism or a death is actually the name of the person that dies or the person that remains handicapped. That is why I am calling on all my friends here and all the panelists here. Let's stop talking about accidents because what we have in our NGOs is we should modify this paradigm that we keep talking about up until today, where we have about millions of deaths each year. Before responding to Eduardo, I'd like to mention the element mentioned by Stefan. You actually mentioned the social cost, but in reality, this is a social value. And that is what we would need to modify. We need to work on our social values, and that is what we should change. You said something that has enormous impact on the people that are the most vulnerable in society. So please allow me to tell you that these deaths and traumatisms actually impoverish everybody, the society entirely, in its entirety. It's the entire society that gets impoverished for these accidents. So Stefan and Marit here, they should listen to this. Our governments should actually carry out an evaluation and estimation of the costs when it comes to the burden, medical burden, the disease, and also talking about death, the mortality. When we talk about mortality, they are not. I'm not even talking about. Forget to talk about orphans and also widows and widowers, and so there's all of these pressures that actually fall on the shoulders of the health sector. We are told that we are going to treat the lesions or the affections with the government's resources, but these resources are our resources. They are resources that come from your pockets. These are the taxes you pay. And here I'm going to try to attempt to respond to your question, Eduardo, and also to say what Stefan actually said a while ago. And I will come back to the invitation to modify this terminology or paradigm. Mr. Niall also insisted that the entire system at Seguro actually insist on actually improving on the behavior of the driver. Now let's take a look at the other facade by talking about time when we talk about insurance, and of course when we talk about the obligatory insurance in these kind of situations. In reality, we're talking about responsibility, individual responsibility. It is a personal decision because it is an individual responsibility when I go from one place to the other, which causes eventually an accident particularly, whereas following an individual responsibility, we will all need to actually respond to it in terms of costs, which would need to be paid by everybody, whereas this is actually an individual decision that led to the accident. So it's a bit absurd, ridiculous, and it cannot be imagined that the social cost of this individual decision actually falls on all of our shoulders. All those of us that pay for taxes, we pay for the risk taken by one person. And when this risk is actually materialized or leads to a death or a traumatism, and then we all lose eventually. So if I can tell you this, it is to actually emphasize that my naivety or my ignorance from a few days was making me still think that obligatory insurance was actually obligatory everywhere in the world. Whereas I could not actually imagine, please forgive me, I think it's scandalous. How is it possible today that we do not have compulsory insurance everywhere. And everywhere you see the infrastructure everywhere in our cities where we always have insurance for risks, where we have infrastructures representing these. Whereas in my country, in Colombia, if we want to improve a public transport system like Transmilenio, you should at each time have extraordinary insurances and also have huge premiums. So you can see how we radically actually fall out on the question of evaluation when it comes to our social values, especially in our countries. We have obligatory insurance, compulsory insurance, and this falls on a subvention, a cross-subvention system where modern and newer vehicles that present lesser risks because they have less mechanical problems. So they actually pay higher premiums compared to other cars that are really old, that could not really circulate freely in the developed countries. And that is why I am calling on all of us, for example, with regards to the penal code in Colombia. So what does this really represent for the system? Is it a vehicle? Is it a shock? Or actually a shock with a bicycle or maybe a motorcycle? But what actually impacts road safety is actually the vehicle, is the vehicle. So for this, I would say that this vehicle, in the aim of prevention, should obligatorily have insurance. We should no longer have any car actually being driven without insurance. It should be compulsory. Once again, in my country, this compulsory condition, I want to say that all the vehicles should have insurance and also social insurance, because irrespective of the responsibility of the eventual accident, this insurance would respond to the necessity and the needs of the victims. About 25 years ago, victims were actually abandoned and left on their own on the roads. They were never covered by the hospitals. But today, the case is different. And here I talk about social. And so, because, you know, we all put in our hands in the pocket to pay from our taxes, but it's social because we actually taking care of all the people. But the risks cannot be transferred unduly. And that is why I'm responding to your question by saying that, of course, we have compulsory insurance, which is actually based on a contribution system in a larger sense. If you ask me if this is sufficient, then I can tell you that no, it depends in reality on the gravity of the traumatism or the lesion or the injury. And so today we have the victims that are covered immediately in an adequate manner. And for this could be a small revolution, but today when we talk about the severity of traumatisms or actually loss of body organs or infirmity, here it's another thing. So the compulsory insurance cannot cover all of these, but here I am telling you that we're working on a draft law for Colombia and to introduce an element, and the element is as follows, is that we have Modernos Seguros, we have Rosmas Seguros. So consequently, in order to promote the use of technology, state-of-the-art technologies, and also autonomous braking systems in case of emergencies, like Nadal mentioned, on the improvement of behaviors. Each time a driver actually takes measures to actually reduce the risk imposed on the system, we would reduce the cost of the insurance premium. And of course, if you have 20 million motors that are on the street, and so there we can actually reduce the compulsory insurance. Thank you.
All the work that you have been doing in your organization and FICVI and also the Association of NGOs that works with victims, with the approach on the victim side. And I remember that a long time ago I have been talking with people at FICVI, and all these victims, I don't know how to translate that, but the victims attention units that you guys were pushing inside the government to have, and then to have this holistic view on how you treat the victims, in all matters, on the legal side, on the emotional side, and also on trying to access the services that they have to access. So.
Y claro, Eduardo, yo aquí quiero añadir algo, y es que no puede pasar.
I would like to add another element, if I may. Not only we cannot transfer the cost to society, but we cannot allow that the victims of this get away with it, and we have to make sure that we do not allow this.
About which countries in the world has a mandatory insurance policy. It's something I didn't know before I started working to Movernos Seguros, so I was on the same level of ignorance you were before. There on the report, we have all the data to see which countries in the world have and which countries in the world does not have, but we have to be very careful too with this information, because there are countries that the mandatory insurance is there, but it's not working in the way that it's supposed to work. That's why it's a living tool, as Mr. Lamar has said. It's like a lot of reforms that happen to bring the insurance to the real situation of that country. So, lastly, Maricela, we heard that the World Bank released a new report on motor vehicle information management systems that Miguel has already mentioned as a product from discussions under the Motor Insurance and Road Safety Initiative, MIRSI. And here, you're bringing a different perspective. It's like we are talking about regulations, mandatory insurance, but then we are talking about the enforcement and how data can serve to enforce motor insurance in this country. So could you tell us about what are the main conclusions in this publication and how a solid registry system is related to motor insurance?
Before I do that, primero quiero agradecer ese shock que has compartido, porque es que en muchos.
I would like first to thank you for the call that you have just made. A lot of countries ask the question, why does insurance have to be mandatory? I'm very happy to hear you express that idea, and I think that we have to share that as extensively as possible.
Is because by working on this insurance, compulsory insurance, we just realized that we were working on something that was not going to be able to be implemented properly if the countries do not have the adequate tools. So while we were working with Paraguay, with Guatemala, with Costa Rica, with other countries in Latin America, we realized that many countries either didn't have a very solid or well-connected motor vehicle information management system, or let alone that, a vehicle registry. Just didn't have a vehicle registry or was not very well connected. So that's how we said, like, look, yes, let's take this level, let's take this globally, but let's take one step back and let's see what's the situation regarding this motor vehicle registries and so forth. And then when we started working about motor vehicle registries, we found out that the problem was even greater by saying, look, even if the countries do have a vehicle registry, and I want to share some data from this morning, because this morning we launched an Africa Continental report on road safety, the Africa Status Report on Road Safety, along with WHO and AUC. And you'll be shocked, because from this report we have, like, out of the 54 African countries, indeed we have 36 countries that the insurance is compulsory and it's in the national law, 36. So it's not such a bad number. But then when you start looking and digging a bit more about it, then you find out that only 2 countries This insurance applies to all vehicles. And this is when it starts getting a bit... Then you keep digging, and then you see that only 2 countries have premium regulation. And then when you go into looking into the vehicle registration, as I was saying, we see that 49 countries, so it's a good number as well, as I was saying, it's in the national law. So they have this in the national law, and they have a vehicle registry. But then you start digging again, and then you see that only 4 countries, the law applies to both private and professional vehicles. And then all I'm trying to say is that even if you have these systems, it doesn't really mean that you are going to be able to apply and to enforce all this legislation. So that's why we said, okay, let's step one step back and work on this motor vehicle information management systems as to create a framework for countries to start somewhere to be able to apply later on the many aspects, and I'm going to go into just 2 slides because I wanted to give you a snapshot. This is literally going to be the official launch of this report. This report has taken us a while because we've been consulting a lot of international partners, we've been consulting many countries, and I'm happy to say that this is a global report in the sense that we have countries like Colombia, actually. We have Colombia, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Dominican Republic, Paraguay, Peru, Cambodia, Laos, Timor-Leste, South Africa, Zambia, Bhutan, Georgia, and the idea is that this report, hopefully we can, extend it over the years. So now I'm going to go to, to the, I didn't realize that you might not be able to read this because it's very, the little dots are very small. But this is just to show you what are the capacities or the capabilities of having a motor vehicle information management systems. And then you will see in the upper right part, you will see what it would mean to have a motor vehicle management information system that is established. So right now, what you can already start having from them, and this is just like very basic stuff like first entry, first registration, first payments, and this applied to tickets. Just to enforcement. And we've been talking about this last days about how policing and enforcing is key, right? To make the road safety regulations actually to take into action and not to stay in just on a paper. But if you don't have a system through which you can actually apply this, it's going to be, again, that letter. Sorry, I'm translating now in Spanish. I'm looking at you, and my Spanish wants to come out. So I will stop looking at you now. So yeah, and periodic, reviews. Now, if you look at the light blue, so it's in the down part of the graph, you will see what it can enable. So what can these systems enable beyond what they can do now with these information systems? And we can go not only into road safety, but even beyond into freight transportation registration, passenger transport registration, even the end of life of vehicles, have a registry of the fleet and what's happening with these vehicles. And we've been hearing a lot about electrifying, and also we've been hearing a lot about Africa not being the dump of used vehicles and so forth. But who is having a registry of that? Like, do we know exactly where these vehicles are coming? Where are they going afterwards? After how long? Once they enter, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, these questions, we can ask millions of questions. And the answer is that we don't know. Because most of the countries, even if they have it in their legislation, even if they have it in place, they're not connected. And this is basically the whole thing about these MVIMs, or these motor vehicle information management systems, to connect the dots and to connect the different systems that are already in place. The police have their systems, transport sector has the systems, health sector has the systems, but they're not connected. They don't talk to each other. And that's why also, when we try to have a global status report, we need to sit with all the different partners and we need to repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat this process because they're not connected. So why can we think on how can we create these systems to make them work, really connect them, and be able to monitor this on a daily basis, not on every 3-4 years and having all this movement of people doing it. That's the way we're doing it now, and I applaud it, because otherwise we wouldn't have data now, like that kind of data. I applaud it. But can't we really work with the systems that we have, just connect them, improve them, work on this kind of systems to have, to governments, to have this information and take decisions now? Not in 4 years when the situation already changed, when now we have motorbikes here that we don't know what to do with them, when it's too late. It's too late. So, and then the last part is on the left part, the dark blue, is just the envision. So where can these systems take us as well? And this is, intelligence, speed assist, traffic management. So this can really get us there. But we need to basically go to basics. And until we don't go to basics and we don't connect these systems, we're not going to be able to take advantage of all the benefits that we've been hearing, in this case, about motor vehicle insurance. Yes, there's many, many benefits, but unless we don't have the basis, unless we don't have these systems in place, connected, it's going to be very difficult to really benefit from it. So we need to work on this together. And this is just a snapshot on the report on how the framework is basically suggesting countries to work on this. So in a sense that first we don't need to reinvent the wheel. First, let's see what we have. Let's see what legislation we have, what laws we have, what information, which institutions, what do we have and where. We've been hearing actually in many countries, in many meetings that I've been having with African countries, they have the systems. They already have them, but even for traffic management, the driver license is under one system. The traffic police is on the other system. The vehicle, the fleet registry is on another system, and they don't talk, right? So and then we need to decide what's the vision. Where do we want to take these systems? Like, what's our target to these systems? And then focus on that. Is it environment? Is it safety? They should be, all of them. Health? Exactly. And once we get this vision, then do the planning. And so, okay, so that's our objective. How are we going to use this system, this information, this management system? Are we going to convert it into policy, into delivery, into digital? What are we going to do with it, and by who? Then implement it and really convert it into whatever it needs to be done, either a legislation, just an information management capacity, or another institution. It depends on the country and what services it's going to do. And then just, do the monitoring, do the performance, do the compliance, and keep improving it. So that's the whole idea in a snapshot. I tried to summarize the whole thing in 2 slides. And we just invite you to download it, to read it, to use it, because again, all of these reports, all of this work, if it's not used, then it's just a waste of time, resources, and energy. A snapshot of different countries from different regions in different kind of maturities. The report also includes several case studies from how different countries manage these systems, as to give idea, because there's no like one fit all. So what we try to do is just put the framework as to support countries to take their own decisions and just make the most out of their own systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maricela. And I also think that this integrated registry systems are very important to create a common language between public institutions, no? So at Movernos Seguros, we have difficulties to bring ministries of health and departments inside the Ministry of Health to talk to us about it. And same, it's the same what like Mari was saying. It's like, it's crazy. Why they don't want to talk about insurance if it's something that can go to them? It's because the information is not integrated and they don't have a common language. But also to bring some trust between private sector and public sector. No, because like insurance companies can feed this system, and also the public can get information from the system to create their policies and reform regulations to be better for the private sector and also for the public sector. Thank you very much. We are done with the panel, but we have questions and answers. I think that we still have 15 minutes here. So I open to the audience if you want to ask any questions or talk about the experience of your country or make any other comments about motor insurance and road safety and bring something to the table, just raise your hand. You can make the comments on your language that you're comfortable of. I know that we have not all languages here, but at least Spanish, English, French, Arabic, those are the languages that you guys can talk. I don't know, if someone wants to talk, ask a question, just raise your hand, and then I can give the mic to it. Okay, so we have here, present yourself. Present yourself and your comment.
Buenas tardes a todos. Yo en español me presento, soy...
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cardan Jimenez. I am the representative of Paraguay of the Vice Minister of Road Safety and Transit. More than anything, today I would like to thank you, Eduardo, for the invitation. All these experiences have been very inspiring. It has been great to listen to all these countries. I share with the panelists, the lady present here, that indeed this is a matter of social security. It's not a public expenditure. We all pay our taxes, and that is a vision that each government should have to reduce the rate of traffic accidents and to have safer roads. In my country, we also have a pandemic of motorcycles, like all the countries in Latin America. The situation is close to that in Guatemala. 20 to 30,000 motorcycles per month are sold each month. So it is very easy to access a motorcycle. You can access a motorcycle for less than $10. Nowadays, it is very easy for a Paraguayan to use a motorcycle to move. But they do it irresponsibly. They normally ride 2 or 3 people on a motorcycle without wearing helmets. Sometimes there are children between them on the motorcycle. So I think, Eduardo, since 2021 or 22, some helmets were donated to us, and it had a very positive impact in Paraguay. The international community decided to support Paraguay, and that was very well received. Now there is some work in order to implement the mandatory motor insurance. It is not mandatory yet in Paraguay, but public transportation is not safe and it's not insured. Only about 12% of the fleet in Paraguay is insured. So we are working in different areas. We have good connections in the Congress, and I think that we will soon be able to have compulsory motor insurance in Paraguay. Thank you very much once again, Eduardo, for inviting us. I want to congratulate all the panelists also for your excellent contributions.
No, so, yeah, we have a hand there and then there. Or, yeah.
Carlos Torres de Honduras.
Yes, my name is Carlos Torres from Honduras. When we talk about universal insurance, it sounds great. But in my country, in Central America, the cost of life is very high. So there is public transportation, and then there is the IDB there. But sometimes drivers don't even have a driver's license for cargo. So insurance is great. There is a social cost. Yes, that is true. But it is very difficult for a family to pay for insurance because the basic needs are very difficult to pay for regular families. So we need to think of how to make it universal. But in order to make something mandatory, it also needs to be affordable.
Se muere o cuando hay un accidente.
Because paying for insurance, it's not easy. I would like to ask you about experiences of very low-income countries, because in Latin America, normally you don't buy a new car. You buy a car that came from the United States, that was in a crash, that it was fixed up, and then you buy it again. Or you do a little bit of repairs, and it's circulating again. So I would like to know if you have experiences of this sort in countries where the basic cost of living is very high. Maybe there is a social program financed by the government or financed by some other contributors. Because like Juan Carlos here was saying from Honduras, we need to lower the cost of insurance to make it affordable. Maybe I'm thinking out loud, but maybe if the volume of people who pay for insurance, the prime can go down. Maybe it can also have a government subsidy. I don't know if someone could share an experience on how to make insurance affordable when the social cost for low-income families that have to move around is such. During the pandemic, for example, people opted for motorcycles because it was a lot cheaper than other options. Then, in terms of public transportation, if a driver or if a transport company buys a vehicle, they will not be insured because an insurance company does not want to cover them because they are involved in many accidents. So a transport company do not receive any funding or incentives to buy insurance, even if they buy new vehicles.
Maybe Mr. Lamat can, because Morocco has I think the same situation in terms of income from like some Central American countries, and his point is that how you can address affordability of insurance, taking into consideration that these countries, people have already had pressures from other things, and then in top of that, you have to put a fee that insurance is seen as a fee at some point. I don't know, maybe you can give some insights of that, and then Esteban too could make some comments.
Rapidement, par rapport à l'expérience marocaine, en effet, si on revient aux années 70-80, on avait ce problème de renchérissement, notamment en ce qui concerne le coût des accidents, des sinistres corporels. En effet, c'était des sinistres qui étaient évalués de manière très très variable par les juges. Après, depuis 1984, nous avons un barème, une loi qui fixe un barème d'indemnisation des accidents corporels. Donc, depuis ce temps, on a une indemnisation qui est fixée au niveau de la loi, qui dépend du revenu, du préjudice subi, de la nature et de certaines rubriques d'indemnisation. On est aujourd'hui en train de les réviser, mais ça a fait qu'aujourd'hui, même par rapport à la sinistralité corporelle, on est sur des niveaux d'indemnisation qui sont quand même maîtrisés. Parce que sinon, on serait dans des systèmes d'indemnisation où ça va varier, où on va commencer à indemniser sur des préjudices impossibles. L'idée n'est pas de remettre exactement la personne dans la même situation. Une vie humaine, comme ça a été dit, n'a pas de prix. Mais
the idea is to be able to participate and reduce the impact of crashes on families and on the people who are injured, the victims. And therefore, that is the objective. The most important thing is that it has helped. And we also try to ensure follow-up to the premium. This premium was decided based on regulations up to 2006, and then there were many. We revisited the legislation that is the latest premium has made it possible now to have an automobile sector that is more or less balanced as far as the national level is concerned. And this means that we are able to do a lot of things through motor insurance. Therefore, today, this is a major aspect, and I would like to simply go back to this question of obligation for the insurance sector and how it works in Morocco today. We have a satisfaction rate that is over 90%, about 95%, even more, because we have a contribution of the authorities as far as the control is and monitoring is concerned. We know exactly how to control the situation, to monitor the situation as far as the licensed driver, driving license, as well as the driver himself or herself, and the sanctions applied. And therefore, if you do not show the insurance or evidence of an insurance, means that you can be put in jail. It can have even a 6-month prison sentence, and therefore this is why this system has worked well. Today we're working with the sector, the insurance sector, on the register of the insured vehicle fleet. We can have the information on the vehicle, information on the insurance policies. We will match the information with the help and support of NARSA in order to be able to detect where there are places where there is no insurance coverage. And we also have a fund that will pay compensation in case the person who caused the accident is not covered or is not insured. And therefore, that is limited only to bodily harm. And we shall be building on a warranty fund for this coverage.
And I don't know if you want to jump out and comment too.
Sure. Just a comment when we talk about the cost of insurance, and in many cases, the argument that some countries can't have mandatory insurance because it would cost too much for a very poor population. Insurance does not create value. What insurance does is it spreads out risk and it shares the cost. The cost is always there. It doesn't change because you don't have mandatory insurance. And the worst thing is the people who suffer the most are the victims. Let's be clear, and they tend to be the poorest. And this is just not fair. The victims, of all the arguments that we gave today for insurance, the strongest one is that victims have to be compensated. They did absolutely nothing wrong and they're suffering. And we have a responsibility as society. We made the automobile the transportation mode of choice. We provide infrastructure. We subsidize transportation. We subsidize the automobile, the individual automobile all the time. We provide enormous amounts of land for cars. And we don't want to assume that responsibility of a society, of the damage that we cause by making that choice. I love cars. Cars provide enormous accessibility. They give us opportunities for education, health, a lot of other things. But let's also assume the costs that we suffer because of that choice that we make. And we have a responsibility to those victims, and they have to be compensated. They have enormous human suffering. Let's at least make their financial suffering a little bit better. And really, just that argument, I think, is way more than enough to make sure that we have compulsory insurance everywhere.
Thank you very much, Esteban. So I think
Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. My name is Alma Chavez. I come from Mexico, from the Association of Victims of Road Violence and from the Ibero-American Association of Road Violence. In my country, we have a right to mobility and we have a general law of road safety. But unfortunately, this right to mobility cannot be a reality because mandatory insurance was made compulsory. We don't understand why a government, progressist government, is not helping victims of road violence, because it makes us poorer and it has an impact of 4% of GDP. And then on the other hand, why not promote the sale of insurance? Unfortunately, Mexico did not send a delegation to this event, so we as victims feel really abandoned. Survivors feel abandoned. because nowadays in Mexico, 40 people die every day. We calculate that 100% or 100 people end up with a permanent disability after spending weeks in a hospital after a traffic accident. So how can we take this message to our government that has more than 120 organizations and agencies? So how do we tell our government that this issue is important, that they should come and listen, and that they should promote having universal motor insurance?
And we are going to launch soon a survey on Mexico. So we are going to talk before we launch the survey so we can present the results to you and see how we can advocate for that in Mexico for sure. So I don't know, I think that we are out of time, just like trying to finish in time here. Thank you very much for your presence here. Thank you very much for being from Rabat, all of you coming from your countries to be here in this panel that I think that was very enlightening about insurance. Is something that, as Mikel has already told before, it's not on the radar for most of the countries who are here on the conference. So I think that we just brought this new aspect here, and we have to work on the future on improving the compulsory motor insurance in the countries, bringing registries. So this is something that I imagine that you're going to take to Africa. We invite IDB to take this registry system idea to the Latin American countries too, bringing a little bit of the experience of Morocco to see how we can expand that to the low and middle income countries. Thank you very much for all of you being here, Mikel for the amazing presentation, and Ricardo, who is our technical specialist that was on the backstage, and also here making the honor to present everyone. So thank you everyone to be here and enjoy the rest of the conference and try to sightsee Marrakesh a little bit. Thank you.
very good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once again for joining us for this next plenary session. It's an absolute pleasure to be with you here this afternoon, delving into more crucial discussions around road safety. But I'm sure, as you would have seen just right behind me, the next panel discussion that's about to take place is exactly to do with the topic that you see on your screen, from mobilizing to organizing, the challenges of implementation. I think oftentimes it's easier to say than to do. So today we will unpack some of the highlights, tips, and takeaways for you and I, so that we may try and make implementation a lot more easier than before. Of course, addressing the challenges, but learning from one another in terms of how we can, of course, address those challenges. With that being said, we have to also equally acknowledge the political will that is in the room, but public mobilization to and for road safety in many countries still faces significant challenges in effectively implementing those road safety policies. You would agree with me that the transition from mobilizing support for rather to organizing action often uncovers some gaps in institutional capacity, in resources, in coordination, as well as accountability. So my panelists hopefully will be giving us some, optimism and something to take away and try and implement when we get back to our spaces. So I'd like to introduce my panelists, so please come to the stage. And once again, I will be occupying the first seat on my left, your right, and I would like to request my panelists to please just occupy the second seat until we have all of them filled up. All right, so first on my list to join me for this conversation, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome onto the stage Sergei Diaconu, the Chief of Staff in the Office of the Prime Minister in Moldova. A round of applause, please. Welcome him. Thank you. Welcome. Joining him would be Renan Filho, the Minister of Transport from Brazil. Please make your way, Renan. I'm sure Minister is still making his way to the session. And I'd like to also welcome from Guinea, Ousmane Gaoul Diallo, the Minister of Transport from Guinea. Please give him a warm round of applause. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Please also welcome to the stage Professor Wong Shaw Vu, the Chairman of the Malaysian Institute of Road Safety Research. Please give him a warm round of applause and welcome him onto the stage. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, also joining us is Kittikon Losunthorn, the Secretary to the Minister of Health from Thailand. Are you in the room with us? All right, we'll give them, of course, some time. Hopefully they will make their way as we are having this discussion. But also please welcome onto the stage John Ivar Nygard, the Minister of Transport from Norway. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Welcome. All right, nice to meet you. Please, ladies and gentlemen, also welcome on the stage Milton Morrison, the Executive Director, National Authority for Transport from the Dominican Republic. Please welcome him to the stage. Minister Renan, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Have a seat. Thank you. Have a seat. Thank you so much. All right, I'll also like, are all my panelists here? Do we have everyone? All right, let me just make another roll call in case I have called a panelist and they haven't made their way yet. We have Sergei Diaconu, the Chief of Staff from the Office of the Prime Minister from Moldova. We have Renan Filho, Minister of Transport from Brazil. Ousmane Gaoul Diallo, Minister of Transport from Guinea. Professor Wong Shaw Vu, the Chairman from the Malaysian Institute of Road Safety Research. Kittikon Losunthorn, Secretary to the Minister of Health from Thailand. John Ivar Nygard, the Minister of Transport from Norway, as well as Milton Morrison, the Executive Director, National Authority for Transport from the Dominican Republic. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into our panel discussion, we do have a keynote address giving us some data, stats, and context into our discussion. It's not myself, though. To help us take us through that keynote address, please help me welcome onto the stage Thomas Eneroth from the Swedish Parliament. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Tumelo, and Thank you, everyone. Ministers, colleagues, friends of road safety. It is a pleasure being here, and actually it brings back a lot of memories. Because when I was Minister of Infrastructure, I hosted the 3rd Global Ministerial meeting in Stockholm. It was in February 2020, and it was freezing cold outside, but very warm inside. And as you know, at that time we gathered 1,700 delegates from all over the world, NGOs, private sector, ministers, national agencies, to work together to form the Stockholm Declaration. And that declaration was very important because it both contained a strong commitment to road safety from all the stakeholders, but also a framework how to work to achieve the global goals on sustainable development and Agenda 2030. And the connection is absolutely fundamental if you want to create a sustainable safety. If the word on road safety does not include questions as climate, public health, and social sustainability, it will not last. So to achieve this, we need broader alliance. Not only legislators or national agencies, we need NGOs. We need private sector to cooperate and to engage. And the broader participation was a result of the conference in Stockholm, and I'm really glad to see that these have even become more broader during this conference here in Morocco. So this resulted in a brave resolution that we also took in United Nations. Now, 5 years later, I'm both proud but also frustrated. I'm proud to see NGOs working very hard to put pressure on politicals or pressure for the opinion to especially by young organizations, because since road accidents is the most common cause of death by young people, it's so important that we take that fight. It's terrible and it's heartbreaking. I'm also proud to see brave politicians on national, local, regional levels. We saw the mayors earlier here today, and here are some brave ministers also. And I'm really proud to see that the private sector now takes a lot of initiative, taking larger responsibilities, companies standing in the front line for road safety. But to be honest, I'm also frustrated, both when the pandemic put a wet blanket over the development that we would see and would want to have after 2020, but also, of course, since years of inflation, the last year here, put very hard to make the right infrastructure investments and delay actually a lot of the solutions that we have. So to form implementation, I have some recommendations for the panel to reflect on. First, let us agree and recognize the importance of having a safe system approach, a vision zero, that the transport system must be designed in a way that takes human vulnerabilities into account. People are people. We do mistakes, but it should be easy to do the right thing. But if you do mistake, well, it should not lead to death. And I think that principle is so important when we design infrastructure, when we plan cities, when we take decisions in the government, when we produce cars, when we have national agencies, and it gives results. In Sweden, since we started with the Vision Zero work, we've gone from 1,300 deaths per year to 200 now. So safe system approach saves lives. The other part is the stakeholder collaboration. It's not enough that only the infrastructure planners or the legislators are involved and responsible for road safety. It's necessary, but it's not enough. We need all commitment, also from NGOs and from private sector. And let me here address one example. The private sector, when Scania, Honda, IKEA, and other large companies in the world follow the road safety index that FIA has, that ITF has, it's so important because it makes a difference. 30% of the road accidents are connected to work. So if they take the responsibility, you show results, measuring, the road safety, making the footprints traceable. It's so important to have this tool to both change the cultures, but also to change results. And it's not expensive. Actually, compliance to road safety saves both lives, saves money, and saves carbon emissions. And of course, even national agencies, municipalities and organizations can adopt this kind of road safety index. It creates opportunities, and actually it also creates accountability. The last thing is innovation. It's so important to continue the work to have safer transport solutions. So first of all, technical solutions, of course. From seatbelts to AI-driven support, big data sharing for traffic information, flexible speed regulation. Electrification gives now new opportunities for smart technologies in vehicles, in transport system. But also focus on system solutions, invest in public transports to create safer alternative than motorcycles as the only option for people to get to work or to their families. But I want mostly to see innovation when it comes to financing infrastructure, because one lesson we learn is that that is the big challenge, especially for countries in this continent, in Africa. And what bothers me is that right now, infrastructure decisions are taken in cities, in ministerials, in companies, in banks that not take road safety into account. Actually, some make it even worse. We have new motorways built that actually results in more deaths in the traffic. So the coming decade, billions of dollars will be invested in infrastructure. We know that, funded by states, by cities, by African Development Bank, World Bank, European Investment Bank. What if every decision would have to show the effect on road safety? The World Bank has worked now with these kind of tools, and it's really good work from the World Bank, but more is needed. We need a global framework for this kind of index of measuring the road safety infrastructure investments. And if we have investments bonds of road safety, then we also could provide the projects with funding. The Swedish insurance company Folksam launched the road safety bond just some years ago to facilitate resources that will be put into new infrastructure projects. It was $1 billion. It's not all money in the world, but it was an important signal, and more need to follow. I want to see courage among banks, insurance companies, and others to do the same, to have road safety bonds to make sure that we have new money into these infrastructure investments that's needed. So if we could create the right framework, the impact, especially for all projects in this continent, it would be enormous. And to be honest, sometimes these demands, these regulations will of course result in a little bit more expensive investments decision. But I'm really sure that in the long run, the effect on public health, on labor market, on society, and for people is both, it's very, very good. Finally, as we all know, one of the challenges right now are increasingly polarizing world, where differences and geopolitical tensions between countries rather than common challenges are in focus. To succeed, we need more multilateral arenas. WHO, ITF, United Nations, we need more arenas for collaboration, not less. And I know that there are different ideologies, values, or interests among countries in the world, but road accident, to be honest, road accident, they are the same. The same terrible results, the same challenges. We could at least talk about this. I call it the transport diplomacy. They would say a way to maintain international dialogue when other questions are off the table. And it's urgent. We call it the decade for action, but actually we need a little bit more action. So that's why this conference is so important, that Morocco is doing very well, to show all the engagements among countries, among ministers, among organizations, among NGOs, to show the world that there is a huge will to make a difference. And if there are some that don't want to contribute or participate, don't let that stop us. We are committed to make a change. We want to save lives. We want to do our best for the next generation. We can do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you so much for setting the stage and the tone for this discussion. And I think that's exactly what we want to hear, right, from the various countries in terms of the examples they have, the highlights they can share with us on how to turn these ideas and commitments made at policy level into tangible, impactful action on the ground, because it's the impact on the ground that needs to be felt the most. But we'll also, ladies and gentlemen, take our focus on the practical realities of implementation, often easier said than done. But we will discuss areas of securing resources to ensuring that coordination and accountability, as well as providing a roadmap for overcoming these challenges that prevent road safety from becoming a priority to be ventilated on the stage. So once again, I'd like to thank my panelists for joining me. I see that I'm the rose amongst the thorns. So it's an absolute pleasure being with you here and having this discussion. Perhaps let me start with Moldova. And Sergey, I would like just to touch on, the significant progress that you have made as Moldova, without a doubt, in road safety reforms. Perhaps share with us some of the lessons that can be learned from your country's experience in moving from policy frameworks to tangible results felt on the ground.
Thank you so much. So, we started in 2010 with a very small project on road policing exchange. That was actually supported by WHO and World Bank, and implemented with the support of some partners, East and FIA. Starting from a very, very significant number of deaths, it was more than 500 for a small country with less than 3 million inhabitants, 500 deaths per year, and with 53 children every year losing their life. It was a lot. So we started with determination. So we put together Prime Minister, the Minister, we sit it on the table and decided, look, it cannot continue like this. Yeah. We need to do something. We need to adapt a plan. We need to enforce. We need to change the behavior. We need to educate. So let's do it. The second one, we continued with an engagement between all of us. That we, because let's be serious. Yeah. Road safety is not very sexy. It's not a fight that it's very sexy, because you, as a politician, you are fighting with everybody. You are fighting with the road users that don't like to be punished, with the drivers that don't like to be punished. Yeah. You are fighting the other road users that don't like to be, punished. They don't like the penalties to rise. They don't want this to slow down. And you are fighting your own colleagues from Ministry of Transport, sorry colleagues, because they want roads quickly built. The roads that can connect, and they are less engaged in safer road, not everywhere, but in many cases. So we continued with this engagement that we will take the hit from the possible impact, but we will do it. So later on, we built a partnership with everybody, with the road users, through NGOs, with mass media, because you need a lot, but really a lot of mass media on your side that will support, that will commit, and that will comment on what you are doing. You need academia on your side, you need law enforcement, you need education to be on your side. Yeah. We continued with a plan and with a national program, and we started with an enforcement. We dismissed the road police. We built a new one because it was a corrupted one. It was the step 1. The step 2, we increased the penalties. The step 3, we started the police operation. The step 4, we started the education in the school. The step 5, we started with the road transformation and implementing the new approach on the safer roads. So this led to a decreasing. So we was among the countries that in less than 10 years decreased the number of the deaths in a half. We reached the goal in 2020, and the number of the children was diminishing from 53 to 9 last year. So this also means that we put some money there, because you cannot ask from police officers, from road implementers to do something if you don't have money behind. It was difficult. It needed some real engagement from the state, from the budget, and from the partners, but we did it. So this was the steps that we did, at least in Moldova. I don't know, maybe the other countries can use our experience, and we are ready to share how we did it.
Thanks, Sergey. I want to move to Guinea. And Osman, as I come to you, let's recognize that many low and middle class, or rather middle income countries still face some challenges in enforcing road safety policy due to a number of reasons, but also due to resource constraints. That's one of the main challenges that are faced here by many low and middle income countries. In your case, what innovative low-cost strategies has Guinea implemented to improve on road safety?
Well, thanks very much indeed. So the task was not easy to shoulder right from the beginning. The work was quite important. The gap was huge. The gap holding between the requirements for safe roads and was also huge, and the imperatives dealing with the socio-economic segments. And so we needed to do a reality check whereby the roads were not in a better position. So road safety was not considered to be a priority, and the dramas on our youth and the economy were hugely important. And we needed a strong political will. This was spearheaded by the head of the state, who was the bearer of this relationship, and also preventing lives. It was not said to be due to fatality and destiny. So a number of projects were launched, particularly opening schools, more particularly, and whereby so driving license really was obtained so we needed to really abide by the rules. We need to put in legal instruments, delivering and issuing driving licenses that are guaranteed by the state, and the driver who is the holder of this need to really be up to the level of the expectations, and put in place communication spaces with the stakeholders, various Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Security, so that we can take together measures in order to stop the dramas occurring on the roads, and limiting the loads allowed on trucks, more particularly, because there was really this overloading trucks resulted in human fatalities, and really investing in spaces and in the urban centers, and putting particularly pedestrian places, building zebras, more particularly for pedestrians. And also this has led us to put in place establish a national agency for managing road safety, which is operational and which is becoming a platform for for coordination and communication. Quite a lot of projects have been launched within this framework of this program. And in order to break and implement this on the include it in curricula, so this makes it possible to connect our region, make it possible for people to travel smoothly and safely. Then when they return home, quite many actions have been really been launched, ambitious programs that have yielded results, and so that will yield also fruitful results in the years to come, which will make it possible to take advantage of this summit of Marrakesh in order to meet with countries, and so that they can help us, so that we can really, beyond cultural barriers, we can really initiate collaboration, particularly with the focusing on reducing mortality, as is put forth. So reducing mortality on the roads, but then also the political willingness is here in Guinea, and this is a beacon for more hope, and particularly so that we can really at least bring our country to the level of expectation in terms of international standards. Thank you.
Osmani, thank you. Prof. Voon, I'd like to come to you and just speak more on
我再请您讲讲你们在马来西亚是怎么做的？你们作为一个从国家的角度来讲，你们这个智能出行方面做得非常成功。数字创新是如何帮助你们弥补政策制定和实际生活当中应用之间的差距的？谢谢。 使用技术总是一个很好的机会，我们不应当丢失这样的机会。当然，我们所做的很多的工作都需要有数据的支撑，我们需要有证据来证明我们的项目是成功的，结果是优良的。所以数字化就是比如说换个话说就是新技术。 它是取决于我们如何去使用它，它可以把我们推向一个新的层面，能够更好的更有成效的做事，更好的利用这些高科技手段。采集数据这一方面，就是共同的这个集体的努力是受到了重视。我们使用数字数据就能够提高我们的工作效率，同时呢。
So, information is important. Whether we can plan our trip, so-called the trip management, the journey management, can we do it better? Yes, depends on the data we have, depends on the information we have, and a lot of time, it will be always very good that if we can have something even live to have a so-called live feedback in terms of how your driver drive, and can you do something just to prevent the tired driver from driving further? These are the good opportunities that we always have. But more important thing is that all these, a lot of people say, it comes with costs, it comes with money. We do not have enough money. Can we do it? And this particularly goes to the low and middle income countries. This is always a concern. In fact, I do believe funding or resources is always a limit. Yeah. Money never enough. No matter how much you put in, we always say we can do better with more. Yeah. Yes. So my wish is that for everyone to take home is that if we have whatever we have, we maximize it, we make use of it, and then we start work on it. Don't wait until the money is enough. And to be frank, it never be. So I will hope that we all can help each other. To provide positive energy for all of us to move forward together. And we are all friends. We need positive energy for us to move forward. Although a lot of times we have constraints, including the funding side. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Let me move to Norway. And John Ivar, I mean, Norway has been at the forefront of, defining targets and indicators for road safety. And it's also renowned for its best practice management in this particular field. So what has then been the critical factors behind Norway's success over the years, would you say?
Thank you very much. I should take you into what we have been doing in Norway. First and foremost, I would put the weight on that we had road safety and the Vision Zero is one of the 5 main goals in the Norwegian transport policy. So this is also a part of our national transport plan. And I believe that this vision is the only ethical possibility a goal that we can have. No one should be killed or severely injured in transport. We cannot accept so many people lose their lives on Norwegian roads. And we cannot accept that road accidents are the #1 cause of death among young people globally. Proper management of road safety efforts is key to address this major problem. We strongly believe that the main reason behind Norway's progress are our continued commitment and broad approach to road safety over many years, and that we have managed to get relevant stakeholders on board. We like to call it the Norwegian road safety model. We acknowledge that road authorities cannot win on our own. It has been essential to involve a broad range of governmental and non-governmental stakeholders to address challenges in different areas. We work systematically and targeted towards a common goal. Everything we implement should be based on science and knowledge, and we strive to evaluate all measures. And this is fundamental in order to be able to pick the right measures to pinpoint the different challenges where the potential for improvement is the largest. For instance, the Norwegian Public Road Administration carry out in-depth analysis of fatal accidents to learn what went wrong, and in this way we can develop measures to prevent it from happening again. And we have a strong national lead agency in the Norwegian Public Road Administration, and they are responsible for road safety measures in the transport sector, and they coordinate road safety efforts across different policy sectors and stakeholders. Explicit targets endorsed by the Parliament are also a key success. And I'm very pleased that Norway has been at the forefront in defining targets and key performance indicators for road safety. We reset our targets every 4 years when the government presents its national transport policy. At the same time, international cooperation and targets at the global level have been beneficial for us, and it has also given us inspiration and confirmation that we are heading in the right direction. Our target harmonizes with the targets set at UN and EU levels. Ultimately, the goal is to eliminate fatalities in road traffic by 2050. And this target is, without doubt, highly ambitious. So far, we are above the level we need to be at to reach the target. This shows that we must continuously seek new measures and gain new knowledge. Yesterday's achievements are already history. Increased effort are needed to save lives also tomorrow and the day after. Some words about the results in Norway. In 2024, we reached a milestone by recording fewer than 100 road facilities in a single year. Preliminary figures show that 89 people died in traffic accidents last year, and this puts Norway at 16 people killed per million inhabitants. Yet, there is still far too many. As I will make a commitment on today, the Norwegian government will intensify efforts in our road safety works. This includes increased controls and enforcement, targeted awareness campaigns, and smaller infrastructure measures on road segments with documented safety concerns. One concrete example, The Norwegian government will propose regulatory measures to address hazardous driver behavior, including stricter and more efficient rules on confiscation of vehicles in case of extreme speeding. We will propose to prohibit warning services that reduce the effectiveness of police controls, and we will propose stricter rules on the use of mobile phones while driving. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, John. I'd like to move to Brazil now, and Renan, it's without a doubt that Brazil is one of the largest and most diverse transportation markets globally. How do you then ensure that road safety initiatives are effectively implemented across such a vast and varied landscape?
I'm sorry, but I need to speak in Portuguese. It's easier for me. O Brasil é país realmente muito grande, foi uma boa.
Brazil is really a large country with large, extensive opportunities that can actually get inspiration from the experience in other countries. But we have features that I can describe right in here. We have over 250 million inhabitants, and this is undoubtedly the country that carries most people by bus per regional zones, because we have that continental dimension. For that matter, we don't have a railway that can help us take people from the south to the north of the country. That's why we need to use our highways to transport people and also transport so many goods. We need to understand that Brazil is one of the major exporters in the world of food, but also of minerals, which actually leads us to say that we have a large number of accidents. Unfortunately, our highways and motorways register so many deaths, over 5,000 fatalities per year. But the fact of the matter is that the largest issue is that these deaths do not happen on federal highways. Actually, those fatalities occur within cities and municipal roads, local roads, and basically inside the main Brazilian cities. Another feature is that we are one of the best markets of the world for the sale of for motorcycles, and also it's the largest for trucks, but also a large market for motorcycles, because many people use motorcycles to move around, to go to work, and also to move around within cities. You know, motorcycles have even been substituted for other modes of transport in large cities. That's another big problem for the cities, because we waste so much time because of bottlenecks and traffic jams, which actually leads every individual to have their own system of transport so they can move around swiftly and get back home swiftly after a long day at work. Therefore, we have 30,000 fatalities on federal roads or municipal roads per year. Brazil has been able to curb in the 21st century the number of fatalities quite significantly. But today, we really want to reach our objective, namely between 2022 2030 by 50% of fatalities. But for that matter, it's a whole effort that should be conducted federally. So we need a good coordination nationally between the Ministry of Transportation along with other ministries involved. So we have a local national authority in charge of transportation, land transportation. We have good regulations relating to the road use, and also we have a whole network of protection of vehicles. But all these features that I've mentioned, in addition to demography we have, and we have many people having their own individual transport. And the real feature of our city has it that many challenges actually occur in our cities. So we need to be transparent, because we are a democracy. Within democracies, we have systems of elections and a mechanism of transparency that urges every individual to show the best possible results they have. And the government should also feature and show the results of their policies over the next elections. For that matter, we are now in the process of promoting the best national initiatives, so that for municipalities and states that actually manage to curb the number of accidents and fatalities, which actually leads to an increase in security. And we are going to denounce those who don't do much, so we can shed the most light on areas where we have most accidents, and so we can also shed light on the best possible initiatives. I firmly believe that the instrument of transparency and of the social supervision control is a key factor in any democracy. In May, we are holding a big event that will look like the one we are attending now, with large number of countries attending, and states and also municipalities that share their strengths and weaknesses. In terms of funding, Brazil has made strides ahead, and we have a record number in terms of investments in infrastructure, in highways and motorways. So this is fundamental. We have decided to increase public investments, and also alongside with that, we have agreed that a country as big as Brazil, it's a lot more reasonable for the country to have the users actually pay for the infrastructures that we have. We are making concessions in terms of highways, so we can actually best fund these highways. So in middle-income countries, when you have a public budget to fund the roads and highways, in practice, the poorest are the ones who fund these infrastructures. And when a country actually makes a concession to those who pay for investments are the ones who bring in most security and maintenance of the infrastructure, and that's namely the poorest. And those who have a vehicle is the one that's one of middle-income persons. So it's a matter of fairness and equity in terms of funding. That's why the decision has been well thought out, and it differs from most countries' decisions with middle revenue or high revenue countries, high income countries. So we think that we can actually maintain these investments that are high within the next few years in our country. So that's a special initiative that's quite bold, and that has allowed us to reinforce investments and funding. That's why we'll be able to reduce the number of fatalities and deaths on our highways and motorways. For that matter, once again, we need to prove that we are transparent and accountable thanks to all these tools and instruments, and we'll be able to reach the expected objective. And if we manage in that, that will be a very good contribution towards the reduction of deaths throughout the world. That's a good contribution that can be shared, because we have a big chunk of responsibility with this regard.
And I think I would like to hear more about the challenges in as far as the Dominican Republic is concerned. What have been the biggest challenges in implementing road safety reforms in the Dominican Republic, but also how have you addressed these challenges?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation to this very important panel. Well, I will prefer to speak in Spanish, so that is why I will switch. Bueno, en el día de ayer.
Well, yesterday at a workshop I was taking part in the course of this ministerial conference, very early in the morning I received a copy of the book by the Special Envoy to the UN Secretary, Mr. Todd, titled The Silent Pandemic. What better title to start answering this question about the challenges we have in the Dominican Republic regarding road safety. And I am talking about that silent pandemic because, just to give you an idea, in the year 2020, when the COVID-19 pandemic broke out, around 2,411 people died in the Dominican Republic due to traffic accidents. However, the figure of the people who died was around the same, but we had more people who died due to a car accident than those who died due to COVID. And when we take the numbers from 2021 and 2022, when we opened the Dominican Republic, we realized that deaths due to traffic accidents doubled those people who died from COVID-19. So in our country, for several decades now, road safety has been a challenge that we have been facing, and our vision has been, as I will explain in a moment. Recently, 3 months ago, we declared road safety as a high national priority issue in our country. Our President, Mr. Bernadel, signed a historic decree for a national pact on road safety, including more than 20 civil society organizations and other associations and authorities to seek a solution to this problem. These led to the start of a process for the production of a national plan for road safety for the period 2025-2030. But we wanted to make it a real plan, a plan that could be implemented, a plan that would go down to the different points and the different challenges we had around road safety, and that we could have projects and actions in place that could face those challenges and that big issue that took the life of more than 300,000 Dominicans in 2024, which is a large figure for a population of 11 million. This has placed us 13th in the world records and in the ranking, and we are the second worst country in the American continent. As a country, we are fully committed to reduce those numbers drastically, because we are a country that many people love visiting. We have a flourishing tourism industry. We have a very warm people. Our culture is very attractive indeed, but the road accidents and road safety has been taken as a priority, and this has led us to work together in search of a solution that is now one of the points for our government's agenda going forward in the next 3 to 5 years. We want to, again, drastically reduce those figures. Just to give you an idea, and I will then mention certain challenges, out of a population of 11 million people, we have 6.2 million cars. Out of those 6.2 million cars, around 3.6 are motorcycles. So motorcycles have become a big headache for the Dominican society, and specifically when it comes to observing the law and the norms, and also in relation to the accidents, because 95% of people who died in an accident are motorbike riders, and so we are very much focused on launching policies of this specific area and issue. Now, as part of the large challenges and those challenges we have to counteract, there is something very important. For the execution of any plan, you first need a great deal of social commitment. We have gathered that through this National Pact for Road Safety that we have signed, but we also need political will. And we do have political will to our side, because the President of the Republic was the first to commit himself to that reality and to the objectives. So the good thing we have in the Dominican Republic is a government who's fully aware of this reality and who has seen and has set this goal as their own commitment. Now, to produce this national plan for security 2025-2030, we launched an inclusive process, a process whereby we listen to everybody's voices. And I would like to highlight, by the way, that one of the voices that we are listening to the most is the voice of the youth. That is why 2 days ago, when I was invited to participate on a panel by the Global Youth Coalition for Road Safety group here in Marrakesh, in Morocco, I said to them that we will make the youth part of the decision-making process, because actually in the Dominican Republic 55% of people who died due to traffic accidents are people aged between 15 to 39 years. So there is a clear commitment on our part to give that opportunity to the youth to be part and to understand that they are part of the solution. They are not the problem. They're rather part of the solution to this issue. So among the main challenges we have is the observance of the law. We have a road safety legislation which is rather recent. It was only passed around 8 years ago, in 2017. However, this legislation has had a hard time being implemented and to commit the citizens towards its observance. This means that what we are doing is not implementing a law. It's actually about changing a culture towards looking at life as the center for security for everyone. In other words, we are there to save lives. And although at the end of the day people might not like the application of the law, the truth is that one single life is worth much more than whatever problems or objections somebody might have when it comes to complying with the law. Also, sanctions, fines that can go in the same direction and that are actually according to the type of violation or breach. We are also involved in the Ministry of Education so that young students will be able to have some classes on road safety. We are also working on awareness raising campaigns nationally, but we came to the following conclusion. The consequences, the sanctions, the application of the legislation using a helmet, not just for the rider but also for passengers of a motorbike, are the kind of issues that we need to work around. We need to promote standards, certifications, accreditation, so that those helmets can offer and ensure adequate protection. So this is another one of the challenges. I would like to mention that, the application of the law, the observance and respect towards traffic agents, and specifically to make the Dominican society understand that road safety is orientated towards saving lives. And this is the commitment we have in the Dominican Republic, and I am positive that in the coming years, when we celebrate the next ministerial conference, I am sure that some representative from the Dominican Republic will say that we did make it, that we changed actually the curve in terms of road accidents in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Milton. Your last statement there leads me very well to my next question to you, Sergey, and this will be the last round of questions that I ask my panelists. And as you give your closing remarks, please consider the following questions that I will individually give you. But starting with you, Sergey, accountability and measuring impact is what I'd like to talk about with you. And we know that implementation is not just about launching programs, but it's also about ensuring measurable outcomes. So to you, what key performance indicators should governments use, and perhaps some that you've used that worked as well, to track progress? What would some of them be in terms of examples, and also how can accountability be enforced?
Yeah, so first of all, the number. The numbers, they are not lying. So it's the most important is to get the right numbers, not to increase but to decrease. Yeah. Of course. Second, it's like it's like the road safety is like baking something. So you need to use the right ingredients in the right time. And in our case, for us, it was the most important when we are putting the ingredients one after other. Are we doing it right? And we were trying to look on the progress, looking immediately after the action. What is the outback from the action? We had a road safety agency that was looking onto details, what's happening if we are doing step 1, what's happening if we are doing step 2, reporting back, and don't be afraid to change the strategies, don't be afraid to change these plans, because something that you are planning today might not work together. So what we did for the accountability, we permanently changed the plans, the actual plans of the implementation, and we also worked a lot of the communication with the other stakeholders. So what you can receive from the police, it's one figure, but what the people outside is saying about your action and about the reality behind, it's another issue. So we tried to also hear the voices of the NGOs, of the mass media, of the academia, to understand, are we doing the right things, or we need to adjust, we need to change. So, and at the end, so from one hand it was the figures, from the other hand it was the public satisfaction. As if you are pushing too hard, you might lose the support of the people outside. If you are pushing too less and you are not continuing, you might lose the progress. Yeah. And also, it's also important to keep the balance between what you are doing in the law enforcement, what you are doing into education, what you are doing into the other actions that are very important. If you are keeping the balance, if you are monitoring what is happening, if you are adjusting, you might have good progresses.
Thank you so much, Sergey. Osman, if I may just come to you as I give you an opportunity to give your closing remarks, but please do consider this question as well. And it has to do with interagency coordination. Perhaps, you would agree that successful road safety policies do require a level of coordination between government, between transport, health, law enforcement, as well as infrastructure sectors. So in your view, what are the best models for ensuring seamless collaboration between all these stakeholders? And please do share some examples that you may have implemented as Guinea.
Obviously, interministerial collaboration between the different players is the basis and necessary basis at that. When the players do not talk amongst each other, when they not exchange with each other, when they do not share their experiences for the establishment of national strategies, obstacles can be even more high than the results expected. Of course, you need to know the causes of the accidents and the implementation of the environment that would send back the reliable data, and also the tracks the dialogue in my country until recently. In order to have a motorbike, you only need to go to the market and buy your motorbike and drive it. You're not even under the obligation of registering it. When the accident happened, it would be difficult to identify it. The fact of having introduced rules to limit the ages of the riders and to put in place mechanism to obtain a driving license would bring to reduce the factors of risks without eliminating them. What controls traffic? Law enforcement agents, if they are not associated to the implementation of these rules and regulations, and their implementation would suffer. Dialogues between players is necessary. That's why I agree with the speakers before me from Dominican Republic. It is important that those which are the risk factors, the highest one, the young people, should be associated to the construction of the solution. That is to say, it's a dialogue which goes beyond the institutions and which also calls upon the educational world, which is a prevention factor of high importance. That is, as soon as we are sensitized as to the dangers of traffic and the risk factors and the responsibility of each one, it would be better rules, the strong rules that should be undertaken would be accepted. Eventually, each element will admit that in order to preserve lives, that we take measures that can sometimes would go against habits, cultures, traditions which have been established, which makes the situation even worse. We, in this approach, subscribe to this approach. There are a lot of priorities to introduce the driving license for motorbikes and to reduce the space of traffic, namely in the urban world, and to make it to require driving license plates in order to identify them and to allow them to circulate without them being factors for accidents. These are very high challenges and very high stakes for countries as long as the state hasn't put in place a mechanism for the movement of the populations through public transportation services. So we need to provide mass transportation means through buses, through railways that will reduce drastically the use of vehicles in urban areas. In the rural world, it's a whole different story because the only means for movement in the rural world remain these motorbikes. When we don't put in place efficient rules and with the modes of certification of protection instruments such as helmets, we realize that acquiring a motorbike in Guinea has become a law. When we sell a motorbike, we sell it with a helmet. It's mandatory. We cannot buy a motorbike without buying a helmet. It's a package. You need to require at least 2 helmets that are to be sold with the motorbike. These are new measures that come to reinforce the national policies with all these pedagogical policies of explanation and inclusion in these parameters. And that will allow us in the next summit that make it so that our countries would catch up with the delay in the preservation of lives, human lives. Thank you very much, Osman.
To come to you, and as I think of the topic at hand, mobilizing and organizing, I think one of the critical acts of mobilizing for governments is to mobilize and organize behavior, voluntary compliance, right? And that leads me to the issue around enforcement versus behavioral change. In your view, as you give your closing remarks and consider this question, Prof, how do you think governments can strike that balance between strict law enforcement, but equally fostering a culture of voluntary compliance with regards to road safety regulations?
Thank you. Thanks. Very interesting questions. Well, we have to understand that by advocating without enforcing, it will not work. And if we only enforce without letting the people understand, it may work at the time when the enforcement get a bit lax, then it will get back. So that means it's not sustainable in a way. The best configuration would be after you get yourself used to it, become part of you. That's where we're talking about behavioral change. So I will take example about in Malaysia now, wearing seatbelt as a driver. It is something that we would definitely automatically do. But when it moved to the back, not so. So how would that end up with? Of course, that consistently with enforcement coming in and people, quote unquote, being reminded that about wearing seatbelt, then become part of it. But for the real seatbelt, of course, can we work together? And with that enforcement coming in, can we make it as part of us? Yeah. It's very, very important. So it doesn't mean that when you start as a driver, you wear a seatbelt, and then when you become the passenger, we will automatically wear seatbelt. It doesn't equal. I take example about what we have done some years ago. We try to push forward for the seatbelt wearing at the back, the rear passenger. So we carry out our studies about how, of course, advocacy coming in, etc. So we successfully push up to 70% of the one we interview, with the government coming in to advocate, with the NGO to come in as well. 70% they understand the importance of wearing rear seatbelt. Can save life. Everybody, most of them agree. But unfortunately, a very big portion of it would not wear unless somebody come in to enforce it. That means to give you the ticket. So it shows that the importance of having these two together. It is very, very difficult for any one of us to accept or to live in what they call, probably people may coin it as a police state. Every time you want to drive, there must be a policeman next to you to ensure that you do everything right. It's impossible. But can we work together? I think that is the solution. And part of the advocacy plus enforcement, in fact, is the proper education where can change behavior. But again, we need to be a bit patient. It doesn't mean that today we do, tomorrow we change who we are. Yeah. So persistence is there. Consistency is definitely required.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much for those closing remarks. Let's move now to Norway. And I remember, John Ivar, in your earlier statement, you had mentioned that Norway adopted the Vision Zero, right? And this was way back in 2001. I want to take you back and just perhaps understand from you and give us some takeaways in the room around the procedures that you as government perhaps have adopted to coordinate with the private sector, with civil society and other stakeholders to ensure effective road safety measures. Can you share some of them with us?
Yes. What is important is that Vision Zero has a broad political consensus in Norway for the last 20 years. And I believe that long-term vision and targets endorsed by the Parliament is a key. Vision Zero is not my goal alone. It is equally the goal of the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Health, and the Minister of Education. So in other words, the Vision Zero is the goal for the whole government. In Norway, we have a long-term national transport plan, which is adopted by the Parliament, that ensures a long-term commitment to road safety. And the plan includes the government's ambitions and priorities in road safety. Based on the priority areas in the National Transport Plan, we make a 4-year national plan of action for road safety. And our national lead agency leads the work. A broad range of governmental and non-governmental stakeholders contributes to making this plan. The most important contributors are the Norwegian Council for Road Safety, of course the police, the health authorities, the county administrations, and the 8 largest municipalities, the cities. In addition, the plan includes measures from several other parties, from other policy sectors, and from various interest organizations. The current plan is covering the years 2022 to 2025, and it describes in detail 179 follow-up activities and measures of both public and private organizations and agencies. And these are expected to be followed up throughout the period. Another purpose of the plan is to strengthen cooperation among key road safety stakeholders. It is essential to involve all relevant stakeholders to address the challenges that we are facing, and the road users and the NGOs are an essential source of competence and knowledge to help us to find and implement the right measures. Also, such involvement creates ownership to a common goal. Mutual trust and integrity are vital aspects in this cooperation. So in a nutshell, you may say that instead of us telling everyone else what to do, or everyone else telling us what we should have done, they commit themselves to concrete actions that will contribute to better road safety. And that is really the center of the Norwegian road safety model. And now we are currently in the process of developing a plan for the period of 2026 to 2029, and this will be the 7th action plan. So it's about planning and continuous working together with the different parties. That's the key to success.
Thank you so much, John Ivar. Thank you. Renan, as I come to you and give you this opportunity to give your closing remarks, I want to touch on financing and sustainability, but my warning to you is Professor Voon is listening, so be careful, because he mentioned that there can never be enough money. Let's just start where we can. However, I still want to ask you this question, Renan. We know that road safety programs often struggle with long-term funding, but how can governments, in your view, secure sustainable financial resources? And what role should international funding agencies and private sector play? And perhaps you can give us some examples of how Brazil did it.
Olha, o desafio do financiamento ele é grande, mas eu não concordo 100% que sempre haverá falta.
And I don't say that there will be a lack.
Hoje de financiar e tem duas vantagens importantes. A média da população é mais alta, o que permite ter veículos mais seguros e não são obrigados a boa parte da
Much more safer. However, the population is not obligated to buy motorbikes, which are at the origin of highest number of accidents now. In my opinion, for those who have limited incomes, they must be held responsible because it's the user who finally uses this infrastructure. So he's the one who will bear the brunt. We cannot use public resources in countries with low income countries. We have fiscal load. Those who pay more taxes are, in fact, those who have less income. This type of taxation, which is unfair, consequently, when do things otherwise, when make infrastructures pay by those who use it, where I am under the impression that we really move forward. But it's not quite simple. There should be a dialogue within society. We need to deal with the question at the positive level. This is what Brazil does in any way for highways, those which connect these states in a country, which is a continental country. Within cities, the situation is quite different because we don't have a financial model for users. In any country in the world, the problem in the city is this conflict between public transportation, which is far from being the ones that we wish to have, and individual transportation means of each inhabitants to go faster, to go to work, to run some errands. The Brazilian will use his or her individual car or vehicle, which are at the origin and at the cause of these deadly accidents. However, we have these public transportation means, and whenever there's an accident, obviously, which engages a car or a bus, or then we have accidents, which obviously really call upon us to take into account the number of persons. But in terms of financing, we shouldn't believe that we always need, or we will not always need public resources, namely to finance highways in mid or low-income countries. Rich countries, obviously, we're in a whole different category, and they can act differently. To conclude, I'd say that this exchange of experience is always quite useful, and I believe that figures and statistics, reliable ones at least, provide adequate answer for local problems and in the local context, which allow us to move forward at short or midterm, where we have reduced by 25% of the number of deaths, and then we are cut in half the number of deaths. This commitment, there will be an encouragement, an incentive to be given to the population to go even far further and to have a road, more civilized road context. This is the reality for countries for midterm income. All of these countries of the South, where there is unfortunately most of the death due to road accidents. Thank you. Merci.
while enforcing road safety? And if there are any examples, please do share those with us.
Bueno, en el caso...
Well, in our particular case in the Dominican Republic, we have the clear fact that the increasing vehicle numbers, when it doesn't come together with increasing new ways and pathways or new transport, we're talking about underground, fast buses and those corridors, if that doesn't come hand in hand with those type of new solutions, then the urbanization, the increasing number of cars, what it will lead to is in those road safety problems we have and traffic-related problems. Now, from the government, we are working towards an integrated transport system, and that system is looking ahead at the future in order to have new underground lines so that the people is deterred from using their own private cars, so that they can see the collective solution instead of that individual solution. We want to also build other cable car lines, the monorail train. So we're looking ahead at the solutions in the long run. But just as you asked me, the growing number of people, the growing spending power also leads people to have a large number of cars, and this goes faster than the solutions we can offer, and this is one of the main challenges we have ahead of us, and that's why I referred a while ago to the range of consequences related to the application of the law, the actual rule of law, in order to have some order in the situation we have. But I want to say something, I want to send a message here. I know that many of the speakers here, not just today, but the past speakers we've had also will share this vision. Sometimes I have the perception that people do understand that road safety is an issue that belongs to the public sector and to the government. However, road safety is the responsibility of each and every one, all the citizens. It is the responsibility of the private sector. It is everybody's responsibility, because at the end of the day, we're talking lives. And when we talk about saving lives, human lives, we all have to do our bit and to make an effort in that direction. That's why we are pushing forward for PPPs in order to involve the private sector. For instance, the insurance sector, they also have the opportunity to offer incentives and to contribute towards this aim. And I would like to also mention something else in that regard. The resources, as we just heard from the Brazilian Minister of Transport, he actually referred to the limited resources we have. This is another big challenge we have, because when you come to the decision-making stage, you are willing to invest in anything but in road safety, because it will give some immediate benefits for those investments. In the case of the Dominican Republic, and I want to highlight this publicly just to maybe motivate others to do so, we have found support from different multilateral partners who have cooperated in terms of mobility, from the French Agency for Development, cooperation with Japanese stakeholders, Korean stakeholders, the FIA, from whom we had also full support from the International Automobile Federation and also the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB, which is working together with the National Agency for Road Safety and the Ministry of Public Works on providing us with financing with more than $200 million to finance and fund those road safety projects. And this gives us hope, because having a plan without the resources to make it happen then becomes a big problem. So that's why I wanted to highlight this aspect and highlight the support from the multilateral banking and leave the message that everybody's security, just as we have to commit ourselves to life, this is the motto, we also have to commit and understand that road safety is the government's responsibility, is the private sector's responsibility, is the civil society's responsibility, it's everyone's responsibilities. And this is the message that I want to leave you with. And just call out for the application of regulations, for the necessary laws and standards, and hopefully in a few years we will be able to see a declining number of accidents and of deaths, and I hope that one day our countries will not have to talk about fatalities and death as one of the main causes of death in our countries.
Thank you so much to my panelists for joining me. Please give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Please do remain seated just for a while, and it's because I'd like to invite a closing speaker for this session, just to round up this conversation and close it very well for us. Please help me welcome on the stage to do this honor Guanji Chen, the Vice President for Infrastructure from the World Bank. Please welcome him onto the stage with a round of applause. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished panelists, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's a really honor to join you. I will keep my remark very brief because I know I'm standing between this session and the reception that you all deserve after a long day. I think a lot of the ideas and experience have been shared by our distinguished panelists, particularly about moving to implementation. Since I will present the World Bank, I'm going to perhaps focus on one aspect which some of the panelists is already covered, which is the financing. How do we focus on, how do we sort of close the financing gap for this very important agenda? But before I begin, I do want to extend our deepest appreciation to the Kingdom of Morocco and the World Health Organization for hosting this conference and for the critical work in advancing global road safety, as well as my colleague in many of the multilateral development banks that continue to drive these innovative and collaborative solutions. We all know that the devastating impact on road crashes, the 1.2 million deaths translated into we have lost one life for 24 seconds. So by the time I finish my remark, we have lost more than a dozen people on this globe. And that's not acceptable. And road safety is first and foremost a health issue, but the benefit of investing in road safety goes much beyond. Safe, efficient, and sustainable road network create jobs, improving air quality, and expand access to education, to health, and to living standards, improving living standards. And despite all these wide-ranging impacts, road safety remains critically underfunded, particularly in low and low-middle-income countries. Without urgent investments and effective policy, progress will stall, and this preventable crisis will persist. And the rich discussion in this conference really underscore the challenge, but also the opportunity of generating additional funding and financing for life-saving road safety interventions. The road safety funding gap is formidable, I mentioned, but it recently estimated to achieve the UN's sustainable goal of halving the road safety fatality by 2030 will require at least $400 billion over a 10-year period. Bridging this gap is an urgent priority, particularly for, again, low and low-middle-income countries with limited budget. For our part, the multilateral multi-development banks have played an important role by providing development financing for road safety projects, and national government can also scale up. Importantly, this project delivers not just financing, but also technical expertise and knowledge to countries. I'm pleased to know that despite this challenge, between 2018 and 2024, MDB collectively have mobilized over $6 billion for road safety financing in low and low-middle-income countries, significantly reduced fatality and serious injuries. But we estimate that our collective road safety financing could reach $10 billion over the next decade. Talking about the World Bank, since 2010, we have committed about $4 billion dedicated on road safety project. The recent financing in Bangladesh, the $360 million for Bangladesh road safety project, is the largest standalone project ever approved by the World Bank. And besides our traditional project-based financing, we're also deploying result-based and policy-based lending instruments to support road safety. And much of this financing has been catalyzed by the World Bank's Global Road Safety Facility, the GISF, and they have a booth in the exhibition hall. And if you're not familiar with that, I encourage you to stop by. And this juncture, I want to recognize the contribution, the financier donor to GIS, including the Bloomberg Philanthropies, Total Energy Foundation, and the UK government. Their contribution reflects a shared commitment to make road safety for all. And I will invite others to join us as well. The establishment of the new Global Safety Unit under my vice presidency, and also a commitment to embedding road safety into our road project design and appraisal. This is a requirement that the World Bank project is reflecting our dedication to these agendas. While MDB financing is vital, it alone cannot bridge the $400 billion road safety funding gap. Governments should continue to prioritize road safety investment within their roads, in the traffic enforcement and health budget, and as the case of good practice countries that have demonstrated in these conferences. But in parallel, we also must help them to explore other funding sources. One emerging source of this to pursue, I think the MP from Sweden mentioned about the sustainable financing market, the road safety bond, which could align investment with sustainable objectives. Sustainable bond issuing have grown rapidly in recent years, with the annual issuance exceeding $1 trillion. But of course, not all of that is dedicated for road safety, for many other sustainable objectives. But road safety could also cover a portion of that particular funding. And the government can leverage this large financial market, and I'm pleased to announce that the World Bank has just launched a guide to help government to access it. The guide identifies eligible road projects and align them with the green and social category under the international capital and loan market principles. And as we speak, just 2 days ago, we have announced we also introduced what we call weighted criteria in World Bank funded civil work procurements for road projects. And of that weighted criteria will include road safety into that criteria in terms of making procurement decisions. The World Bank and MDB are ready to work with the government to access sustainable finance market and issue road safety bond. I reflect that 5 years ago when I attended the Stockholm Global Conference on Road Safety, we talked about this subject of road safety bond, sustainable financing. And I'm pleased to share with you, over these past couple of years, we have done quite a bit of work, including issuance of 3 road safety bonds over the last couple of years. The amount is not huge, but I think we make an inroad into making it possible. And of course, along with that, we also produce knowledge, and one of those, it was a report that we launched during this conference called on financing road safety. This is the report. Again, you can get this report in our GIS booth. So in closing, I have a call for action. This is a moment to embrace the new financing avenues and foster collaborations among governments, MDBs, private sector, civil society organizations to close the road safety funding gap. The Marrakesh Declaration has set the stage. Let's act with urgency to scale investments, drive policy change, strengthen institutions, and implement the life-saving solutions. I thank you for your attention, and thank you for your contribution to this conference.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Chen. Thank you for that closing remark. And ladies and gentlemen, this is how we come to the end of our session for mobilizing and organizing, and hopefully you've gained some insights from our panelists. So once again, thank you for joining me. My plea to you is to please remain seated as my colleague, Melinda Crane, will follow on stage to move on to the next session with commitment. So thank you once again. It's been an honor. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, bonsoir. We move on directly to our next session. It is our commitment session, and I know it's been a long and intensive day, but this is a short and really lively session. So do stay with us. We're really excited that we can do this commitment session. This is a brand new part of our program here. I will just ask our guests, s'il vous plaît, je m'excuse, mais continue.
And we will continue.
Said, welcome. We are very excited to be doing our second commitment session here now, dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. If you attended yesterday's initial session, then you already know that this is a new... Sorry, can I just have everybody's attention, please? Thank you. If you're not part of this session, would you kindly clear the floor? I'll just wait till you're ready. Thank you very much. As I was saying, this is our second run at quite a new element in the program of the Global Ministerial Conference. Our aim is to bring together different stakeholders, in today's case, governments, and give them an opportunity to make a formal commitment describing how they plan to achieve the decade of action for road safety, target of reducing road crash deaths and injuries by 50% by 2030. And the reason for this new session is simple. Commitments are a key step for turning the decade's targets into real, measurable action. And that's of crucial importance because, as we have said again and again, we must accelerate action to ensure meaningful progress. So just a very quick word on one key practical detail given the late hour, and I do so appreciate everybody staying with us so long. Please, all speakers, when you make your commitment, keep your remarks to 2 minutes or under. And that way we can ensure that our program moves rapidly. And we will also be publishing the commitments in the conference proceedings. So what you say up here on stage, it's important, and the world will know. Now, let's get started, and I'll begin with those who have pre-registered a wish to make a commitment. I'm going to call off the country names, and then you will please speak from the podium and declare your commitment, and then you get a nice round of applause, and we'll move on to our next committer. So we begin with Bhutan. Bhutan, please, you have the floor. Please join me here on stage to share your commitment. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you so much for being with us. And you can go right over here to the welcome.
Shall I?
Please.
Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from the land of gross national happiness, where happiness is the goal of the country, and where gross national happiness is considered more important than gross domestic product. While Bhutan takes pride in championing environment, I would like informally to commit that I will start championing the road safety. With only around 700,000 people living in the whole country, even single death is a huge loss to the country. In this context, I formally commit to amend the current Road Safety and Transport Act, the legislation, in line with safe system approach to road safety as envisaged in the second decade of global actions by 2027. Thank you, and Tashidaleg.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, and thank you so much, Bhutan, for that commitment. And you kept it very short and to the point. Thank you for that as well. By the way, dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to make a commitment and you're not on my pre-registered list, no worries. We are going to be taking spontaneous commitments. Maybe that's what the young lady in red wanted to find out. We will take spontaneous commitments. I'm going to start with the countries on my list, and then I will move on to other stakeholders as well. So everybody will have an opportunity. Our next committer is Nepal. Nepal, please join on stage to make your commitment. Please.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. On behalf of the Government of Nepal, I express our full commitment to implementing the second decade of action on road safety through a safe system approach. We are working on all elements of road safety, including improving our roads and highways with the concept of safer road corridors, applying safer vehicle standard and testing, education and awareness program, both in formal and informal approaches, expanding post-crash response and treatment facilities. In particular, we will enact the National Road Safety Bill and establish Road Safety Council soon as the lead agency with the resource and mandate to coordinate multi-sectoral stakeholders ensuring better road safety condition in the country. We will enforce comprehensive helmet use for both riders and passengers of motorbikes, including speed control, drink and driving, countermeasures to urban areas and high-risk corridors. As per present scenario, Nepal may miss to achieve the 2030 global target fully. Nevertheless, with the effective collaboration and support from road users and domestic stakeholders, the developed countries, development partners, regional organizations, and the international organization working in this field, we remain committed to continuous progress in the road safety situation of the country in the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations on that commitment that picks up on some of the key elements of the Marrakesh Declaration, including intersectoral cooperation. So very big congratulations to Nepal. We move on now to Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, you are please invited to join on stage and share your commitment. Are you with us, Sri Lanka? I'm not seeing Sri Lanka here yet, so perhaps they will join later. Zambia, are you with us? Zambia, I have you on my list. Yes, indeed, welcome. I invite you to the stage to share your commitment. Zambia.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. I'm reading a statement on behalf of the Republic of Zambia. Every day, road traffic accidents cause thousands of fatalities and inflict unbearable pain to the survivors. That is why today, the 19th of February 2025, here in Marrakesh, Morocco, I want to underscore our unwavering commitment to ensuring safer roads for every Zambian, not only through the implementation of the National Road Safety Strategy, which aligns with the global targets of reducing road traffic deaths and injuries by 50% by 2030, but also by fully integrating safety into road designs, enforcements, and education to protect all our road users. We have realized the urgent need to prioritize walking and cycling infrastructure improvements and conducting awareness campaigns to improve the safety of our most vulnerable road users, the pedestrians and cyclists who account for 50% of road traffic fatalities in our beloved country, Zambia. To improve safety among the public service vehicles, Zambia is committed to fully implement the Fleet Safety Management Program, which is a vital component in our national road safety strategy. To combat behavioral risk, Zambia is strengthening laws with zero tolerance on speeding and drink driving, seatbelt use, motorcycle helmets, and child restraints, with stricter enforcement and awareness campaigns to drive compliance. It is time to take bold decisions that creates a culture where road safety is a shared responsibility and save million lives. Together, we can create a world where every journey is very safe. I thank you.
Thank you. Zambia, a very broad commitment with lots of detail in it, including safe systems, social equity for vulnerable users, and so much more. Congratulations on that. Bangladesh, you are next on my list of pre-registered committers. Please join. Welcome. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, I would like to say that Bangladesh commits to enact its first national road safety law by 2027 in light of the safe system approach. Bangladesh will develop a central database system by 2026 where information about roads crash, including details about the crash itself, the involved vehicles, injuries sustained, and fatalities will be collected, stored, and managed from various sources. Bangladesh will develop a speed limit management guideline by 2026 for proper execution of the motor vehicle speed limit guideline of 2024. As Bangladesh has set the standard of the helmet, government will develop standard helmet implementation and enforcement guideline by 2026. At the awareness level, Ministry will include students, because students mobilized a road safety movement in 2018 against the earlier authoritarian regime, and they were brutally suppressed. So after the student uprising of July 2024, there is a new government in place. So this government will include students and youth in the awareness campaign. And finally, Bangladesh government is going to enhance road crash trauma support and road crash compensation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bangladesh, also for underlining the importance of youth when we talk about committing to life. That is absolutely the group. So thank you for that. I'd like to go on now to Norway. Norway, are you with us? Please, you are invited to the stage. Welcome.
Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as a Minister of Transport, road safety is one of my most important tasks. Vision Zero, which aims for no one to be killed or seriously injured in traffic, has broad political support in Norway, both in the Parliament and the government. Although we have made good progress over the years, we are still far from making Vision Zero a reality. So, on behalf of the Norwegian government, I confirm our commitment to intensify efforts in our road safety work. This includes increased controls and enforcement, targeted awareness campaigns, and smaller infrastructure measures on road segments with documented safety concerns. We will also propose regulatory measures to address hazardous driver behavior, including stricter and more efficient rules on confiscating on vehicles in cases of extreme speeding, provision of warning services that reduce the effectiveness of police controls, and stricter rules on the use of mobile phones while driving. We do this for one reason, so that people who travel on our roads can get home to their loved ones safely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Norway, a very specific and very measurable set of goals there. Next up on my list is Kyrgyzstan. Kyrgyzstan, are you with us? Not seeing Kyrgyzstan rising yet, so we will move on to Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso, are you in the room? Yes, please. You are welcome to take the stage.
Bonsoir à tous. Good evening, everyone. Allow me first to express my gratitude to the Kingdom of Morocco for hosting this event, the fourth ministerial edition on the road safety measure. In comparison with the other countries, Burkina Faso is confronted with the phenomenon of road measure that have a negative impact on the road. A lot of initiatives and actions will be undertaken in order to curb this problem. But the figures are remaining high, and this is why that's in favor of the ministerial conference. Burkina Faso, under the leadership of His Excellency the Captain Ibrahim Touati, President of Burkina Faso, support the declaration of Marrakech and is committed to life for the different action related to road safety measure. And in addition, Burkina Faso will ratify the Charter of the Road Safety Measure, and this is committed also to adopt the text related to the helmet, the wearing of a helmet for the two-wheel and the three-wheels in 2030. Burkina Faso will engage in order to enforce the behaviors, for example, related to seat belt and also the speeds excess. And Burkina Faso will improve the roads, and this is through by having teams of control by the end of the year 2030. Burkina Faso will be committed to put into place a digital system that is integrated in order to collect data of road accidents by the end of the year 2030. To conclude, Burkina Faso will have partnership in order to create a mechanism of funding that will be sustainable by the end of the year 2030. And thank you very much for your attention. We would like to thank you and congratulations for Burkina Faso. Togo.
On my list, is Togo with us? Welcome. You have the floor.
Monsieur le Ministre. Dear Minister and dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would like, on behalf of the government of Togo, to congratulate the Moroccan authorities for the wonderful organization of this conference at Togo. is committed for several years in the promotion of road safety measures through the reinforcement of the judicial legal framework and institutional framework of road safety, and also to the development and the modernization and rehabilitation of the infrastructures. In fact, regulatory measures have been taken in order to reinforce the legal framework that is available in this regard. In 2030, a decree that put the wearing of a helmet that is become mandatory on the two-wheel and the three-wheels, and also to wearing the seat belt that is mandatory, and forbidden the use of the mobile phone on the car that have been seen the light since the year 2003. So the panoply of the drivers on the two wheels wear the helmet. Togo is one of the first countries to have ratified the African Charter concerning road safety, and this since 13 May 2021. Togo has created a national office for road safety in 2022. All this effort that have been acquired need to be reinforced, and this is why Togo is committed to pursue the efforts in order to reduce the fatality rate by half by the end of the year 2030, to reduce by a significant way the rate between one road accident and to amplify the mechanism that is put into place of the incentives on the acquiring new cars, and to update the recommendation that have been retrieved by the Declaration of Marrakesh. And thank you very much for your attention.
That is all that I had on my list. I'm just going to double check. Is there any stakeholder in the room who does still wish to make a commitment? Yes, please. Which country? Okay. None? Okay. Gabon. So please, you are invited to the stage. Anybody else? I'll just ask now. Okay, can you please let Nan know, and he will let me know. Sir, Excellency, please, the floor is yours.
Merci. Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. We would like to thank the Gabon's delegation and the Kingdom of Morocco for the invitation for this conference and the warm welcome that we have received, and also the pertinence of the themes and the topics that have been developed. The question related to road safety is preoccupation and the question for our authority in my country, and especially the General Houghligin Migag, and a lot of access of the reduction of road crashes are put in the legal framework, infrastructure also, and also the intensification and the improvement of the action related to the prevention and security. So it is observed that we have a decrease, and this is improved also by the pandemic, COVID pandemic, and there is also other actions that have been put in order so that the reduction will be achieved in 2030 and will reach 50% of the reduction of road car accidents. And we would like to mention that we are committed firmly so that the measure will have the aims to have a second helmet while buying a motorbike in Gabon. And to proceed to regular controls in order so that this commitment can be a reality. And thank you very much. We would like to thank you also. Swatini, please.
Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity. I really appreciate addressing the conference this evening. I, on behalf of the Kingdom of Eswatini, commit to the review of legislative and institutional arrangement relating to the Road Safety Council. This review shall strengthen the legislative mandate of the Council, which currently operates with a legislation of 1983, which is no longer in touch with contemporary frameworks and agreements in road safety. The stakeholder governance and coordination is expected to improve as well as ensure adequate human and financial resources directed to road safety. Once this is effectively addressed in the legislative arrangements, Eswatini expects to expedite operational interventions aimed at achieving the 50% reduction on road fatalities and serious injuries by the year 2030. Eswatini makes this commitment with a clear determination to implement it for the betterment of all road users and our road network. We commit to life. Thank you.
Thank you, Eswatini. Thank you very much for joining spontaneously. I believe that's it, but one last look around. Any other stakeholder, country, but also NGOs and others in the room that wishes to commit? Yes, over there? Yes, please, join. Which country, please? Sudan, wonderful. Please join. You are invited.
Hello, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank the Kingdom of Morocco for the invitation, as well as the opportunity to learn from many different countries and different sectors. On behalf of UNESCO for Sudan, we commit to fostering a collaborative effort that includes private sectors in the development of sustainable infrastructure. We aim to implement robust rules and regulations underpinned by a dedication to enhancing road networks throughout Sudan. By embracing cutting-edge technologies, we strive to contribute to the revitalization of the country in alignment with the vision of a new governmental system. Awareness and active participation will be key to our success, focusing on engaging citizens and empowering government officials and their respective sectors. Through the continuous advancement of engineering practices, coupled with the establishment of forward-thinking companies, we will create a safer and more efficient transportation network. This collective approach will undoubtedly improve road safety, thereby enhancing the quality of life and security for all Sudanese citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sudan, thank you very much. And I believe that was it. And let me just say we have heard commitments from 3 continents with a focus in particular from Africa. And it's notable that many of the elements of the commitments that were made here today do reflect similar challenges being faced on all of those continents. And I think also we've seen a reflection of a number of the key principles of the Marrakesh Declaration. I won't list them, the hour is late, but I will just say to everyone, thank you for committing to life. This is exactly what the conference aims to do, and you have certainly shared commitments that will make a difference. So congratulations to all of you. Thank you for joining. And with that, I wish everyone a wonderful evening and hope to see you tomorrow as we move into our closing sessions of the 4th Global Ministerial on Road Safety. Thank you. Good evening. Congratulations.